I'm fine. She lied, hoping it wasn't noticeable that she'd been crying. There was no way to check her appearance in a mirror, one of the minor drawbacks to being a vampire. Major drawbacks included losing her family, her savings, and her career in journalism. Hell, she'd lost her entire life because of this stupid secret world. If Connor hadn't been so concerned about keeping their damned secret, he could have teleported her to a hospital instead of Roman Dragonesti's house. She might have lived, but now she would never know. It was too late. "Are you ready to finish the obstacle course?" she asked Lady Pamela. "There are still 3 men who need to be tested." "Must I?" Lady Pamela made a face. "I'm so dreadfully tired, and besides, I already know which men must be eliminated." "So do we," Coralie piped in. "We have to get rid of that buffoon that dropped Lady Pamela in the mud." The ladies all murmured in agreement. "And we must be rid of them more," Maria Consuela announced. "You mean Ahmed?" Lady Pamela asked. "He was perfectly well-mannered, and his speech was flawless. Not to mention he's very handsome," Vonda added. "Indeed." Lady Pamela set down her teacup. "The second man to go must be Antonio of Madrid. He had the most dreadful lisp." "Of course he does," Maria Consuela exclaimed. "He speaks perfect Castilian Spanish." "Well, it sounds rather silly in English," Lady Pamela insisted. "The man told me I smelled like a sweet red rose." Princess Joanna shuddered. "God forbid we should have a master who speaks like that." Maria Consuela huffed. "Then when do I have a sin who's removed from the contest?" "You'll get your turn," Darcy assured the Spanish vampire. "I have you down for judging qualifier number 9, strength." With a small jolt of surprise, Darcy realized that the same women who had felt uncomfortable making a decision the night before were now eager to have their say. "Oh, look!" Coralie pointed at the TV. "Who is that?" When Darcy glanced at the television, her breath caught. One of the cameramen had gone to the roof and was aiming his camera through the glass panes of the greenhouse. Adam was sitting on the bench, hunched over, his head resting in his hands. "I think it's Adam." Vonda gave Darcy a curious look. Coralie sighed. "The poor man. He looks so sad." Darcy swallowed. He looked absolutely miserable. That should have made her sad. But a small kernel of satisfaction curled in her heart. Yes, he was hurting too. He really did care. "You should have let me taste his blood," Lady Pamela grumbled. "I would have known in an instant if he was mortal or vamp." "He is one of us," Princess Joanna announced. "He must be. He was too knowledgeable about our knights." "That was odd." Bond exchanged a worried look with Darcy. Darcy's throat went dry. She glanced again at the television. Adam was rubbing his forehead with his hand. Had he discovered their secret? Was that why he couldn't look at her or touch her all of a sudden? "I agree," Maria Consuela said. "Adam must be a vamp." Darcy sighed. "Since you know which men to eliminate, let's go ahead with the orchid ceremony. Take 2 orchids from the fridge and meet us in the foyer in 5 minutes." They agreed. Darcy took the elevator to the 2nd floor of the penthouse and asked all the men to come to the foyer. She sent Grigori to fetch Adam and the 2nd cameraman. She arranged the men in 2 lines on the grand staircase. Then she quickly moved across the foyer so she could be far away when Adam arrived. The 5 lady judges marched into the foyer, their heads held high. They formed a line under the huge chandelier. "Gentlemen," Grigori announced, "2 of you will be going home tonight. The limo is waiting downstairs. You'll know you're leaving when you receive a black orchid. Are you ready?" As the men nodded, Bernie panned the camera over their faces. "One more announcement before we begin," Grigori continued. "The amount of the prize money has just gone up. Now the winner of the sexiest man on earth will receive $2 million. The women gasped. Bart caught their reactions on his camera, while Bernie recorded the men's. Lady Pamela, you may begin. Grigori motioned for her to step forward. She moved forward holding 2 black orchids. We look forward to furthering our acquaintance with those of you who will remain. Now for the orchids. She took a deep breath. Nicholas of Chicago. Nicholas, dressed in a clean set of clothes, trudged down the stairs to accept the orchid. Sorry I dropped you. He went back up the stairs and accepted condolences from the other men. Antonio of Madrid, Lady Pamela announced. With a crestfallen expression, Antonio accepted the orchid. I am so sorry. Darcy glanced at Adam. Of all the remaining men, he alone looked sad. He wandered off to his room without looking back. The judges, host, and cameramen went to the portrait room for the final revelation of the evening. Darcy joined them. $2 million, Coralie grinned. Land sakes, our new master will be filthy rich. Yes, but we must make sure he is a vampire, Princess Joanna warned. Oh, Darcy, do tell us that after tonight we will be rid of all the pesky mortals, Lady Pamela begged. I can't say. Darcy retrieved the special flashlight from the wall safe. She handed it to Grigori and whispered in which order to reveal the men. Then she dimmed the lights. The women settled on the couches, their faces bright with excitement. Grigori approached the portraits. Tonight you eliminated Antonio of Madrid. He flipped on the flashlight. Instantly, Antonio's white fangs appeared. Oh dear, Lady Pamela winced. I was so sure a vampire would never have a speech impediment. And you eliminated Nicholas from Chicago. Grigori shone the light on Nicholas's portrait. For a tense moment, the women stared at his picture. Nothing happened. Yes! Coralie bounced to her feet. He's immortal! I did it! Lady Pamela jumped up, grinning. I discovered one of the mortals. The women hugged each other, laughing. Grigori popped open a bottle of bubbly blood. This calls for a celebration. He poured 7 glasses full. Darcy helped him serve the judges. Then Grigori handed her one and kept one for himself. Congratulations, ladies. He raised his glass. You are one step closer to choosing your new master. And your master is one step closer to becoming a very wealthy man. The women laughed and clinked their glasses together. The cameramen focused on their happy faces. You're not drinking. Grigori looked at Darcy. You really should, you know. The show is turning out great. Darcy looked down at the mixture of champagne and blood in her glass. Yeah, great. She was helping the ex-harem find a new master, and she was helping them learn to make their own decisions and stand up for themselves. But it all seemed empty without Adam. In his bedroom, Austin observed the ladies' celebration on his laptop. With his roommate Nicholas gone, his spying had become much easier. Garrett stood behind him, watching the scene. So that's the game they're playing. They're trying to figure out which of us is human, so they can get rid of us? It sure explains why the anklet is so important. Austin tugged at his pants leg to look at his new anklet. Maggie had brought it to him right after sunset, with a warning that he had to put it on immediately. Yeah. Garrett rested a hand on the back of Austin's chair as he leaned forward. What's that they're drinking? Something with synthetic blood in it. Austin watched Darcy lift the glass to her mouth. She took a sip, then licked her lips. Lips he had kissed. A mouth he had explored. Shit! He jumped to his feet so fast, the chair tipped backwards and Garrett caught it. He strode toward the window and looked out. He couldn't see much of anything in the dark, only his reflection in the glass. Darcy wouldn't even make a reflection. Holy crap! Did everything have to remind him that he was alive and she was dead? Or worse, she was undead, dead during the day, but walking and talking and crying real tears during the night? She was alive just enough to torture him and tempt him. She was still so damned beautiful, still so smart, still so Darcy. Something wrong? Garrett asked. Everything's wrong. Austin paced across the room. This is a waste of time. We're not learning anything useful. I know the names of a bunch of vampires. That's more than I knew a few days ago. We were supposed to get friendly with them and learn about Shanna. It isn't happening. Although Austin had to admit he had certainly been friendly with one of them, unfortunately, he'd forgotten all about Shanna when Darcy was in his arms. Well, it's hard to be friendly with a pack of murderous creatures, Garrett muttered. Oh, come on. Those women are harmless. They just want to wear pretty clothes and have someone take care of them. Sheesh, they get bent out of shape if your manners aren't impeccable. Garrett snorted. You're getting soft. Do you think the men are harmless too? I talked to a few of them tonight. Roberto owns an aluminum shutter company in Argentina. Otto runs a health club in Germany. Though Austin couldn't quite see a correlation between being healthy and undead. Garrett frowned. They probably commit crimes all the time. I bet they use mind control to steal money from people. Then why would they want the prize money so bad? I don't know, Garrett mumbled. But if they ran out of synthetic blood, they'd butt you in a minute. Maybe so. Austin shook his head. But wouldn't he do the same if it was the only way to survive? The point is they do drink synthetic blood, so their intent is not to harm humans. Meanwhile, the really vicious vampires are trolling Central Park for victims as we speak. And here we are, picking up hankies. It's our assignment. It's stupid. We should go to Central Park and stop innocent people from getting attacked. We can't leave. George is still here. We can't leave him unprotected. And you can't go against Sean's orders. Austin paced back to the window. He knew Garrett was right, but he wasn't finding out anything about Shanna. All he had was a list of vampires that Sean would want to terminate. How could he put Darcy's name on it? No wonder he wanted to run away from this assignment. They're leaving the portrait room. Garrett switched to the camera in the foyer. The women are going toward the kitchen. Whoa! What? Austin strode back to the desk. The host guy just vanished. He must have teleported, probably back to his apartment. Garrett pointed at the one figure in the foyer. Isn't that the director? Yes. Austin moved closer. Darcy was standing alone in the foyer, her hands clenched together. She walked to the base of the staircase, then stopped. She looked at the front door, then back at the stairs. What's she doing? Garrett asked. Trying to make up her mind. Austin's heart began to pound as Darcy mounted the stairs. What was she doing? At the landing, the staircase divided in two, one section going east, the other west. Was she coming to the east wing to see him? She reached the landing and hesitated once again. Holy indecision. It would be better if she went to one of the male vampires. They were her own kind. She's coming our way, Garrett said. Austin's heart raced. Please come to me. What the hell was he doing? He couldn't have a relationship with a vampire. Garrett headed for the door. I'd better get back to my room. He let himself out. Austin switched the view on the monitor to the surveillance camera in the upstairs East Wing hallway. He saw Garrett slip into his room, and a few minutes later, Darcy entered the hallway, headed his way. He turned off the surveillance equipment and closed the laptop. What did she want? He'd been ugly to her in the pool house. He should dread this meeting. He should refuse to see her. But knowing she was seeking him out made him want to jump with joy. Chapter 14. Darcy questioned herself with every step. Why put herself through more torture? But she'd seen Adam sitting on the bench. In what he had thought was a private moment, he'd let his true feelings show. He was suffering as much as she. She'd been the one to decide who would sleep where, so she knew exactly where he was. She raised her hand to knock on his door. Another twinge of self-doubt made her hesitate. He was immortal. Let the poor man go. She had no right to involve him in the vampire world. He would learn the truth eventually, if he didn't know it already, and he would resent her for it, just like she resented Connor. She stepped back. If she loved this man, she should let him go. Love? Did she love him? The door opened. Her breath hitched. He stood in the doorway looking at her. His hair was tousled. His jacket was off. His dress shirt was unbuttoned, revealing that wonderfully muscled chest and stomach. And his eyes. There was so much pain and longing there. She knew in an instant. Yes, I do love him. He leaned a forearm against the door jamb. I thought I heard someone out here. She nodded. Now that she was here, all the words she'd planned to say vanished from her brain. He frowned. Apparently, he was having similar difficulties. How's your finger? She winced. What a dumb thing to ask. I think I'll live. Which was more than she could ever do. Sheesh. How could she word this? Oh, by the way, have you noticed I'm a vampire? I said some rude things to you earlier tonight. He watched her sadly. I'm really sorry. I never wanted to hurt you. Tears gathered in her eyes, and she blinked them away. I'm sorry, too. I said some things I shouldn't have. I don't recall you doing anything wrong. I called you a prick. The corner of his mouth quirked up. It was more of an insinuation, but I deserved it. He deserved more than she could give. She stepped back. What's up with the judges? He asked. She blinked. Excuse me? They dress so strange. One looks like a blonde Scarlett O'Hara, and some of the others look like escapees from a Renaissance festival. Oh! Darcy clenched her hands together. I admit they have rather odd tastes, but that's their idea of evening wear. Speaking of which, tomorrow night, all the men will be judged on how well you're dressed. She hoped he didn't notice how abruptly she'd changed the subject. Luckily, she wasn't breaking any rules. All the men were being warned to dress their best and be prepared to dance. Adam shrugged. I don't have a tuxedo. That's all right. The suit you wore tonight will be fine. You looked wonderful. Good God, she was acting like a gushing teenager. I should go. He was frowning again. About the dancing competition? Yes, Coralie will be judging that. The Scarlett O'Hara knockoff? Yes. Darcy attempted a smile. Most likely she'll expect you to do a waltz or a polka. Those are her favorite dances. Not into hip-hop, is she? Darcy let out a nervous laugh. No, I believe most of the men are brushing up on the waltz tonight. I won't be. You waltz really well? He snorted. I don't waltz at all. Oh. Her heart sank. Then tomorrow would be his last night on the show, unless... I could... No, she couldn't. You could what? Teach me how to waltz? No, I can't, I'm sorry. I know. He smiled sadly. It wouldn't be fair to the other contestants, would it? She sighed. No. You're basically very honest, aren't you? He asked softly. She swallowed hard. The one thing she really needed to be honest with him about, she couldn't manage to do. Sometimes the truth is too difficult to say. I know. He watched her, his eyes growing more intense. A sudden wave of heat washed over her. It filled her, enveloping her cold, dead heart with soothing warmth. The heat rose to her face, flaming her cheeks and rushing through her head like a fever. She closed her eyes briefly, basking in the glorious heat. How did he do this to her? Make her so hot just by looking at her? No man had ever had such an effect on her. But then, she'd never loved a man as much as she did Adam. Oh, God. Adam pushed away from the door jamb and dragged a hand through his hair. Is something wrong? He shook his head. No. Yes, I don't know, he grimaced. I'll probably be eliminated tomorrow night. Do you want to be eliminated? I don't know what I want anymore. It's all screwed up. He looked so agitated. Darcy was tempted to read his mind to find out what was wrong. She'd never read a mind before. She'd always spurned all the nasty little vampire tricks. Mind control, teleportation, levitation. She didn't want any part of it, especially mind reading. It was such a terrible invasion of privacy. I'll be sorry to see you go. He nodded. It's what I need to do. It's for the best. She took a deep breath. He was right. It was for the best. Then you'll be gone tomorrow night, and I may never see you again. The last remnant of heat drained from her, leaving her cold and empty once again. I'll have to go as soon as the orchid ceremony is over, so I'll say goodbye now. She swallowed. Goodbye? She extended her hand. He frowned at her hand, so she stepped back, letting her arm fall to her side. He couldn't even touch her. How could her heart ache so badly when it was dead? Darcy. He reached out and held her by the shoulders. He touched his lips briefly to her brow. Goodbye. Then he turned and shut the door. The next evening, Austin dressed in his dark gray suit with a silver and blue striped tie. Tonight, he'd be kicked off the show for sure. His bags were already packed. He'd ride off in the limo and never see Darcy again. It hurt like hell, but it was for the best. He headed for the library with Garrett and George. There were 5 male vampires left in the game. Otto from Dusseldorf, Ahmed from Cairo, Roberto from Buenos Aires, Pierre from Brussels, and Reginald from Manchester. Gregory explained what was planned for the evening as he walked them to the staircase. One of the vampire judges arrived with the 2 cameramen, Darcy and Maggie. Darcy looked beautiful as usual, even though she was only dressed in pants and a t-shirt. Her eyes met his and lingered a moment before she looked away. The judge was the one they called Princess Joanna. She was certainly dressed like a medieval princess, though Austin figured her domain had disappeared hundreds of years ago. She was going to judge them on their presence, how well they were dressed, and how well they carried themselves. She called them one by one with her regal voice. As instructed, each man descended the stairs and walked halfway across the foyer. There, they were supposed to pose for a moment under the chandelier. Then, they were to pivot and walk to the library. I feel like I'm in a fashion show, Austin growled. Or a beauty pageant, Garrett grumbled. God, no, Austin grimaced. Please don't tell me there's going to be a swimsuit competition. Goth from Denver, Princess Joanna called. Garrett responded to his false name by straightening his shoulders and pasting a small smile on his face. He began his descent of the stairs. Austin debated whether or not he should slide down the banister, but when his name was called, he behaved himself. He didn't want to upset Darcy. He marched down the stairs, then strode across the foyer to the midpoint. Darcy was by the front door watching him. Her eyes glistened in the light from the chandelier. Were those tears in her eyes? She looked both sad and happy. A sad resignation in her eyes, but a sweet, loving curve to her smile. Oh, he knew it was love. He'd read it in her mind the night before, and now her expression seemed to be telling him she would still love him no matter how sad it made her. He smiled slightly, then turned toward the library. When all the men were in the library, Grigori explained that the next phase, the dancing competition, would take place on the roof. They went up the West End stairwell and found all the ladies waiting on the roof. A quartet of musicians were setting up by the greenhouse. They tuned up their string instruments. No electric guitars. It was definitely going to be an old-fashioned dance. All the patio furniture had been moved aside to leave a wide terrace between the pool and the outer wall. Grigori wandered around the terrace, lighting tiki torches. When he was done, he turned to the men.
"Gentlemen, you may ask any of the judges to dance. However, all of you must dance at least once with Coralie." He motioned to the Scarlett O'Hara knockoff. "She will be judging this part of the competition."
Coralie smiled at the men.
"I do declare, this will be such a delightful evening."
The quartet began the strains of a waltz. Pierre asked Coralie to dance. She accepted, and off they went, swirling around the terrace. Roberto asked Lady Pamela to dance. Maria Consuela and Princess Joanna declined to dance with anyone.
"I never do the waltz," the princess declared. "It is much too vulgar."
"It is evil." Maria Consuela stood next to a tiki torch and fiddled with her rosary. Vonda laughed and took off dancing with Ahmed. When the first waltz was over, Garrett made his move. He asked Coralie to dance, then spun her expertly around the terrace. Afterward, he returned to where Austin was standing. Austin shut his mouth, which had been hanging open.
"Where the hell did you learn to do that?"
Garrett smiled.
"I took a course in ballroom dancing. I figured in our line of work, you gotta be able to function at a fancy party."
"Oh," Austin grimaced. He should have thought of that. Coralie squealed, drawing their attention. Otto was dancing with her, or rather, he was swinging her around like a rag doll.
"Yeah, you are light like the feather,"
Otto declared in his booming voice. Coralie giggled. Her feet touched ground and she skipped along, keeping up with Otto's large strides.
"Oh, Otto, you are so big. I can hardly keep up with you."
"Yeah, the Otto is big and strong."
He lifted Coralie once again and whirled about. Lady Pamela and her partner jumped out of the way of Coralie's swooping hoop skirt. Coralie burst into laughter. Otto whooshed her into the air again as he spun about. Her foot knocked against a tiki torch. Austin watched as suddenly everything seemed to happen in slow motion. With a shout, he ran toward the torch as it tipped over. Maria Consuela screamed. The torch landed against the hem of her medieval gown and the flames spread. All the women started screaming. The music screeched to a halt. Austin kicked the torch aside, but the flames were already shooting up Maria Consuela's dress. He grabbed her from behind and tossed her into the deep end of the pool. She landed with a great splash and a hiss as the fire extinguished. She sank to the bottom while steam rose off the surface of the water. Austin stopped by the side of the pool. The others gathered around him. The cameramen pushed their way into good recording positions. Maria Consuela looked like a black lump at the bottom of the pool. Could a vampire drown? Austin didn't know. He glanced at the other vampires. Maybe not. They sure didn't look very concerned. But then again, maybe they were just a bunch of cold, heartless bastards. "Can she swim?" he asked. Vonda peered into the water. "Apparently not." Austin exchanged a look with Garrett. He shrugged his shoulders with a look that said, "Let her drown. After all, she was a vampire." Austin looked at Darcy. She gave him a beseeching, frantic look. The Spanish vampire was probably her friend. Sheesh. He kicked off his shoes and glared at the male vampires. "Don't any of you swim?" They shook their heads. Austin took off his jacket, handed it to Garrett, and dove into the cold water. He pulled Maria Consuela off the bottom of the pool. She immediately started kicking and flailing her arms. Damn it! He was supposed to be killing vampires, not saving their ass. He grabbed her arms and crossed them in front of her to subdue her. Then he held her against his chest and pushed off the bottom of the pool. They broke the surface. Maria Consuela wheezed and sputtered. She gulped down air, then started screaming in Spanish. As far as Austin could tell, she was cursing Otto with some kind of plague. He gripped her tightly and stroked toward the ladder. Her dress was too tangled around her legs for her to negotiate the ladder, so he heaved her over his shoulder and carried her out of the pool. He sat her down on a chaise lounge. "Madre de Dios!" Maria Consuela collapsed dramatically. "You have saved my life." "Indeed, you are a hero," Lady Pamela exclaimed.
"I do declare."
Coralie pressed a hand against her bosom.
"I've never seen a man act so bravely."
"If you'll excuse me."
Austin retrieved his jacket from Garrett.
"I need to change into dry clothes. I won't be able to dance. So I understand if you need to reject me."
"Fiddlesticks!"
Coralie interrupted him.
"I'll just wait until you get back. It's the least I can do."
Austin retrieved his shoes.
"You don't understand. I can't dance with you because I don't know how."
Coralie gasped. She exchanged a desperate look with the other women.
"He should be forgiven for his ignorance." Maria Consuela fumbled for her rosary and kissed it. "We have all fallen short in the eyes of the Lord."
A religious vampire? Austin shook his head. The more he learned about the vampire world, the more it confused him.
"He's a hero," Lady Pamela declared. "I would be honored to teach him how to waltz."
Vonda grinned.
"I'd like to teach him a few moves myself."
"We mustn't punish him,"
Coralie insisted.
"He's a hero."
"Indeed."
Princess Joanna studied Austin.
"He is a man who knows how to protect his own."
Austin groaned inwardly. He had a terrible feeling. He wasn't going home tonight, after all. Chapter 15. Darcy declared a 30-minute break to give those in wet clothes time to change. "Thank you," she murmured to Adam as she passed by him on the way to Maria Consuela. He gave her a frustrated look, then tramped off in his soggy clothes. With Maggie on one side and Darcy on the other, they helped support Maria Consuela on the trek back to the servants' floor. The other ladies trailed along, gossiping about Adam.
"He must be a vampire to be so wonderfully brave," Lady Pamela declared.
Maggie shot Darcy a look of alarm. Darcy realized her friend was worried that a mortal might actually win the contest. Not only would the show end up insulting the entire vampire world, but the ladies would end up with a mortal master. A disaster, to be sure, but luckily, Darcy knew it could never happen. "Don't worry." Darcy spoke over Maria Consuela's head to Maggie. "One of the qualifiers is strength. There's no way any mortal is going to be stronger than a vampire." Maggie exhaled in relief. "Good." They reached the servants' parlor, and Maggie took Maria Consuela to a room to change.
"Land sakes! All that dancing has left me positively famished."
Coralie sauntered into the kitchen and grabbed a bottle of chocolate from the refrigerator.
"Would anyone like to share this with me?"
She popped it into the microwave.
"I will."
Lady Pamela retrieved 2 teacups and saucers from the cabinet. Darcy filled a glass with ice, then took another bottle of chocolate from the fridge. "Have you decided who should be eliminated tonight?" She poured the chocolate and blood mixture into her glass. Lady Pamela shuddered.
"How ghastly! I cannot fathom how you can drink that stuff cold."
Darcy shrugged. She usually added some chocolate syrup, too. "The colder it is, the less I can taste the blood. Vonda snorted. But that's the best part. I know who needs to go. Coralie removed the chocolate from the microwave and poured the warm liquid into the teacups. That clumsy George trampled my feet 3 times, and he never apologized for it, even when I yelped in pain. Lady Pamela gasped. What appalling behavior! I agree. Princess Joanna put a bottle of Type O synthetic blood in the microwave. She liked her meals simple. As for the best-dressed contest, I wish to eliminate Ahmed of Cairo. Darcy frowned. You're not doing that just to please Maria Consuela. I realized she had quite a scare this evening. Nay, though I can certainly sympathize with her. I was frightened out of my wits a fortnight ago when I was badly burned. The princess cast a disparaging glance toward Coralie. Coralie winced and rushed into the parlor with her teacup. My reasoning is sound. Princess Joanna withdrew her bottle from the microwave and poured the contents into a glass. The man was wearing scruffy brown loafers with a black suit. Lady Pamela gasped. Horrid, simply horrid. Ghastly, Vonda added sarcastically as she popped a bottle of blood into the microwave. Princess Joanna stiffened. Prithee, you should take this more seriously. This is our new master we are choosing. Vonda shrugged. Aren't we doing fine without a master? I mean, we haven't killed each other. She grinned at the princess. Though we did come close. Princess Joanna huffed and stomped into the parlor. She sat in an easy chair. The ladies gave each other worried looks. If we didn't have a master, who would make decisions for us? Coralie asked. Darcy sat next to her. You made a decision tonight to eliminate George. Oh. Coralie sipped from her teacup. I suppose I did. But who would pay the bills? Lady Pamela asked. Vonda removed her dinner from the microwave. She sauntered into the parlor, drinking straight from the bottle. Princess Joanna frowned at her. Such manners are a disgrace. We need a master to keep us in line. Vonda swallowed. Seems to me, all we need is money. Lady Pamela set down her teacup with a clink. A master would take care of us. Vonda sprawled on the couch beside her. I think an occasional dose of vampire sex is all we need. And we wouldn't have any trouble finding lots of vamp men for that. Princess Joanna's frown deepened. Are you suggesting we consort in a promiscuous manner? I assure you, I am far too dignified for such behavior. Vonda rolled her eyes. I'm just wondering what a master's really good for, other than sex and money. The ladies sat there, silently. Vonda's question seemed to have them all stumped. Darcy watched, fascinated. The women were starting to question things they never would have before. I wouldn't mind a master if he was brave and heroic, Coralie whispered. Like Adam? Lady Pamela said. Darcy winced. Did you see his face during the fashion contest? Coralie asked. While the princess was judging, the other ladies had watched the competition in the parlor on the television. You mean when he stopped under the chandelier? Lady Pamela asked. He had the saddest look on his face. I thought I was going to cry. I wonder what made him so sad. Vonda gave Darcy a questioning look. Darcy felt a blush creep into her cheeks. Luckily, at that moment, Maggie strode into the parlor. Good news. Maria Consuela wasn't injured. She's just a little shaken by it all. The women murmured their relief. Tell us what happened last night at DVN, Vonda demanded. Oh, yes, do tell, Coralie exclaimed. Did you see Don Orlando? Maggie grinned. I did a screen test with him. The ladies all sighed, except for Vonda. She was frowning. How did it go? Darcy asked. Maggie leaned against the wall and hugged herself. "He looked deep into my eyes and asked for my phone number." The lady sighed again.
"Did you hear what Corky Curran's been saying about him on Live with the Undead?" Vonda asked.
Maggie scoffed.
"I don't listen to such vicious gossip."
"What did Corky say?" Coralie sipped from her teacup.
"She said he goes through women like Kleenex," Vonda said.
"That's not true," Maggie cried. "He's just looking for the right lady vamp."
"Then he must be looking in every coffin in America," Vonda grumbled.
"What is Kleenex?"
Princess Joanna demanded.
Vonda gritted her teeth. "It's a disposable handkerchief." The princess sniffed. "I don't believe in disposable things. They are evil." Vonda snorted.
"Right. They're garbage. And Don Orlando treats women like garbage."
"Stop it!" Maggie shouted. "I won't let you talk that way about him."
Darcy was waging an internal battle, debating whether or not to tell Maggie the truth. But poor Maggie looked so hurt. Darcy decided she would wait until later. Maggie needed to know about Don Orlando's affairs with Corky and Tiffany, but she deserved privacy for the dismal news. "Did you pass the screen test?"
"Yes, I did,"
Maggie announced defensively.
"And I'll be a star with Don Orlando, too. Just wait and see."
"What happens next?" Darcy asked.
"I have one more interview before they make their final decision. I have to talk to your boss."
"Sly?" Darcy stifled a groan. She'd have to warn Maggie about him, too.
"I am ready."
Maria Consuela entered the parlor. "Okay." Darcy went to the refrigerator to retrieve 2 more black orchids. "Let's go." As they took the elevator to the first floor of the penthouse, Darcy explained the upcoming schedule. "After tonight, we're taking a break for 3 nights. You can all stay here if you like."
"Where will you go?"
Maggie asked. "I'm going back to Grigori's," Darcy answered. "Tomorrow night, I have to go to DVN to edit the first show. It'll make its debut the next night on Saturday."
"How exciting!"
Coralie clasped her hands together.
"We can watch ourselves on television."
"Yes." The elevator opened onto the kitchen. Darcy led the ladies to the foyer. "The show is scheduled for midnight Wednesdays and Saturdays. I'll be editing the second show this Sunday. You guys will have the day off. Then we'll start shooting again on Monday." They filed into the foyer. Grigori had the men ready on the staircase in 2 lines of 4. As usual, Darcy looked for Adam first. He was now wearing dry clothes. He didn't look up as the ladies arranged themselves in a line. Was he upset with how things had turned out? The cameramen got into position. Bernie focused on the women and Bart on the men. Grigori began. "Tonight, 2 men will receive black orchids. If you receive one, you will be expected to leave immediately. The limo is waiting for you outside." The 8 men nodded. Bart panned slowly over their faces. "One more announcement before we begin," Grigori continued. "The prize money for the winner has risen once again. The sexiest man on Earth will now receive $3 million. The men looked excited, all except Adam. The lady judges gasped, then smiled at each other. "Princess Joanna, if you will step forward," Grigori said. She strode forward and stopped beneath the chandelier. "This orchid is for Ahmed of Cairo." Ahmed slumped with disappointment and moved down the stairs.
"Santa Maria be praised."
Maria Consuela crossed herself. Darcy winced. She'd have to edit that out. Ahmed accepted the orchid, then trudged back up the stairs. Coralie joined the princess under the chandelier. She held up her black orchid.
"This one is for George from someplace," she giggled. "I forgot."
George Martinez from Houston cursed under his breath as he descended the stairs. After he accepted the orchid, the men dispersed to their rooms. Darcy and the others went to the portrait room. She removed the flashlight from the wall safe and passed it to Grigori with whispered instructions. The ladies settled on the couches.
Tonight you eliminated Ahmed from Cairo.
Grigori clicked on the flashlight and aimed it at the Egyptian's portrait. The black light made his fangs magically appear.
"Oh, what a shame,"
Coralie whimpered.
"He was a vampire."
Maria Consuela frowned.
"He was a Moor." "And you eliminated George from Houston."
Grigori illuminated George's portrait. There was no change. Coralie jumped up.
"I did it! I found another one of those rascally mortals!"
The women stood and cheered. While Grigori poured glasses of bubbly blood, Darcy removed 2 more portraits from the wall. Now, there were only 6 men left, 2 mortals and 4 vamps. By a strange turn of events, Adam had survived another round, even though he hadn't wanted to.
"Congratulations."
Grigori raised a glass to toast the judges.
"You are 1 step closer to finding your new master. And your master is 1 step closer to being a very wealthy man."
$3 million!
Vonda shouted. The ladies burst into laughter and clinked their glasses together. Darcy set down her glass, unable to drink. When the ladies found their new master, they would all move away. She would lose all of them, just like she had Adam. She slipped out of the room and wandered across the foyer. An endless eternity stretched out before her, with no family and very few friends. It was going to be very lonely. It was 4:30 in the morning when Austin arrived back at his apartment in Greenwich Village. He would have to return to the penthouse in 3 days, but after he'd learned about their mini-vacation, he decided to leave immediately. He needed to get out and clear his head. He'd watched the celebration in the portrait room via his surveillance camera. Seeing the vampires cheer the removal of another rascally mortal had irked him. Those damned vampires thought they were so superior. And if that wasn't bad enough, he'd seen Darcy's reaction. She hadn't celebrated at all. She'd put down her glass with a forlorn look and wandered off. Damn it. She didn't belong with those vampires, but she couldn't belong with him either. He was so pissed off by then, he'd grabbed his bags and hauled ass. Garrett had decided to leave too, since the other human, George, had been eliminated from the show. Austin flipped the 3 deadbolt locks on his door, turned on the alarm system, then collapsed on the couch. Videotapes littered his coffee table. All the videos of Darcy's newscasts. He had enjoyed them so much when he thought she was alive. He slid in the last tape, the one that reported her disappearance. It showed the alley in Greenwich Village, the blood stain on the ground. The reporter explained that the police had discovered a knife with Darcy's blood on it. She was presumed dead. Damn it. He should have known she was dead. But how could he believe it when he was falling in love with her? Austin switched the television off. He leaned back and closed his eyes. He'd gone to that alley several times to look it over. The bloodstain was gone, washed away by 4 years of rain and snow. But that must have been where she had died. His beautiful Darcy, gone. What was he supposed to do now? He trudged to the kitchen, grabbed a beer from the refrigerator, and wandered back to the couch. The computer disk was still on the coffee table. He inserted it into his laptop. DVN was a joint corporation with several major investors. The president in charge of production was Sylvester Bacchus, Darcy's boss. Austin's gaze drifted to the legal pad where he was writing his list of vampires. Darcy's friends were on it: Grigori, Maggie, and Vonda. Holy crap, she would hate him forever for turning in her friends. And she could literally hate forever. With a sigh, he listed the male contestants from the reality show, along with all the information he'd learned about them. Then he began to list the female vampires. With each name, he felt a twinge in his gut. Damn it, they were vampires. The enemy. Why did he feel like he was betraying them? Because they're Darcy's friends. He collapsed against the back sofa cushion. How could he do this? Hadn't Darcy suffered enough? She might be one of the undead, but she was also an innocent. He knew that deep down in his bones. Darcy could never hurt anyone. And her friends? They did believe they were superior to humans, but he couldn't imagine them hurting anyone. They weren't anything like the vampires he and Emma had seen in the park. And they didn't seem to constitute a threat to humanity, like Sean insisted. They actually cared about each other. They were capable of love. He'd heard it in Darcy's thoughts. She was in love with Adam. In love with him. Could Shanna and Roman Dragonesti actually be in love? Damn it. How could such a relationship work? It was impossible. And even if these modern vampires were harmless, they couldn't have always been that way. Darcy's friends were obviously a great deal older than she. They could have been around for hundreds of years before the invention of synthetic blood. They had to have been feeding off humans. And it was his job to protect humans. The vampires had to go. They were already dead, so why should he care? He was letting his emotions get in the way of his job. Refusing to do his duty was tantamount to treason. He couldn't betray his country or all the innocent people who were relying on him to do the right thing. With a growl, he seized a pen and scrawled Darcy Newhart on the bottom of the list. On the top, he wrote, "Vampires must die." His heart cringed in his chest. The pen dropped from his hand. Oh, God. He jumped up and paced across the room. How could he do this to Darcy? Darcy is dead. He repeated over and over as he paced the floor. Darcy is dead. And he was cursed, for he was still alive and didn't know how he could live with himself. The next evening, Darcy rushed to DVN to begin the editing process. Sly had arranged for an experienced technician to train her. She needed 5 segments, each lasting 10 minutes. The remaining 10 minutes of the hour-long show was reserved for commercial breaks. As part of the rental agreement on the penthouse, Roman Dragonesti was expecting free commercial time on each show to advertise his vampire fusion cuisine. Grigori was going to be busy the next 3 nights in Studio 3, making new commercials for Chocolud, Bubbly Blood, and Blood Light. This had worked out perfectly for Darcy, allowing her to catch a ride with Grigori to DVN. Maggie was also excited about it, because Grigori had offered to let her star in one of the commercials. By 8:30, Darcy was satisfied with the opening segment of the show, a tour of the penthouse, and the arrival of the female judges. She looked up, startled, when Sylvester Bacchus barged into the workroom. "You gotta see this!" He switched the television on to DVN's live broadcast. "I told Corky to do some promotion for the new show." He turned up the volume as Corky came on the screen. "Welcome to Live with the Undead. I'm Corky Corrent, with the hottest celebrity news in the vampire world. Tomorrow night is the night we've all been waiting for. The debut of DVN's first and only reality show, The Sexiest Man on Earth. But first, let's see what's going on with the sexiest man on the soaps." "Oh, shit," Sly muttered. "Not this again." A picture of Don Orlando flashed on the right half of the screen. It had been digitally embellished with a pair of goat horns. "Is Don Orlando really the greatest lover in the vampire world?" Corky asked. "Or does he change partners every 2 hours because he's unable to satisfy a woman for longer than that?" Sly shook his head. "He should have never cheated on her. She's going to crucify him." Corky smiled sweetly.
I'm a fair person, so I'm going to let you, the viewers, decide. Email me at the address on the screen, corky@dvn.com, and vote for which answer is correct. Is Don Orlando a stinking fraud, or merely an odious pig?
Darcy sighed. She still needed to talk to Maggie.
And now, for the main story,
Corky continued with a wide grin.
Everyone is eagerly awaiting the first show of a hot new series that will debut tomorrow night, then air every Wednesday and Saturday. It's the vampire world's first reality show, The Sexiest Man on Earth. It stars the famous former harem of Coven Master Roman Dragonesti, and some of the hunkiest, sexiest men in the vampire world.
An aerial shot of the penthouse roof came on screen. Darcy sat up, her nerves tensed. Sly waved a dismissive hand.
Don't worry, I asked Bernie to give her a little advance footage. It's just teaser stuff, great for promotion.
Here at Live with the Undead, we're going to treat you to an exclusive preview of DVN's hottest new show,
Corky continued.
And just how hot is this show going to be?
She laughed.
Hot enough to smoke up your screen, and we'll show you what I mean. Believe me, this guy gets my vote for the sexiest man on Earth.
A scene wavered on the screen, as if a cameraman was struggling to focus on something in the distance. Slowly, the image grew sharper. Darcy gasped.
Yes!
Sly slapped a hand against his thigh. The picture was a bit hazy, since it was recorded at a distance in the dark without sufficient lighting, but it was certainly clear enough to make Darcy want to scream.
I knew that hot tub was a great idea.
Sly grinned.
Look at this. Off comes the dress, then the guy throws it into the pool.
Darcy sank in her chair. You've seen this before?
Sure. Bernie showed it to me last night. We watched it about 10 times. Now, here's my favorite part.
Sly pointed at the television.
Off comes the bra.
Darcy covered her mouth to keep from groaning out loud.
Wow, that's cool,
the technician said, his eyes riveted to the screen. Sly turned to Darcy, smiling.
Great work, Newhart. I just wish it had come out a bit clearer. So is that one of Dragonesti's ex-harem ladies?
Darcy winced. You could say that. Oh God, this was terrible. The only thing keeping her from running from the building, screaming and ripping out her hair, was the fact that the recording had been fuzzy. It was just clear enough to tell there were two nearly naked bodies making out in the hot tub, but the faces weren't clear. Thank God, she was safe for now.
Man, is she hot. I need to get to know her a little better, if you know what I mean.
Sly winked.
So, tell me, Newhart, who is she?
Chapter 16. Darcy swallowed hard. If the truth got out, Sly would probably fire her as a director and offer her a job as DVN's first porn star. I believe the woman in question was unaware that she was being recorded.
So?
Sly scratched at his goatee.
She was in a hot tub. It's not like she had any expectation of privacy.
A good point, and one she would be sure to remember in the future. Although she doubted she'd ever experience such a sexy scene again in her long, miserable life. I don't believe I should divulge the woman's name without her permission.
Well, you should. I could make her a star.
Sly handed her his card.
Just give her this, and tell her I want to meet her.
Will do. Darcy dropped the card into her purse. I need to work now, or we won't have the show ready for tomorrow night.
Fine. Make it great.
Sly sauntered out the door. With a sigh, Darcy switched off Corky's show. Let's get back to work. The technician finished scribbling a note, then handed it to her.
Could you, give this to the lady in the hot tub?
Darcy noticed his name and phone number on the note. Rick was one of the few mortals who worked at DVN. You realize the lady in question is a vampire?
Yeah?
He sipped from his coffee.
So?
You don't think it could be dangerous to date a vampire? He reached into his paper bag and removed a donut.
I work with you all. You seem safe enough to me.
He crammed half the donut into his mouth. The hot, yeasty smell was heavenly. Darcy was so tempted, but the last time she'd tried real food, it hadn't stayed down.
I just want some fun, and that lady is hot.
Rick stuffed the rest of the donut in his mouth.
Besides, it's not like I'm looking for commitment, you know.
I see. You don't think there could be a lasting relationship between a mortal and a vamp?
Not really.
He licked the sugar off his fingers.
Can I ask you something?
Darcy nodded. She'd known a relationship with Adam couldn't work. She just hadn't expected the truth to hurt this much.
Is it hard giving up real food?
She turned away. Yes. She dropped Rick's note into her purse. Let's get back to work. They'd been working about 10 minutes when the door cracked open and DVN's receptionist peeked in. Darcy glanced up. Can I help you?
Yes.
She slipped inside.
Corky asked me to give this to you, so you could pass it on to the sexy guy in the hot tub.
She handed Darcy a business card. Corky had written on the back, "Call me." She'd included her private phone number and a drawing in red ink of 2 entwined hearts. How sweet, Darcy ground out, tempted to rip the card in 2. Anything else? I have work to do. The receptionist blushed almost as red as the dyed streaks in her hair.
Could you, give him this, too? But don't tell Corky. She'd kill me.
What is it? Darcy accepted the note.
It's my phone number.
The receptionist rushed from the room. Darcy tossed the card and note into her purse. So it was Adam's lucky day. He was rapidly acquiring a fan club, and all because he knew how to remove a lady's bra in record time. She took a deep breath and shoved her frustrated emotions to the side. She could scream later. Right now, she needed to work. 5 minutes later, the door opened. She glanced up. Well, speak of the devil.
Good evening.
Don Orlando swaggered into the room. He was wearing black leather pants low on his hips and a black silk cape, which looked a bit odd without a shirt underneath. He took a wide stance in his black leather boots. His hair was so black, Darcy suspected it must be dyed. Did that mean his mound of chest hair was dyed too? Just how much of Don Orlando was fiction? No one seemed to know his real name. He raked his dark eyes over her and smiled slowly.
You know who I am, of course.
Either a stinky fraud or an odious pig, according to Corky. Yes, I do.
I wish to know the name of the sexy woman in the hot tub.
Darcy stifled a groan. I can't divulge her name. He smirked.
Just tell her, Don Orlando de Corazon, the greatest lover in the vampire world, wishes to woo her. She will comply.
Right. Over my dead body, which was unfortunately too close to the truth. Darcy stood and headed to the door. I have a lot of work to do, so if you could move your little booties somewhere else, I'd appreciate it. He turned with a flourish of his cape and left. Darcy shut the door and locked it. Austin rose before dawn and went to the office. Since it was a Saturday, Sean wasn't there, and he was grateful for that. He didn't want to answer questions. He borrowed a white surveillance van from Homeland Security and visited a local cable company, where flashing his badge got him a clipboard full of invoices and a work shirt with the company logo. He drove to DVN and arrived by 8 o'clock in the morning.
We got a complaint about 4 in the morning from Sylvester Bacchus.
He explained to the mortal security guard.
The internet connection was going on and off.
Really? The guard took the clipboard, and regarded the invoice with a suspicious eye. I wasn't notified about this. They probably forgot to tell you. You will believe me. Austin projected his thoughts into the guard's head. The guard handed the clipboard back. Come on in. Thanks. This won't take long. Austin headed for the offices with his toolbox. Sylvester Bacchus's office was easy to find, since he had a big brass nameplate on his door. Austin closed the door and went to work. The computers at DVN were basically dinosaurs, so he had to download everything onto disks. When he was done, he made sure everything looked the way it had before. As he crossed the lobby, he waved at the security guard. Everything's fixed. Back in his apartment, Austin made labels for each of the disks and downloaded all the data onto his laptop. He now had all the information anyone would ever want to know about DVN. All he had to do was email it to Sean. But if he sent the information, Darcy would be targeted with all the other vampires. He shut the laptop and looked at the stuff on his coffee table. Videos of Darcy, discs from DVN, and the damned list that said, vampires must die. He couldn't take it anymore. The more he tried to do the right thing, the worse he felt. Sometimes, being the good guy really sucked. It was Saturday night, and time for the debut. Gregory drove Darcy and Maggie to the penthouse. There, they found the lady judges in their parlor, waiting excitedly for the show to begin. The bubbly blood was chilling in an ice bucket. Midnight arrived, and the ladies were glued to the screen. All televisions had been removed from the rooms upstairs. The male vamps needed to remain ignorant about the mortal competitors, so they weren't allowed to watch the show until it was finished. And of course, the mortals had to be kept completely in the dark. That was easy to do, since the two mortals had left the penthouse entirely. As the show came to a close, Darcy grew tense with worry. The last scene was the one in the portrait room, when the ladies discovered for the first time that some of the contestants were mortal. Soon, the ladies' outrage would explode on the screen. How on earth would Sly react? He'd wanted a big twist, but this might be a bigger one than he could handle. When the closing credits began, the ladies poured bubbly blood and toasted each other. Darcy accepted a glass with a growing sense of doom. Any minute now. The phone rang. She set down her glass with a sigh. Gregory answered the phone. Sure, she's here. He handed the receiver to Darcy. It's Shanna Dragonesti. Darcy blinked. Shanna? Why would she be calling? Hello?
Darcy, I need to talk to you. It's important.
Okay. Darcy waited for Shanna to talk.
I mean in person. I'm at our new house in White Plains. Can you teleport here?
Darcy's grip on the phone tightened. Actually, no, maybe Gregory can drive me. She gave him a questioning look.
No, that'll take too long.
Shanna's voice faded. It sounded like she had covered the receiver to talk to someone else.
Connor wants you here. Now.
Darcy's heart lurched in her chest. I'd rather not.
It's urgent, Darcy. You need to teleport here now.
I don't know how. I've never done it before. Her face flooded with heat as she realized Shanna was sharing her inadequacy with Connor. Her eye twitched. Look, Gregory can drive me. We'll leave right away.
Keep talking, Shanna said. Connor's coming to get you.
No! Darcy gasped for air. I don't want to teleport, and I sure don't want to go anywhere with... A figure materialized beside her. A man in a red and green kilt. Connor. The phone slipped from her hand and clattered on the floor. I'm sorry, lass, but you need to come with me. The Scotsman wrapped a strong arm around her, and everything went black. Terror whipped through Darcy. She was trapped and helpless, just like she'd been 4 years ago. She couldn't feel her body. The only thing keeping her from floating away like vapor into a black void was the steel-like grip of Connor. Once again, he was abducting her against her will. She hated him for it, and she hated herself for being so damned afraid. Good God, if she had any courage in her at all, she'd push herself away and fade into oblivion, never to materialize again. As soon as her feet touched ground, a room wavered before her eyes and came into view. A living room with 2 wingback chairs, a television, and a sofa. Shanna was sitting in a chair, watching them. Darcy broke free from Connor and stumbled. "Careful." He reached out to steady her. "Don't!" The words, "touch me," stuck in her throat when she saw his face. Regret had etched lines on his brow and dulled the blue of his eyes. The truth scraped at her like overlong fingernails, and she looked away. God have mercy. His decision that night haunted him as much as it did her. Shanna set her phone down on the coffee table next to her drink.
"Thank you for coming, Darcy."
Like she'd been given any choice. Darcy pivoted, surveying the comfortable room decorated in blue toile with yellow accents. "Is this your new house?"
"Yes. Roman wants to keep the location a secret. The Highlanders know, of course, since they do our security."
Shanna motioned to the blue velvet couch.
"Please, have a seat."
Darcy circled the coffee table and sat close to Shanna. "What's wrong? Are the malcontents causing trouble again?"
"Not so much, now that Petrovsky is dead. I'm afraid our latest security problems are caused more by my father."
Darcy glanced briefly at Connor, who was standing still, his arms crossed over his broad chest.
"I heard a little about your father the night of your wedding."
Shanna sighed.
"At least we were still able to have the wedding. Would you like something to drink?"
"No, thank you."
"I need to go to Roman's townhouse to fetch the file,"
Connor announced quietly.
"I'll return soon."
He faded away. Darcy breathed easier once he'd teleported away. Shanna smiled.
"I saw your show. You did a fabulous job."
"Thank you."
"I know the ex-harem probably hates me, but I really do wish them well."
Shanna's smile widened.
"I just wish them well, far away from my husband."
"I understand." Darcy wondered what on earth could be so urgent that she was here. "If it helps, I can assure you that none of the harem ladies ever harbored romantic feelings for Roman. It was simply a matter of convenience."
"Thanks. That's good to know."
Shanna sipped from her drink as an awkward silence fell between them. "Why am I here?" Darcy finally asked. Shanna shifted uneasily in her chair.
"I think we should wait until Connor returns."
Darcy sighed. She really didn't want to discuss anything with Connor around. It was so hard to concentrate when she kept imagining what he had done 4 years ago. "It doesn't bother you to be surrounded by vampires?" Darcy blurted out. "I mean, you're not frightened or repulsed by us?"
Shanna smiled. "I was a bit freaked at first, but once I got to know Roman and his friends, I knew they'd never hurt me."
"But Roman, I mean..." Darcy was curious how a relationship could work between a vamp and a mortal. If somehow Adam could accept her as a vampire, perhaps.
"You're wondering how I could marry a vampire?"
Darcy nodded.
"I was already falling in love with Roman when I found out the truth."
Shanna's eyes filled with tears.
"And he loves me so much. He's willing to do anything to give me the normal life I want. He's even trying to become mortal for me."
"What?" Darcy sat up. She dug her fingers into the sofa cushion. "Is such a thing possible? Oh, please, say it is."
"Roman believes it's possible. But even so, the first experiment failed."
Darcy's heart plummeted to her stomach. She slumped back on the couch.
Oh, Shanna winced. I should have realized. I'm sorry.
Darcy shook her head. Her throat had contracted too tight to say anything.
I am sorry.
Shanna leaned over to touch Darcy's knee.
Connor told me how unhappy you are.
Darcy swallowed. He should know.
I know.
Shanna watched her sadly.
But I know Connor very well. He wouldn't knowingly hurt anyone. He's a good man.
Darcy gritted her teeth. I've heard it before. And yet here she was, a vampire against her will. He hadn't asked for permission. He'd just assumed she would be grateful to spend eternity as a blood-sucking creature, no matter what the price. She squeezed her eyes shut. The price had been too high, damn it. She'd lost everything. Her family, friends, career, and she was still losing. She would lose Adam once he knew the truth. But if she could become mortal again... Tell me about the experiment. Shanna sighed.
Well, it's basically the reversal of the process that transforms a person into a vampire. During the transformation, a mortal is drained completely of blood. Roman believes a chemical is released from the attacking vampire, and it's this chemical that induces the coma. When the chemical wears off, the person dies a natural death. But if a vampire feeds his own blood to that person, he will become a vampire.
Images flitted through Darcy's mind of Connor feeding his own blood back to her. She swallowed hard. Go on.
To reverse the process, a vampire would be completely drained by another vampire, so the bite will release the chemical that induces the vampire coma. Then, if the subject is infused with human blood, he should awaken as a human.
Darcy took a deep breath. And you say it failed?
The first attempt did.
Shanna grimaced.
That poor little pig. I objected, but Roman said it was the only way.
Darcy stiffened. They made a vampire pig?
Shanna made a sour face. Yeah, it sounds terrible, I know. But I'm grateful Roman didn't go ahead with his original plan and do the experiment on himself.
She shuddered.
Thank God we talked him out of that.
Roman was willing to risk his life in order to be a mortal with his wife. He loves you very much.
Shanna nodded. He's at Romatech now, trying to figure out what went wrong. Laszlo has a theory, but if he's right, then the experiment will never work.
Oh. Darcy's heart sank lower.
Laszlo believes it's like turning back time, that the vampire in question must be returned completely to his former human self. In other words, the human blood infused into him must contain his own specific human DNA.
They can't insert Roman's DNA into some synthetic blood?
That's what Roman planned to do, but last night, they discovered his DNA was mutated. And since Roman is over 500 years old, there's no way to know what his original human DNA was like.
Oh. It was impossible. She was still trapped. Forever. Shanna leaned back in her chair, frowning.
That last discovery has really screwed up everything. We were so sure we could have children. But now...
You wanted to have children with Roman?
Yes, very much.
Shanna gazed off into space.
It seemed so simple. Roman just erased the DNA from live human sperm and inserted his own. We tried artificial insemination a few times.
She splayed her hand across her belly.
I could be pregnant now. I hope so.
Darcy sat up, alarmed. But you just said his DNA isn't human. It's mutated.
Roman only figured that out last night. Now he wants to stop the attempts to get me pregnant.
But you don't?
Shanna shrugged. I love him just the way he is, and I would love our child, no matter what.
Darcy's gaze lowered to Shanna's abdomen. The baby's DNA would be half vampire.
I know,
Shanna smiled.
Don't worry. We only attempted insemination 3 times. Chances are, nothing happened.
Her smile turned sad.
I wanted children so bad.
I'm sorry. Darcy reached over to touch her hand. Shanna squeezed her hand back.
I'll keep praying. And I'll pray everything works out for you, too.
Darcy sat back, releasing Shanna's hand. I'm afraid it's hopeless for me.
There's always hope.
Shanna's eyes twinkled.
I believe I told Roman that once.
Connor's image wavered before them, then became solid. Darcy's nerves tensed. He placed a plastic DVD case and a manila folder on the coffee table. On the folder, written in bold letters, she read the words, Stakeout Team. Sorry it took me so long. Connor took a seat in the blue toiled chair opposite Shanna. While I was at the townhouse, we received another call from Katya.
Oh, dear.
Shanna frowned. Who is she? Darcy asked. Katya and Galina are joint coven masters for the Russians, Connor explained. Female coven masters? Darcy asked. I didn't know such a thing was possible. It is revolutionary, Connor admitted. They took over after Petrovsky died.
Shanna snorted. You mean after they both killed him?
Aye. Those are 2 ladies I wouldn't want to anger. Connor grimaced. But they are very angry now. Another one of their coven was murdered tonight in Central Park.
How many is that now? Shanna asked.
3? Aye. 3 malcontents, killed in the last few weeks. Katya accused us of doing it. I denied it, but she's certain we know more than we're saying. Do you? Darcy's journalistic instincts kicked in. Do you know who's doing it? I can make a bloody good guess. Connor gestured toward the folder. Are we friends from the CIA, the stakeout team? Shanna groaned. Darcy thought back. Didn't you mention them before? The night of Shanna's wedding? Shanna nodded wearily.
My father's in charge of the stakeout team. He tried his best to stop my wedding.
Connor frowned. They're up to other mischief as well. Darcy glanced at the folder with a sense of foreboding. How can a mortal manage to kill a vampire? Wouldn't a vamp use mind control to stop him? Or simply teleport away? Each member of the team has a certain amount of psychic power, Connor explained.
My father has quite a bit, Shanna added. I inherited my abilities from him.
I see. So these mortals are vampire slayers with psychic power. It sounds frightening.
It is, Shanna sighed. I tried to tell my father there were 2 kinds of vampires. The good, bottle-guzzling modern vamp, and the nasty malcontents. But he wouldn't listen. He hates all vampires with a passion. Roman's afraid he would even hurt me now that he considers me a traitor.
I'm so sorry. It must be very difficult for you.
Shanna gave her a sad look. My father's making it difficult for everyone. Even you, I'm afraid.
Me? But I've never met any of them.
My father held me prisoner for a while, until Connor was able to rescue me, Shanna continued. I met most of the team, so I recognize them when I see them.
Connor moved to the couch next to Darcy. She immediately stiffened. I am sorry, lass, but you must know about this. He turned the folder to face them and opened it. The first sheet of paper was titled Sean Whalen and contained information on him. Connor pointed to a box with the number 10 inside. This is how the CIA ranks psychic power. A 10 is the highest. He turned the page to reveal Sean Whalen's photo. Connor turned to the next profile. It was on Alyssa Barnett. Psychic power 5. Connor turned the page to her photo, then continued to the next profile. Emma Wallace. Psychic power 7. She's British, Connor commented.
Transferred over from MI6, most likely because of her psychic abilities. It is a bit rare amongst the mortals."
He turned to her photo. The women were young and pretty, Darcy noticed. "I've never seen any of these people."
"Just wait."
Connor turned to the next profile. The page was titled, Garrett Manning, Psychic Power 3. Connor turned to his photo. Darcy gasped. She was looking at Garth Manley. No, this must be some kind of mistake.
"No mistake."
Shanna frowned at Garrett's photo. "When I saw him climb out of that limo on your show, I couldn't believe it." Darcy jumped up and skirted the coffee table.
A CIA operative on her show?
She paced across the room. "I don't understand. He auditioned for the show. I picked him myself."
"Well, he is rather handsome,"
Shanna conceded.
"I can see why you would choose him."
Darcy paced back toward the sofa. "He was easily one of the best. You should have seen the others. They were so—" She halted suddenly. The others had been so bad. Unbelievably bad. Her shoulders slumped. "I was set up. From the beginning."
"Probably so," Connor agreed. "But you shouldn't have flay yourself over it. The question now is, why is he there? What is he planning to do?"
I don't know." Darcy paced across the floor again. "He's been behaving himself as far as I know."
"No one on your set has been harmed in any way?"
"No."
"Still, you should double your security, especially during the day. I'll gladly take care of that. I do not like the thought of a vampire slayer living in the same house as your vamps."
"Oh my God!" Darcy halted, breathing heavily. All her friends could be in danger. All the male contestants, too. And all because she had allowed a CIA man on her show. This is terrible.
"I'm afraid it gets worse."
Connor rotated the folder so it would be facing her.
He turned Garrett's photo over. "There's another one."
A chill ran up Darcy's spine.
"No," she whispered. "No. Please don't let it be him."
She stepped closer to the coffee table and read the name of the last profile. Austin Olaf Erickson. Olaf. Psychic power 10. The room swirled around her head. Connor turned the page to reveal the last photo. Adam. Chapter 17. Darcy's legs gave out. She plopped onto her rear, still staring at the photo on the coffee table.
"Are you all right, lass?"
Connor stood. She shook her head, still staring at the photo.
"Adam."
Shanna leaned forward.
"Are you involved with him?"
I don't even know his real name." Darcy lowered her head into her hands.
"You are involved with him,"
Shanna whispered. Why bother to deny it? One look at his picture, and she'd collapsed on the floor. Darcy raised her head and gazed at Adam's photo. No, not Adam. Her chest contracted, squeezing the air from her lungs and crushing her heart. She'd spent so much time thinking about Adam when he wasn't Adam, longing for Adam when he wasn't Adam. He'd been the first thought in her mind when she awoke, her last thought when she fell into her death sleep. And her thoughts had always centered on the futile hope that somehow, in spite of all her fears and doubts, he could still love her, and they could be together. It was all a lie, a useless, hopeless dream that turned to dust in the light of the truth, just like she would in the sun. Adam was gone. No, Adam had never existed. But her dream had been real, and it nearly killed her to lose it. The loss tore at her heart, then slowly twisted into something more sinister. Betrayal. He'd lied to her, Hell, he probably didn't care about her at all. He was simply working undercover. Now his conversation with Lady Pamela made sense. He talked about the different lengths of nighttime because he knew he was talking to a vampire. He'd wanted the judges to think he was a vampire. He was fooling them, fooling her. And his remark about being an international spy? Lady Pamela had laughed at his silliness, but he was the one laughing at them all. "Oh my God!" Darcy gasped. She looked at Shanna in horror. "I told him about your wedding. It was my fault. Oh no!" She covered her mouth. "I'm so sorry." Shanna's eyes widened. "What did you say?" "He asked me to go out that Saturday, and I said I had a wedding to go to. I mentioned your names, but that was all." Connor nodded. That's how Sean Whalen knew the date of the wedding. "I didn't say where," Darcy assured them. But now she remembered how Adam had pressed her for more information. He'd wanted to know where Shanna was taking her honeymoon. "It's all right," Shanna smiled. "We still had our wedding." Darcy gritted her teeth. "It's not all right." Anger flared inside her, but it wasn't hot. She thought she was cold the last 4 years, but it was nothing compared to the icy rage that shuddered through her now. Adam had used her, and she'd been so desperate for warmth and attention, she'd fallen for him. She'd come close to destroying Shanna's wedding because of him. Damn him for treating her like a pathetic, lonely woman. She motioned toward the plastic DVD case. "What is that?" "Surveillance on Austin Erickson." Connor opened the case and removed the disc. "We've been studying the stakeout team. We plan to visit them all on the same night and erase their memories." Connor inserted the DVD into Shanna's recorder and turned on the TV. "I did surveillance on Erickson to get an idea of his schedule. We do not want to miss him on the appointed night." Darcy slowly stood. On the TV screen, she saw a dimly lit garage. Someone parked a dark sedan and climbed out. Adam. No, make that Austin. No, make that lying scumbag. He walked toward an elevator. The screen went black momentarily, then showed the living room of an apartment. Austin was inside, moving about. "I levitated to the 4th floor and shot this through the window," Connor said. "I hope no one noticed you hanging around in mid-air," Shanna commented dryly. The corner of the Scotsman's mouth quirked. "I wasn't a scene." His smile faded as he regarded Darcy. "This Erickson is a dangerous one. We've never seen a mortal with that much psychic power." Shanna's eyes widened. "More than me?" "You're strong," Connor conceded. "But you haven't been trained for it." He motioned to Austin on the screen. "This man has." Darcy clenched her hands. They felt brittle and cold enough to crack like a sheet of ice. What kind of psychic power? Does he control people? Had he manipulated her mind to make her fall for him? No, that couldn't be right. Her feelings involved more than her brain, and he couldn't have manipulated her heart. "I'm no certain how much he can do," Connor replied, "but surely you would have noticed if he tried to read your mind." Right. Darcy exhaled with relief. She could always tell when someone tried to enter her mind. I would have felt cold. Shanna winced. "It doesn't work that way for a mortal. When my father tried to read my mind, it was very warm." "Aye, 'tis cold as death from a vamp, but hot from a mortal," Connor agreed. "Hot?" Darcy sank into a wingback chair. Good God. All those times she'd flushed with heat, she'd attributed it to attraction, even lust. And all along, it had been him, invading her mind, without her knowledge and against her will. Connor's eyes narrowed. "He has read your mind, hasn't he?" That manipulating bastard. Her eye twitched. I don't think he learned anything valuable from me." "Probably not." Connor crossed his arms.
They never knew where the wedding was to take place.
Darcy nodded. All Austin could have learned from her was her most private fears and desires, and that was bad enough. He might even know she'd fallen in love with him. Empathic, ha! She thought he was exaggerating, but no, it was a gross understatement. Another lie. She snatched his profile from the folder. Can I keep this?
Aye, we have it all on computer.
Connor turned off the television.
What are you planning to do? Get even.
Darcy noted Austin's address on the profile.
I do not think it's a good idea for ye to see him right now. You're too upset. Let me talk to him.
He's my problem. I'll deal with it. Connor hesitated, frowning. You made decisions for me in the past, Darcy added quietly. Don't do it again. A hint of pain crossed his face.
Very well. I will leave this to you, but be careful. We do not know how he will react.
I only spent a short time with him, Shanna said as she stood, but he seemed like a nice guy.
He seemed like a lot of things, Darcy muttered as she folded his profile and slipped it into her trouser pocket.
I thought he had a more open mind than the others, Shanna continued. This could be a good thing, you know. If you can convince him that some vampires are good, he could tell the others on the team.
Darcy balled her hands into fists. She didn't feel like being a diplomat tonight. I want to go now.
All right.
Connor gathered together the DVD and folder.
I'll take ye to Roman's townhouse. Then Ian can drive ye to the apartment.
This time, Darcy didn't object when Connor draped an arm around her shoulders and teleported away. 30 minutes later, Ian double-parked on a narrow side street in Greenwich Village. It was only a few blocks from the alley where her life had changed forever.
I'll find a place to park, Ian said. How much time do you need?
Darcy glanced at the clock on the dashboard. I think 30 minutes should be enough. She'd known Ian for 4 years now, yet it still rattled her that he looked like a teenager, but was over 400 years old.
I'll be waiting for you outside his apartment at 2:45.
Ian left the lights flashing on Roman's BMW and dashed around to open Darcy's door.
Come.
He led her to the front door of the apartment building.
The mortal's very strong, both physically and psychically, so be careful.
Ian removed some tools from his sporran. In less than a minute, he had the door unlocked. Thank you. Darcy walked into the building and went up the elevator to the 4th floor. The hallway was long and dimly lit. Austin's apartment was halfway down, facing the street. A sudden reluctance swept through her. What was she doing? Sure, she was pissed, but this confrontation was going to hurt her as much as it would him, because, damn it, she still cared. For the past few weeks, she'd felt attraction, desire, worry, even love for this man. The emotions had poured into a deep, hungry well, and it couldn't drain empty in just a few minutes. She tried the doorknob. Locked, of course. Would he hear her if she knocked? Would he even let her in? She considered finding Ian to let him fiddle with the locks. Or there was another possibility. She'd never tried it before. She'd never wanted to admit she was capable of it. It was a vampire thing. But she was a vampire. Time to stop pretending she was merely a human with an eating disorder who kept odd hours. She was a creature of the night. And that was the reason Austin Olaf Erickson had come into her life. She rested a palm against the door and concentrated. She only had to teleport to the other side. Only move a few inches through space. She closed her eyes and focused her thoughts. Slowly, the floor beneath her feet disappeared. The door beneath her hand vanished. She quelled a sudden burst of panic and willed herself forward a few feet. Now, she concentrated on regaining her form. The room came into view. The same room she'd seen on Connor's surveillance disc. A quick look around assured her the room was empty. She'd done it. She glanced back, noting the 3 deadbolt locks and alarm system control panel by the door. With a surge of pride, she realized even a macho international spy couldn't keep her out. Now where was that lying scumbag? She moved quietly across the room. Austin obviously spent a lot of time on the leather couch that sat opposite the television. The coffee table was littered with videotapes, a laptop, and old computer disks. Not very modern for an international spy. And not very sober either. A dozen empty beer bottles decorated the end table. In one corner of the room, a workout bench was surrounded by an assortment of weights. To the left, the living area opened into a small kitchen. To the right, she spotted a closed door. She opened it and wandered inside. Moonlight from the window illuminated several pieces of furniture: a dresser, a bedside table, and a queen-sized bed. Her eyesight and hearing had grown keener since becoming a vampire. She could hear his soft and regular breathing, see each fold and twist of the bedsheet around his legs and hips. Apparently, he moved a lot in his sleep. He'd pushed the sheet down to his hips. She could see the waistband on his boxer shorts. He was a beautiful man. Moonlight caressed the breadth of his back across the shoulders, the golden tint of his skin, the indentation of his spine as it came down his lower back. Darcy circled the bed, looking at him. The curve of his biceps, the soft, curly hair on his chest, the thick, tousled hair on his head, the little crease on his cheek where his dimple was. His skin looked bronzed and warm. How she had loved that warmth. But she had confused his body warmth with a warm, loving character. Her eyes brimmed with tears. She'd fallen for him so fast. His jaw was shaded with whiskers, darker than the sun-bleached hair on his head. It gave him an aura of danger, as if a pirate lurked beneath the golden surfer boy. But the skin along his cheekbones was soft and smooth. His thick eyelashes rested against the soft skin, lending him a look of sweet innocence. She had believed in that innocence, when all along there'd been a pirate underneath. How could you? Her thoughts screamed in her head. How could you lie to me? He moaned and turned onto his back. She stepped back. Had he heard her thoughts? He shook his head slowly, his face contorting with a grimace. No, he mumbled. He kicked at the sheet. No. His hands fisted. His eyes moved rapidly beneath his closed eyelids. A bad dream, that was all. Well, he deserved bad dreams. No. He curled into a fetal position. Darcy. She inhaled sharply. He was dreaming about her, and his voice had sounded wrenched with pain. A guilty conscience? Or had he fallen for her too? She backed out of the room. She recalled the way he had looked that night in the greenhouse, when he thought no one was watching. He'd looked miserable. She approached the couch. Were all these empty beer bottles his way of drowning the pain? The labels on the videotapes caught her eye. Local 4, Darcy Newhart. What on earth? She grabbed one and inserted it into the VCR. She located the remote control on the couch, then turned on the television. The volume was fairly low, but she punched the mute button just in case. The tape started. Her knees gave out, and she plopped onto the couch. Oh God, she remembered this. It was the opening of the dog park in the Bronx. She was there, alive, walking in the sunlight. She pressed a hand against her mouth. Her eyes stung with tears. Damn it, she wasn't going to cry. That life was over. She turned off the television and examined the videos. 12 in all. They covered her entire career and beyond. The last one's label read, Darcy's disappearance/death. With a gasp, she dropped it on the table. Good God. She squeezed her eyes shut and concentrated on taking deep breaths. A calmness settled over her when she realized Austin Erickson had been watching those tapes. He'd studied her like a test subject in order to manipulate her. The lying scumbag. She picked up a computer disk and read the label. DVN, Employee Records. That bastard. She picked up 2 more. DVN, Subscribers. DVN, Advertisers. Good God, he must have downloaded everything from DVN. Is this what he'd done in her office? He'd come pretending that he wanted to see her, but all along he'd been seeking a way to destroy her workplace, her acquaintances, her entire world? She glimpsed something yellow beneath the discs and pushed them to the side. She lifted the yellow legal pad to make out the writing in the dim light. Her name was scrawled on the bottom of a list, and in the top margin he'd written, "Vampires must die." With a strangled cry, she dropped the pad on the table. A shudder coursed through her body. Die? He meant to kill her? She clenched her hands together and looked at the list once more. Grigori, Bonda, Maggie. The list went on naming all the people she cared about. Panic flooded her, threatening to drown her with the full extent of Adam's betrayal. She leapt to her feet. She would not be victimized like this. Her life had been stolen from her before, but never again. That bastard. She should march in there and knock his head off. But first, she needed to protect her vampire friends. No more pretending she wasn't one of them. She was. And this was war. She ripped the first few pages off the legal pad and tore them up into tiny pieces. She eyed his laptop. It was probably full of information. She'd take it with her when she left. As for the discs, they needed to go. She gathered them up and strode into the kitchen. She opened the microwave and tossed them inside. 3 minutes should be enough. She pushed the start button and stood back, smiling grimly as the sparks began to sizzle inside. Maybe the whole damned thing would blow up. Hold it right there. A deep voice spoke quietly. Put your hands up where I can see them. Darcy turned slowly and saw Austin move from the doorway of his bedroom. Moonlight glinted off the metal revolver in his hand. As he advanced, he pivoted from side to side, aiming his gun at the shadows. Did you come alone? He couldn't see well, Darcy realized. I'm alone. He froze at the sound of her voice. Darcy? She flipped on the kitchen light and enjoyed the shocked look on his face. Surprised to see me? Austin? She motioned to his revolver. If you're planning to kill me now, you'll have to do better than that. Chapter 18. She knew who he was. In a moment of crisis, Austin's training usually kicked in, allowing him to shove all emotion into storage and react with cool logic and precision. That was how it was supposed to work. But one look at Darcy's face, and his emotions were screaming to be let out. She knew who he was. Crap. He scanned the room to make sure she was alone. The locks on his door were secure. The control panel was still blinking, so the alarm was still on. She must have teleported in. A videotape was partially ejected from the VCR. She must have watched some of the tape. The computer discs were missing from the coffee table. Bits of yellow paper littered the table and floor. The list he'd made with the title, Vampires Must Die. She'd seen it, with her name on it. The emotional door cracked open. Shit. If you're referring to yourself, I agree. Darcy stood in the kitchen, her arms crossed, her expression harsh with anger. A blade of emotion stabbed at his heart. Not now. He pushed the pain aside and strode toward her.
I can explain.
Don't bother. I already know everything. Austin. She wielded his name like a weapon, and each time she said it, it slashed at him, marking him as a liar. A series of loud pops erupted from the microwave.
What are you doing?
He ran to the kitchen and punched the button to open the microwave door. All the computer disks lay in a melted heap of plastic. Thank God he'd already downloaded everything onto his laptop and a memory stick. Still, it looked like the carousel plate in his microwave was ruined. He gave her an irritated look.
Cute.
She glanced at his boxers. I could say the same thing. Sheesh. Of all the nights to be wearing these stupid SpongeBob briefs. Splashed across his groin was SpongeBob, proudly claiming to be boss of his pineapple.
My little sister gave these to me for Christmas.
Darcy arched her eyebrows. You have a family? I thought something like you slithered out from under a rock. Or maybe you were hatched in a green, slimy pond.
I know you're angry.
Oh, wow. You really do have psychic powers.
Not psychic enough.
He wasn't thrilled with how things had turned out either. He'd found the perfect woman, only to lose her.
I actually thought you were human, until a few days ago.
She stiffened. I am human.
I meant alive.
He set his gun down on the counter within his reach.
I thought you were an innocent mortal trapped in the vampire world. I wanted to save you.
She tilted her head, studying him. You thought I was a mortal? You couldn't tell the difference?
No. You had a pulse, damn it. How can a vampire have a pulse? And you were drinking cold chocolate. And whenever I read your mind, you were thinking about beaches and the sun and your family. What kind of vampire longs for the sun?
She gritted her teeth. I do.
You had me completely fooled. I thought you were in terrible danger. I thought you needed rescuing.
And you were going to be the hero and save me? She stepped closer, her eyes glimmering with pain. You're too late. He flinched. He was too late. She could never be his. I saw the title on your handy little list. Vampires must die. So now, instead of saving me, you want to kill me? The pang dug deeper at his heart.
I could never hurt you.
You're lying again. You have hurt me.
I didn't mean to. I thought you were alive but when I discovered you were dead.
Do I look dead to you? She jabbed a finger at his chest. Did I feel dead when you were touching me? Did I taste dead to you in the hot tub?
I thought you were alive, damn it.
He shoved her poking finger aside.
But when we got out of the hot tub, I could see my shadow, and you didn't have one. That's when I realized the truth.
Her eyes narrowed. And that's when you dumped me.
What did you expect me to do? Make love to a dead woman?
She gasped, then drew back her hand and slapped him hard. Can a dead woman do that? He tasted blood on his lip. Sheesh. He should have known not to insult a female vampire. Darcy was incredibly fast and strong. He wiped his mouth and saw the red streak on his hand. She stiffened, staring at his hand.
What's wrong, Darcy? Did you forget to eat before coming?
Her eyes blazed with anger. I've never bitten anyone. If you knew me at all, you would know I could never do that.
But you have the urge, don't you?
He stepped toward her.
You can't help it. It's what you are.
Stop it! She shoved him back and strode from the kitchen. I'm not like that. I'm not evil, and neither are my friends. He followed her into the living room.
I've seen your kind in action. They attack people, rape and murder innocent women.
Those are the malcontents. She paced across the room. The rest of us aren't like that.
You have the same urges, the same thirst for human blood.
Ah! She lifted both hands in frustration. How can you be so blind? You've seen my friends on the show.
You have to know there's nothing evil about them."
He was so damned frustrated, he had to lash out.
"Your dear friends predate the invention of synthetic blood, so they must have preyed on the innocent. That makes them evil."
"What gives you the right to judge what is evil?"
"I represent the innocent, the victims."
"You don't believe I was a victim?" His heart stuttered. Of course, she was a victim, and an innocent. Damn it. He wanted this to be simple, either right or wrong, not this murky mess that didn't make any sense. She paced toward him. "I never lied to you about my name or my profession." She pointed at the videotapes. "I never investigated you behind your back. I never invaded your workplace, pretending I wanted to kiss you when all I wanted was information. I never invaded your head. I never put your best friends on a hit list. I never betrayed you or planned to stab you in the back, so tell me, Austin, which one of us is evil?" He fell back onto the couch. Holy shit. He tried so hard to convince himself he was on the right side, the human side. But was he the one being inhuman? He looked at the stack of videotapes. He'd fallen in love with the human Darcy. When he'd found out the truth about her, he'd thought he could simply turn off those feelings, announce her dead, bury the feelings, and go on with the assignment. But he couldn't. Holy crap. He was compromised. And he was still in love, even though he knew who she was. "I have to go." She trudged toward the door. The last few steps, she closed her eyes and frowned with concentration. She bumped into the door. "Damn," she muttered, then leaned her forehead against the door. His sweet Darcy.
"Not much of a vampire, are you?"
She shot an angry look at him over her shoulder. "I'm having trouble focusing." She flipped the first deadbolt lock. She was leaving him. Leaving, feeling betrayed. He couldn't let her go like that. He watched her turn the second and third deadbolt lock.
"You were all I ever wanted in a woman."
Her hand stilled. "Don't lie to me."
The way I felt was never a lie. It was real.
She turned to face him. Her eyes glistened with tears. He gestured toward the tapes.
"At first I was curious. I wanted to know what had happened to you. But the more I got to know you, the more intrigued I became, the more fascinated and attracted, the more I realized I was in love with you."
Her face crumbled. "And now you can't bear to touch me. You think I'm repulsive." He winced. God, he wished that was true. It would be easier if he couldn't stand to touch her. But now, even knowing who she was, he still wanted her.
"Darcy,"
he stood.
"You were the most beautiful woman I've ever known."
Past tense. She closed her eyes and looked away. "You don't believe this can work, do you?"
"No, I don't."
"I told myself that so many times. I tried to resist you, but I wanted you so much." Austin sighed. They were both suffering. Somehow that knowledge didn't help much.
"If you want Garrett and me off the show, I understand."
She drew in a shaky breath. "It would be hard to explain this mess to my boss. Sly's going to be mad enough that I let mortals on the show, but hiring 2 vampire slayers—"
"We never planned to hurt anyone. We were only gathering information."
"Which you planned to use against us."
He groaned inwardly. He couldn't deny that. "My boss is desperate to find his daughter."
"And murder his son-in-law?" Darcy shook her head. "Roman and Shanna are very happy. You should leave them alone."
"You don't think she's in any danger? Married to a vampire?"
Darcy scoffed. "You don't understand how much they love each other. But then, I don't suppose you know much about love."
Ouch.
He knew it hurt like hell. Darcy sighed. If you and Garrett can get yourselves eliminated in the next round, that would help. Then you'd both be gone, and I'd still have a job.
Fine. We'll just keep all the spy stuff a secret.
She nodded. That would be the best for both of us.
How did you find out?
With another sigh, she leaned against the door. The show made its debut on DVN tonight. Shanna saw it and recognized you. She called Connor, and they told me who you are. He winced.
We thought you'd finish recording everything before the first show aired.
A knock on the door startled her. That's my ride. I'll see you at the penthouse Monday night?
Yes, wait a minute.
He strode toward the door and switched off the alarm system.
You can go now. Good night.
She looked at him, her face pale. Good night. She was only a few inches away, but it felt like a chasm stretched between them. 2 different worlds.
Such a shame, he whispered. How would he ever get over her?
She grimaced. Yes, it is. She opened the door. Austin tensed when he saw the kilted Scotsman in the hallway. The youthful-looking vampire shot Austin an irritated look, then took Darcy's arm and led her away. Out of his life. Back to the world of vampires. Austin slowly closed the door. What the hell was he going to do? Betray Darcy and her friends? Or betray his job at the CIA? Either way, he couldn't escape the outcome. He would be a traitor. Ian escorted her around the block to where he'd parked the car.
Connor just called.
Grigori's been trying to find you. He says your boss wants to see you right away. Darcy groaned. Of course he does. Sly wanted to pitch a fit because of the mortals on the reality show. This was a conversation she dreaded. Great. Wasn't it enough that her heart was in shreds? She didn't want to lose her job, too. Besides, she still thought including mortals had been a great twist. How was she to know those mortals would be undercover spies? That little fact she would never admit to Sly. She was stuck in a weird position. She'd have to protect Austin and Garrett in order to protect herself. Ian opened the car door for her. I'll drive you to DVN. Grigori's headed that way. He'll take you home when you're done. Thank you. Darcy climbed into the front passenger seat. Ian zipped around to the driver's side and got in. I have a cell phone, if you'd rather teleport. It would be faster. Darcy fastened her seatbelt. I'd rather you drive, if you don't mind. All right. Ian started the engine and they drove off. Darcy didn't want to try teleporting again. She was still too upset to concentrate properly. Her last attempt had been so embarrassing. Bouncing off a door? Sheesh. It had reminded her of a sci-fi show where the doors failed to swoosh open and the actors crashed into the door. She realized she was trying not to think about Austin, or his confession of love, or his belief that they had no future. Damn it. Future was the one thing she did have, in abundance. Why couldn't she spend it with the man she loved? Shanna was happily married to Roman. Why couldn't Austin be happy with her?
Do you expect me to make love to a dead woman?
His words rushed back, flooding her with pain and frustration. They couldn't have a future. His mission in life was to battle her own kind. He would have to give up his job to be with her. He'd have to give up his whole way of life to dwell in the darkness with her. It had been so hard for her to adjust. How could she expect him to do it? He was right. It was impossible. Ian dropped her off at DVN. She wandered across the lobby, aware of the furious glares being cast her way by the other vampires. Great. She was enemy number 1 in the vampire world. The receptionist frowned at her. Mr. Bacchus is expecting you. I'll tell him you've arrived. She punched a button on her phone.
She's here.
She's doomed, Darcy thought, as she walked down the hall. She knocked on Sly's door.
Come in.
As Darcy entered, Tiffany rushed past her into the hall. Great. Hopefully Tiffany had left him in a good mood. Darcy shut the door. Sylvester Bacchus stood behind his desk, his arms crossed, his brow creased with a ferocious scowl. Tiffany must be overrated. Darcy squared her shoulders and lifted her chin. You wanted to see me? Sly narrowed his beady eyes.
I watched the debut tonight. The whole freaking vampire world watched it.
Darcy swallowed. That was what we'd hoped for. He skirted the desk.
The show finished 2 hours ago. In that time, we have received 1,500 phone calls and emails. Do you know what they're saying, Newhart?
They like the show? With a snort, he stopped in front of her.
They hate you.
She gripped her hands together. I can explain.
I thought I told you that the sexiest man on Earth had to be a vampire.
He will be. The mortals will never pass all the tests.
Did I say you could include mortal scum on a vampire show?
No, but you wanted a big twist. One that would shock everyone. I believe I have accomplished that. He raised a hand to hush her.
Let me tell you what you've accomplished. You've pissed off the entire vampire world.
She stopped when he pointed a finger at her. He stepped closer. To the tip of his pointing finger was an inch from her face.
I have 2 words to say to you.
She braced herself for it. You're fired. The corner of Sly's mouth lifted.
You're brilliant.
Her eye twitched.
You have single-handedly caused an uproar. This is the most exciting event since the introduction of synthetic blood.
Excuse me? Sly paced across the room.
We're averaging over 700 calls and emails an hour. Vamps all over the world are royally pissed at us. It's fantastic.
Huh?
When Wednesday night comes, the entire vampire world will come to a screeching halt while everyone watches our show. Tell me, do they kick off another mortal in the next show?
Darcy thought back. Yes, Nicholas was booted off when he dropped Lady Pamela in the mud. Yes, they do.
Great.
Sly slapped his thigh.
You're a genius, Newhart. It's like you've created a war on television. Vamps will be glued to the screen to make sure the mortals are defeated.
I see.
They will be defeated, won't they?
Sly paused in mid-stride.
I'm warning you, Newhart. A vamp has got to win.
Yes, sir.
Have you finished recording yet?
No, we have 3 nights left.
And the last night? When are you shooting that?
This Friday. Sly nodded.
I want to be there to personally hand over the harem and the check to the winner. It'll be great.
Yes, sir. Sly grinned.
That's it, Newhart. Good work.
Thank you. She headed for the door.
Just remember, a vamp has to win.
No problem. Darcy exhaled in relief as she strode to her office. She still had a job, and Austin had agreed that he and Garrett would get eliminated in the next round. In her office, she worked on the second show that would air on Wednesday. After a few minutes, the receptionist came in with a stack of phone messages and emails.
Sly wanted you to see these.
Darcy thumbed through the messages. Oh, no. Vamps from around the world were complaining about the ex-harem's old clothes and hairstyles. Some were even poking fun at them. Darcy had tried so hard to get the ladies to modernize. These messages might do the trick. She worked until Grigori and Maggie arrived. They were relieved she still had a job, and that the show would continue. Maggie studied the messages that blasted the ex-harem's taste. You know what this means?
That Lady Pamela will have the vapors?
Grigori muttered. Maggie smiled. Yes, but then we'll be doing makeovers. Chapter 19.
This is just wrong, Grigori muttered. You can't pay me enough for this kind of humiliation.
Darcy winced. Actually, I'm not paying you at all. It was Monday night, and she was in the hot tub with Grigori and Vonda, getting ready to record the 4th episode of The Sexiest Man on Earth. You agreed to help me out of the goodness of your heart, remember? Grigori sank deeper into the hot, bubbly water.
That's my problem. I'm too damn nice. Nice guys never get the girl.
Vonda laughed.
Come on, Grigori. You have 2 women all to yourself right now.
He snorted.
I haven't noticed either of you being very friendly. I'm sitting here all alone in my little corner.
Pouting, Darcy finished his sentence for him. He splashed water at her face.
You said I would be well dressed for the show. That means tuxedos, not this spandex underwear I'm wearing. It barely covers the goods.
Stop worrying. Darcy splashed water back. You look great in a Speedo.
Yeah. Vonda winked at him. You look as sexy as those male dancers last night. Don't remind me.
Grigori scowled at them.
I never should have taken you ladies to that raunchy club.
But we had fun, Vonda protested. And we needed to celebrate the successful makeovers.
You cost me $400.
We did? Darcy asked. But we only ordered 1 drink apiece, and that was just for looks.
You forgot that Vonda stuffed some money into the leopard guy's furry underwear. Grigori grumbled. Money she got from me.
Darcy shrugged. It was only $1.
It was a 20, Grigori growled. And then all the ladies had to try it over and over.
Darcy winced. No wonder the male dancers had practically climbed all over the ex-harem ladies. I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were spending so much money.
Why didn't you stuff some money? Vonda asked.
Darcy shrugged. I wasn't in the mood. And they weren't Austin. Even with male dancers gyrating in front of her face, she'd only wanted to think about Austin. She should have been angrier with him. He'd lied to her, spied on her and her friends, but he'd also confessed to being in love with her. How could she stay angry when he loved her?
Not in the mood.
Vonda looked aghast.
But Leopard Guy was so hot, and I love that cowboy with the sexy pants.
Those were chaps, Darcy clarified. And they were indeed sexy when the cowboy forgot to wear his trousers underneath. At some point, while she was getting whiplashed with the flying fringe of cowboy's chaps, she'd realized how easily she had forgiven Austin. The only explanation she could come up with was that she still loved him very much. Too much to just give up.
Well, I was definitely in the mood.
Vonda fanned herself.
Cowboy was packing quite a 6-shooter.
Yeah, Darcy grimaced. I was afraid he'd have an accidental discharge. Vonda laughed.
And that firefighter guy, wow. I've never seen such a long hose. Enough, Grigori growled. I really don't want these mental images. It's bad enough that...
What? Darcy asked.
Nothing. I'm glad the ladies enjoyed themselves.
Me too, Darcy nodded. After their makeover, the ladies had looked young and beautiful. It had been wonderful at the club, watching them realize how attractive they still were, and how much power they could still wield over men. Grigori crossed his arms, frowning.
If you ever want to go there again, I'll drop you off and come back later. You didn't enjoy it?
Vonda asked. He snorted.
The cowboy asked me for my phone number.
Darcy choked, trying not to laugh. Poor Grigori, too sexy for your own good. He glowered at her.
And now you want to use me as man-bait? This was not part of my job description.
But it's the only way to test the next qualifier, Darcy insisted. Qualification number 7 states that the sexiest man on Earth has to like women.
That was my idea.
Vonda smoothed back her wet purple hair.
That's why I get to do the judging tonight.
And qualification number 8 says, he must know how to please a woman, Darcy continued. Vonda will verify that, too.
Yes, she sighed. It's a tough job, but somebody has to do it.
Grigori looked appalled. You're going to make out with all 6 guys? In front of the cameras?
Don't worry.
Vonda adjusted her bikini top so her purple bat tattoo could be seen.
I won't do anything too shocking.
No nudity, Darcy warned her.
Sheesh.
Sly was going to love this episode. She only hoped Austin would refuse to get in the hot tub with Vonda. The thought of Vonda making a move on him was too awful to contemplate. But surely Austin would refuse to cooperate. After all, he was supposed to get eliminated tonight. Maggie walked across the lit pool area until she reached them.
The men are ready and waiting in the greenhouse.
They're all wearing swimsuits? Darcy asked. And their anklets?
Yes, and they drew numbers to see who would go first.
Who is first? Vonda asked.
Otto.
Maggie grimaced.
He's wearing an itsy-bitsy bikini, and he's oiled his skin up. He said he wanted his bulges to glisten in the moonlight.
Darcy groaned. Vonda grinned.
I'm ready.
I'm not. Grigori sank in the water up to his chin. Let's get started. Darcy cued the cameramen. Maggie walked back to the greenhouse, where she'd release the men one at a time. The pool lay between the greenhouse and the hot tub. A patio chair had been positioned on each side of the pool. Maggie opened the glass French doors to the greenhouse. Otto appeared in the opening, his massive body swallowing up the entire space. That's our cue. Darcy climbed out of the hot tub. With a groan, Grigori did the same. Darcy sauntered to the patio chair on the south side of the pool. Grigori headed to the chair on the north side. The cameras followed their progress. It was a bit embarrassing, she had to admit. Here she was in a revealing bikini, dripping water as she walked, just to see if she could catch a man's attention. And all of this would be seen on international vampire television. Poor Grigori. This could be really embarrassing for him. Otto strode across the terrace. As soon as he realized the cameras had turned to him, he paused to strike a pose.
Yeah, I am pumped up for tonight.
He turned his back to the cameras to show off more bulges. Then he pivoted to the side to show off his biceps. Darcy grew tired of watching and sat in the patio chair. She waved at Grigori on the other side of the pool. He sat and scowled at her. The purpose of this exercise was to test each man's sexual preference. When the contestant left the greenhouse, he would either look in Darcy's direction or Grigori's. Unfortunately, Otto was too in love with himself to notice either of them. Finally, Otto ran out of poses and strode around the pool. He stopped in front of Darcy.
You want the Otto, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Darcy pointed at Vonda,
but she wants you first. Yeah, the ladies have to wait their turn.
Otto chuckled as he strolled toward the hot tub. He jumped in, sloshing water over the side.
The Otto has arrived to pump you up.
It wasn't long before Vonda was personally checking out Otto's bulges. Darcy turned her chair to the side to keep from seeing more than she wanted. Grigori drew her attention when he pretended to be choking himself and gagging.
My bulges are growing, yeah?
Otto announced with his booming voice.
It is time to play in the Otto zone.
Cut! Darcy jumped to her feet. That's enough, Otto.
Bye, Otto.
Vonda retreated to the far side of the hot tub. Otto climbed out and passed by Darcy on his way back to the greenhouse. She gazed at the sky to avoid seeing any bulges that had recently occurred. Then, she lowered herself into the hot tub to warm up. Vonda grinned.
I believe Otto passed the test.
Darcy nodded, and the other ladies, who were watching this on the television in their parlor,
would most likely agree.
Grigori sat on the edge of the hot tub and dangled his feet in the water.
How can you stand that guy? He's so full of himself.
Vonda shrugged. I've seen worse.
But I thought you ladies were only interested in vampire sex,
Grigori said. True.
Vonda smoothed back her hair.
But I'm working on the theory that a vamp would have to be good at sex in order to project good sex in his mind. Darcy had never engaged in vampire sex, but she wondered if it was possible with Austin.
After all, he did have psychic powers.
Grigori motioned toward the greenhouse. The next contestant was standing in the doorway.
It's showtime again.
He stood and strode back to his chair on the north side of the pool. Darcy strolled toward her chair. Her steps slowed when she realized Pierre from Brussels wasn't looking at her. She cast a warning glance at Grigori. He was lounging in his patio chair, gazing at the stars, completely oblivious to the fact that he'd acquired a new admirer. Pierre crossed the terrace, then headed north around the pool. Grigori sat up with a jerk and gave Darcy a murderous look. She winced and mouthed the word, "Sorry." Pierre stopped next to Grigori and murmured something. Even across the pool, Darcy could see how red Grigori's face was. Pierre completed his walk toward the hot tub and stepped in. Vonda talked to him for a while. Then she shook hands with him. He headed back to the greenhouse, circling the pool to the north. Grigori saw him coming and dove into the pool. His teeth were chattering by the time he joined Darcy and Vonda in the hot tub.
That pool is freezing.
He sank into the hot water up to his chin and closed his eyes. Looks like I'll have to eliminate Pierre, Vonda said. What a shame. He was so cute. Darcy cursed silently. Only 2 men could be eliminated tonight, and she had hoped it would be both the CIA men. What did he say to you, Grigori? Grigori opened one eye to glare at her.
The incident will never be spoken of again.
Poor Grigori, Vonda grinned. I told you you looked sexy. Austin waited in the greenhouse, growing increasingly annoyed. It looked like the reality show was having a swimsuit competition after all. The other men were wearing skimpy little briefs, but he refused to play the role of male sex object. His tropical print swim trunks were long enough to reach mid-thigh. Reginald from Manchester was the 3rd contestant to depart for the pool. When he returned to the greenhouse, dripping wet, Maggie handed him a towel and asked him to go downstairs and put on dry clothes for the orchid ceremony. Austin noticed the British vampire was surprisingly scrawny. The guy must have been wearing a lot of padding under his clothes. "Number 4?" Maggie asked.
That's me.
Austin joined her at the French doors. You'll go around the pool to the hot tub, Maggie instructed. After you talk to Vonda for a while, you'll come back here. Understand?
Yes. And I get myself eliminated too.
Okay, they're ready. Maggie opened the door. As Austin walked across the terrace, he took in the scene. The host was headed toward a chair on one side of the pool, and Darcy was on the other side. His mouth dropped open. Holy hot mama. Her little red bikini was wet and molded to her body. Her nipples had puckered from the cool night air. The bikini bottom was tied on each hip, the strings dangling and begging to be unraveled. Her skin was pale under the moonlight. She looked too fragile to touch, yet so alluring. He knew he'd never keep his hands off her. Her eyes met his. There was such a sad longing in her eyes, it tore at his heart. Her gaze dipped over his body, then returned to his face. The longing in her eyes turned more intense, more desperate. She wanted him too. If he didn't get off this show soon, he'd lose all resistance. Even now, his body was succumbing. His groin was swelling. His heart was pulling him toward her. He had to stop this, now. He dove into the pool and let the icy water douse his desire. He crossed the pool and climbed out. He shivered, his skin pebbling with gooseflesh. Vonda watched him from the spa. "Come in. You look cold." He rubbed his hands over his arms. He ought to refuse. Wouldn't that get him eliminated? "No thanks." "Don't you want to warm up?" Vonda floated across the tub and paused next to his feet. She plucked her tiny microphone off her bikini top and tossed it into the swimming pool. "Oops, how clumsy of me. Now no one will hear me talking about the night you and Darcy heated up the hot tub." Austin tensed. "I don't know what you're talking about." Vonda smiled. "It was recorded on camera. They played it the other night on DVN." Austin's mouth fell open. His makeout session with Darcy had been aired on vampire television? He glanced back at Darcy. She was standing by the pool, her expression wary. "Don't worry," Vonda continued. "No one knows it was Darcy, besides you and me, that is. Most people think it was Lady Pamela or Coralie, since they both have long blonde hair. But I recognized Darcy's dress when you tossed it into the pool." "Did you tell anyone?" "No." She scooted back across the tub. "At least not yet. Why don't you sit down for a while?" Was she threatening to expose Darcy? Austin wasn't sure, but he didn't want to take any chances. So he stepped into the hot tub and settled on the seat across from Vonda. She smiled. "Isn't that better?" She glanced past him and winced. "Oh, dear. Darcy's glaring at you now." Vonda swooshed across the water to sit next to him. "Shall we make her jealous?" "I'd rather not." "Right. No need to, actually. She was lost the minute she saw you at auditions. She called you Apollo, the sun god." Vonda ran a finger along his jaw. Austin slid down the seat. "I don't want to upset her." Vonda glanced over her shoulder. "Too late. She looks really pissed." Austin crossed his arms over his chest. "What do you want from me?" Vonda rested an elbow on the edge of the spa and studied him. "I want to know if you really care about her." After a pause, he decided there was no harm in confessing the truth. "I'm in love with her." "Ah." Vonda propped her chin on her hand. "On the recording it looked more like lust. Are you sure you're feeling love?" "I'm sure." Unfortunately, he tried to bury his feelings, but they continued to grow and deepen in spite of everything. "Darcy has suffered too much. She deserves to be happy." Austin arched a brow. "Are you claiming to care about her?" "Yes. Does that surprise you?" He took a deep breath. A week ago, he wouldn't have believed vampires could feel compassion or loyalty for each other, but they clearly did. They seemed to feel everything just as deeply as when they were alive. "I am human." Darcy's words came back to him. "I've been having to readjust my thinking." "She deserves the best. She has the soul of an angel." A corner of Vonda's mouth lifted. "Unlike me." "Are you admitting that you're evil?" Her smile widened. "Some would say I am." "What have you done? Committed murder?" He said it nonchalantly, but he was dead serious. Her smile faded. "I prefer to call it administering justice." He narrowed his eyes. "Would you ever harm an innocent?" "No," she replied easily. "Would you?" "No." She moved closer. "Then don't ever hurt Darcy." Austin caught the implied threat in her voice. "I don't want to, but it's not that simple." "You claim to love her. She loves you. Sounds simple to me." "No, it's complicated."
My job is important.
More important than Darcy?
No, but I shouldn't allow myself to be in a position where I have to choose.
Sheesh, and he shouldn't be in a position where he was discussing matters of the heart with a vampire.
If you love her, there's only one choice.
It's not that easy. I would have to give up everything. My life, my beliefs would all change.
And you're not ready to do that.
Could he do it? Turn his back on the stakeout team and the CIA? Join Darcy and live among the vampires? He'd be considered a traitor by his country. He'd have a tough time even getting a decent job.
I've had a difficult life.
Vonda gazed at the stars.
I've seen terrible things. Concentration camps, torture, death, unbelievable human cruelty. There were times when I begged God for the courage to end it all. I couldn't bear to see more horror.
I'm sorry.
And he wasn't just saying it. He was actually feeling compassion for these vampires. Vonda sat up and looked at him.
I would endure it all again 1,000 times over if it would bring my little sister back to life.
Tears glimmered in her eyes.
She was so clever and full of life. She would have been like Darcy if she'd survived.
Austin nodded, his own eyes tearing up. Vonda floated toward him.
There is nothing more sacred than love. Don't let it slip away from you.
It felt like a tear had ripped through the darkness to reveal a light, and Austin could finally see.
You're not at all evil, are you?
None of these modern-day vamps were truly evil.
We all do the best we can, with the lot given us.
Austin stood.
I wish you well, then.
He strode back toward Darcy. She gave him a furious look, then turned her back.
We need to talk,
he said quietly, aware that the cameras were on them. He continued on to the greenhouse. Maggie gave him a towel.
Please get dressed for the orchid ceremony in the foyer.
He trudged toward the stairwell. No wonder Darcy was mad. He had a sinking feeling he would not get eliminated tonight. Chapter 20. Darcy accompanied Vonda back to the servants' parlor to see what the other ladies thought about the night's competition. Unfortunately, they all agreed with Vonda, so it looked like her hope of eliminating both CIA agents was dashed. Vonda changed into dry clothes, gathered 2 black orchids from the fridge, and then the ladies strolled to the foyer for the ceremony. Princess Joanna stumbled when one of her stiletto heels snagged on the thick hallway carpet.
God's wounds! A lady could break her neck in these slippers!
You'll get better with practice. Darcy reached out to steady her. You all look wonderful.
Thank you.
The princess looked elegant in her expensive black dress, adorned at the neck with a strand of pearls.
At first, I felt completely naked without my corset, Coralie announced. But now, I just love it. For the first time in over 100 years, I can actually breathe.
Coralie and Lady Pamela had both opted for a youthful style, satin hip-hugger pants and cropped, sparkly halter tops. Princess Joanna frowned at them.
You two should be ashamed. You are showing too much flesh.
It is evil.
Maria Consuela's dress reached her ankles. Lady Pamela shrugged.
My old gowns displayed most of my bosom, and no one objected to that.
But to reveal one's navel, it is ungodly.
Maria Consuela twisted her rosary in her hands.
I have never seen my navel.
What? Darcy asked. But when you take a bath?
I bathe in a shift as any proper lady should.
Oh, Darcy realized. She might have the ladies wearing modern clothes, but some of their ideas still remained archaic. The ladies entered the foyer. The men had all changed into suits. Grigori strode forward to welcome the ladies, while the 6 contestants remained on the landing of the staircase. Darcy glanced briefly at Austin. His broad shoulders looked so good in the suit. Unlike Reginald, he needed no padding in his clothes. Light from the chandelier picked up the golden highlights in his hair. It looked like he toweled it dry quickly, but the disheveled result only made him look sexier. His eyes met hers, and she looked away. She was not going to forgive him so easily this time. He'd told her he would get eliminated tonight, but then he'd climbed into the hot tub with Vonda, and since Vonda had thrown away her mic, Darcy had no idea what they'd talked about. She'd had to stop filming afterward to get Vonda a new mic.
"Good evening," Grigori began. "Tonight, 2 more men will be eliminated. But first, an important announcement. The winner will now receive $4 million.
The cameramen caught everyone's reactions. Even Darcy was surprised. Sly had never mentioned he was willing to go over $3 million. Vonda moved to the center of the foyer.
My first orchid goes to Pierre of Brussels.
Pierre trudged forward to accept the flower. Then he went upstairs to retrieve his luggage.
And the second orchid goes to Reginald of Manchester.
Vonda handed him the orchid. The remaining contestants congratulated each other and dispersed to their rooms. Grigori and the women strolled to the portrait room, the cameramen trailing.
"Tonight, you eliminated Pierre."
Grigori shone the special flashlight on the Belgian's portrait. His fangs appeared.
"Oh, fiddlesticks,"
Coralie mumbled.
"He was a vamp."
"And you eliminated Reginald."
Grigori moved in front of the Englishman's portrait.
"Surely he's immortal,"
Lady Pamela insisted.
"He has such bad teeth."
"And it's so scrawny,"
Coralie added.
"I do declare, I've seen more meat on a starving possum."
Grigori aimed his flashlight at the portrait. Reginald's crooked fangs glowed with a yellowish tint.
"Santa Maria, may the saints preserve us."
Maria Consuela reached for her rosary. Princess Joanna stood, wobbling slightly in her stiletto heels.
"This is terrible! 2 vampires! Cast out! Prithee, Darcy, you must assure us there are no more mortals left to plague us."
Darcy winced. "I can't say, but remember, tomorrow night we're testing the men on their strength." The princess sat with a sigh of relief.
"Good! No mortal man could ever be stronger than a vamp."
"I will be the judge tomorrow night."
Maria Consuela kissed the cross of her rosary.
"And with the Lord's blessing, I shall discover the inferior beings and banish them from my presence."
Darcy doubted the Lord was into detecting inferior beings, but still, she hoped the ladies would eliminate Austin and Garrett. She'd be in big trouble if either of the mortal men made it to the last round. She had no doubt that Austin was the sexiest man on earth, but still, she couldn't allow him to win. The more important question was, could there be a future for her and Austin? She had no doubt she was in love with him. Even his rejection and lies hadn't managed to squelch her feelings for him. Vonda's words kept coming back to haunt her.
"There is nothing more sacred than love."
How could she throw this love away without giving it a chance? Roman and Shanna were giving it a chance. Why couldn't she? If only she could bridge the gap between their 2 worlds. But there was no middle ground for her. She could never share the sun with Austin, never live a normal life with him. She was trapped in her world, and he would have to be willing to join her there. Was it fair to expect so much from him? Maybe she shouldn't ask for too much. Maybe she should take it one small step at a time. The way it was now, he could barely stand to touch her. He thought she was dead. She'd have to get him over that. She needed to prove how alive and touchable she was. She needed to show him how much she loved him. It seemed suddenly clear. Austin was in the penthouse for one more night. Tonight would be perfect. She just needed the courage to seduce him. Garrett ripped open a bag of potato chips. $4 million? I'm tempted to win the damned contest. No way are they giving that money to a mortal. Austin sat at the kitchen table and popped open his can of cola. I think our time is almost up here. Did you collect much information? A little, just the names of the vampires. Austin nodded, relieved that Garrett hadn't acquired much. Emma and I killed a vampire the other night in Central Park. No shit? He was attacking a woman. We saved her life. Cool. Garrett crammed some chips into his mouth. None of the vampires here would attack someone. Garrett snorted. They would if they got hungry enough. I think Shanna Whalen was right about there being two kinds of vampires. She called them the law-abiding modern vamps and the malcontents. She was brainwashed, Garrett mumbled with his mouth full. Think about it. There are obviously two different groups, because we saw them ready to fight each other in Central Park. And I heard them when we tapped their phones. They hate each other. It's a damn shame they don't kill each other off. It would make our job easier. Austin took a sip from his cola. I think we should learn more about these two different factions. Garrett shook his head. Getting into their politics would be a waste of time. We just need to kill them. Austin finished his drink in silence. He needed to contact Shanna Whalen, or Dragonesti, as her name was now. She'd be able to tell him more about vampires, and what it was like to be married to one of them. He was a goner. He could feel it. He could no longer believe that all vampires were evil demons. Everything he'd learned in the past few weeks pointed to a world that was curiously parallel to the mortal world. Just like humans, vampires could be good or evil. They could love or hate. And since he was in love with one of them, he was trying to make peace with their world so he could accept it. Still, turning his back on the CIA and his old life would be tough. Too tough. He tossed the can into the trash. What was he thinking, that he could marry Darcy and live happily ever after? Well, she could live forever, but he'd grow old and die. How long would it take before she was tired of his old ass? And 100 years from now, he'd be long gone and forgotten. So was it worth it to throw away his life's work for some flimsy dream? If he was sensible, he'd get himself eliminated tomorrow night and never see Darcy again. But for the first time in his life, being sensible sounded stupid. He said goodnight to Garrett and trudged up to his room. He turned on the computer and checked the surveillance cameras. The last two vampires, Otto and Roberto, were in the billiards room playing pool. The foyer and portrait room were empty. He switched to the pool house and instantly regretted it. Darcy looked fresh from the shower, her hair damp, and her body scantily clothed in skimpy pajamas. His feelings of longing and despair came hurtling back. How could he give her up? Vonda's talk in the hot tub had reminded him how rare and special love could be. Darcy was clever, brave, everything he'd always wanted. She was also nervous and agitated. She was pacing back and forth across the room. From her facial expressions and mumbled words, he gathered she was arguing with herself. She strode to the kitchen and removed a bottle from the fridge. She shook it, unscrewed the top, and poured dark red liquid into a glass. Austin winced. She took something else from the fridge. Chocolate syrup? She squeezed some into the glass, then stirred the concoction with a spoon. Then she added some ice cubes. She left the kitchen sipping from the glass. Austin sat back in his chair, his heart sinking. She might try to disguise the taste, but the result was the same. She was drinking blood. He strode to the bathroom and took a hot shower. He stuck his head under the nozzle, but the stinging spray couldn't wash away the memory of Darcy drinking blood. How could he join her world?
There is nothing more sacred than love.
Vonda's words drifted around him and clung to him like hot steam. How could he give her up? He loved her, but could he commit to a vampire? He dried off, then padded back to the bedroom with a towel wrapped around his waist. He glanced at the computer screen. Darcy was no longer in the main room of the pool house. She'd probably gone to the bedroom, where he didn't have a camera. He checked the foyer and staircase. Empty. The east wing hallway. His breath hitched, and the towel tumbled to the floor. Darcy was headed his way. She'd put on a white bathrobe to cover her skimpy shorts and tank top. He strode to his suitcase and pulled out a pair of clean boxer shorts. Red silk. Well, it was better than SpongeBob. There was a light tap on the door. Holy moly. He tugged on the shorts and closed the laptop. He shoved wet hair out of his face and cracked open the door. Her face was pale and tense. Her gaze drifted over his body, then back to his face. He tried to keep his expression blank. This is not a good idea. She pressed a hand against the door to keep him from closing it. You said we should talk. I changed my mind. She frowned. This is your last night here. Our last chance to be together. The words hovered over them, unspoken. I'm not sure it can work. Anger flickered in her eyes. Are you giving up without a fight? That doesn't sound like a macho super spy. She shoved the door open with a surprising spurt of strength. Vampire strength. Could she actually overpower him? Austin stepped back. Are you angry? You think? She shut the door, then paced across his room. You agreed to get yourself kicked off the show tonight, and yet you're still here. I wasn't trying to stay on. It just happened. Right. You just can't help being the sexiest guy on earth. It must be an awful trial for you. He propped his shoulder against the wall and folded his arms across his chest. Are you trying to get me fired? She continued to pace. Don't you realize this is the only network where I can work? She stopped to glare at him. Are you totally insensitive to what I'm going through? He gritted his teeth. Are you done? No! She strode toward him. You should have never climbed into the hot tub with Vonda. We only talked, you know that. You were watching. He gave her an irritated look, like a hawk. She snorted. Well, you've certainly recovered from your repulsion. Or maybe it's just me who repulses you. You never repulsed me. He pushed away from the wall. You just confused the hell out of me. Thinking about the sun and the beach, drinking ice-cold chocolate, having a damned pulse. How can you be dead and have a pulse? She planted her hands on her hips. Her breasts heaved with each angry breath. I am not dead. Undead, then, if it makes you feel more alive. He lurched toward her and yanked the bathrobe off one shoulder. He ignored her gasp and pressed 2 fingers against her carotid artery. Her pulse throbbed against his fingertips. Well, am I dead yet? No. Damn it. How could he walk away from her when she was alive? Your heart rate is actually a little fast. Could be that I'm a little miffed. She lifted her eyebrows. Or a little excited. He lowered his hand and stepped back. How? How could I be excited? She tilted her head and examined his body. Well, I'm all alone with the sexiest man on earth. and it's been 5 years since
I meant, how can you have a frickin' heartbeat?
How can I not? I'm walking and talking. I'm thinking about you naked. Now how could I do that if my heart wasn't pumping blood to the various parts of my body?
Blood was certainly getting pumped to certain parts of his body, and it didn't help that she kept glancing at his shorts. 5 years. What happens to you during the day?
She sighed. When the sun rises, my heart stops. Then, when the sun sets, it's like being struck with a divine defibrillator. Everything jerks back into motion.
It sounds painful.
She smiled slowly as she untied the sash to her bathrobe.
Oh,
but it hurts so good.
Holy seduction.
He watched her robe slide to the floor in a heap next to his discarded towel. As he lifted his gaze to her face, his attention snagged on her tank top. It was stretched across her breasts, the thin white cotton almost transparent. Her nipples were plump and pink. All it would take was a touch of his fingers and they would pucker.
No, correction.
All it took was a look. They pebbled before his eyes, the tips hardening into pink nubs. His groin responded in similar fashion, growing hard, but hardly a nub. She stepped toward him. You said you were in love with me. Is that true? He closed his eyes briefly. His groin was swelling, his heart aching.
Darcy, you should have someone of your own kind. Someone who can love you and live with you forever. I can't give you what you need.
But I want you.
Damn it.
He marched toward the door.
You know I work for the CIA. If I go around killing vampires, it's going to cause a strain on our relationship, don't you think?
You could quit. And be sucked into the vampire world, living only at night, constantly surrounded by creatures who considered him a snack.
You're asking me to give up everything.
Then forget it. She leaned against the door to keep him from opening it. Forget the happily ever after. It's a crock. It hardly ever happens, even in the mortal world.
Don't say that, Darcy. You deserve to be loved.
Her eyes glimmered with moisture. We don't always get what we deserve, do we? I learned that the hard way. So now, I'll just take whatever I can get, even if it's just one night. His body screamed, yes, but still he fought it. Because, damn it all, one night would never be enough. She locked the door. One night. He leaned his back against the wall. He would give in. He knew it. How could he resist when he wanted her so much? But if she thought they could simply shake hands afterward and go their merry way, then she didn't know how deeply he felt. Her eyes wavered with a hint of insecurity. Are you repulsed by me?
God, no.
Not when he was considering giving up everything for her. Holy irony. How many times in the past had he been the one satisfied with a one-night stand? Was this some sort of divine payback? The thought that she could settle for one damned night was slowly twisting his guts. It trivialized their feelings, their connection to each other. It pissed him off. Are you afraid of me? She lifted her chin. I've never bitten anyone, and I never will. I'd rather die.
You don't bite?
He ground out the words. No, I don't.
What a shame. I do.
She stepped back, her eyes wide. You want to bite me?
Sure.
He crossed his arms, acting nonchalant in spite of his growing anger.
I like to bite.
She gave him a wary look. You mean hard?
Not enough to hurt. It's more like a series of nibbles, a scraping of teeth over the more sensitive parts of your body. Then there's the swirling of the tongue. And let's not forget the joys of suction.
Her mouth fell open. Then she recovered and licked her lips. Where exactly would you want to bite me?
He looked her over, slowly. The base of your neck, where it meets your shoulder, and the soft place, a few inches below your belly button.
Here?
She slipped her hand under the elastic waistband of her pale blue shorts. Yes. His voice sounded hoarse, so he cleared his throat. He motioned to her sequined flip-flops. And your toes.
Oh.
She kicked off her slides and wiggled her toes into the thick carpet.
Anywhere else?
Your calves, inner thighs, the back of your thighs, where they curve into your delicious little bottom.
She turned sideways and lifted the hem of her shorts to reveal the curve of her derriere.
Here,
she stroked the skin, her eyelids lowered slightly. Anywhere else?
His erection strained against the flimsy silk of his boxer shorts. Hip, below the waist, where it widens.
She shimmied her shorts down her hips, a few inches, then skimmed her hands over the bare skin. Anywhere else?
Underside of your breasts, where it's full and heavy.
Ah. She rolled up her tank top till the plump curves were revealed. She stopped just before she reached the nipples. She cupped her hands beneath her breasts and lifted. When she looked at him, her eyes darkened and began to shimmer.
Holy crap, he tensed. Your eyes are glowing red.
It means I'm hot. And I'm ready.
It's an automatic thing? Damn. If she had no control over her vampish behavior, what else would she do? Would her fangs spring out? What if she was actually stronger than him?
She strolled toward him. Tell me, where else you want to bite me?
He wasn't going to let her overpower him. He had other strengths at his disposal. He gathered his mental power and zeroed in on her brain. She halted with a gasp. Her eyes closed as a pink blush colored her face and crept down her neck. Take off your shirt.
Her eyes opened. She smiled slightly. As you wish.
She pulled the tank top over her head and dropped it on the floor. He was admiring her breasts when an icy wisp of psychic power drifted toward him and hovered around his head. He automatically swatted it away, and the cloud dissipated.
You're very strong, she whispered.
You're not.
She shrugged. I've never tried it before. I don't believe in invading people's privacy.
Then you don't like me getting in your head?
I don't like vampires doing it. They're so terribly cold, but you're so wonderfully hot. She blushed. I don't have anything to hide from you, and it feels so good to be warm inside. I've been cold for so long.
Cold because she was literally dead half the time. What was he getting into? Every morning he would wake next to a dead woman. But he couldn't ignore the pain and longing in her eyes. Her pain had become his own. Her world would become his own. She stood before him, naked, except for a pair of shorts. Her eyes had turned sky blue again, filled with a mixture of desire and fear. She was afraid he would reject her.
You were telling me where you'd like to bite me,
she reminded him quietly. Yeah, there's one more place, but I wouldn't bite you there. I'd make love.
He leaned forward and breathed in the scent of her shampoo. Gently, he moved her hair back. There, on her neck, were 2 little scars from a vampire's fangs. Poor Darcy. No wonder she always wore her hair down. He caressed the scars with his fingertips. She shuddered. "Where would you love me?" He whispered in her ear. "Your clit." He lifted her in his arms, strode toward the bed, and dropped her on the comforter. "Austin?" Yes. He was taking her, and damn the consequences. Chapter 21. Darcy's heart was thundering in her ears as she reached for him. Yes. If all else failed, she would at least have this one glorious night. Austin fell onto the bed and pulled her into his arms. Yes. Her mind repeated the same word, since she was too excited to think of anything else. She scattered kisses over his face and raked her hands into his hair. It was thick, damp, and oh, so soft. A wonderful contrast to the darker whiskers lining his jaw. He was planting kisses all over her face, too, and she didn't mind that he seemed rushed, even frantic. So what if this quickly careened out of control and exploded? She loved the aura of desperation, and it would be one hell of an explosion. Their mouths found each other, instantly opening and melding together. He invaded her with his tongue, at the same time that he entered her mind. "I'm here, Darcy. You'll never feel cold again." She opened for him, both mentally and physically, reveling in the heat from his mind and body. A wave of awe swept through her as she realized just how open she was. He was in her mind and would soon enter her body. He would know every inch of her inside and out. And the wonder of it was she wasn't afraid. She trusted him. She'd never trusted anyone so much before. He pulled back and looked at her. "Darcy." He brushed back her hair. "You honor me." He'd heard her thoughts. She felt as if her heart would burst with an overabundance of love. She wanted to show him how much. She had to. With a lightning-quick move, she shoved him onto his back and pinned his arms down. "Whoa." His shocked expression turned wary. "You're, really strong." Stronger than she'd realized. Cool. She examined Austin's muscular arms and chest. Why, she was as strong as a macho super spy. He clenched a fist and strained against her grip on his wrist. He couldn't budge her. Very cool. Frowning, he studied her. "I guess this turns you on. Your eyes are red again." She smiled. "Don't worry. I'll be gentle." She released his wrists, letting her fingers glide up his arms, over his biceps and shoulders, and onto his chest. She splayed her hands into his curly chest hair, then followed the trail of dark brown hair to his navel. What a gorgeous man. She could eat him alive. He propped himself up on his elbows, watching her with a worried look. "I'd rather you didn't." Oh, the rascal had heard her. "I meant it metaphorically." "Relax." She shoved him back down. "I said I'd be gentle." She grabbed the waistband of his sexy red underwear and pulled. Rip. She winced as the flimsy silk tore in two. "Oops." He lifted his head to look at his ripped shorts. "Sorry." She gave him an apologetic smile. "I'm a little overly eager." She glanced down at him. "I'm not the only one." With a groan, he He let his head drop back on the bed.
If you don't know your own strength, you should...
He gasped when she curled her hand around him. I should... what? She gently stroked the shaft. He gritted his teeth.
Continue.
She drew little circles around the tip. I thought you could be persuaded.
Yeah, I'm easy.
His eyes flickered shut. His chest heaved with rapid breaths. He was such a beautiful man, and so large. She traced a vein on his shaft, then snuggled close to him so she could retrace it with her tongue. A moan rumbled deep in his throat. She trailed kisses up to the tip, then took him into her mouth. Do you like this? She asked him in her thoughts.
God, yes. You're so good.
Wait! He struggled to sit up. She released him with a smack of her lips. Tastes like chicken.
It's not funny. You've never made love as a vampire, right? Do you even know what to expect?
She nuzzled her cheek against his shaft, then kissed him. I expect to have a good time. I'm being gentle.
But you can't control your eyes, or your strength. What if you can't control your fangs, and they pop out?
She paused, with her mouth on his cock.
Holy body piercing.
He pushed her away from him and pinned her on her back. She bit her lip to keep from laughing.
He glowered at her. It's not funny.
But I wouldn't have bitten you. Typical male, so worried about the preservation of the family jewels.
I heard that.
He raked his gaze over her, while he kept a tight grip on her wrists. She figured she was strong enough to throw him off, if she wanted to. He arched a brow at her.
But you don't want to.
She smiled slowly. Oh dear, I'm totally at your mercy. Whatever will you do?
He smiled back. I'll be doing all the nibbling from now on.
She sighed. I suppose I can live with that. Especially if he nibbled in all those places he'd mentioned before.
Not a problem.
He nuzzled her neck and nipped at the spot where her neck curved into her shoulder. She wiggled, since the spot was ticklish. He nibbled a path to her breasts. He released her wrists to cup one of her breasts with his hand. He flicked his thumb over the nipple. When it hardened, he took it into his mouth. She arched her back as her mind exploded with pleasure. When the sensation mellowed, she realized he'd retreated mentally to the fringes of her mind. She gripped his head tighter. Don't leave me.
I'm still with you.
He lifted his head from her breast.
Your reactions are too exciting. If I don't back off a bit, I'll explode.
Oh, Austin. She kissed his brow. I love you so much.
I love you too.
He kissed the underside of her breasts, then the curve of her hip. He pulled down the waistband of her shorts to nibble on her belly. She wiggled against him. This was all well and good, but she was anxious to get on with it.
Good.
He yanked off her shorts. She gasped. Telepathy could certainly come in handy. He knelt at her feet and looked her over.
You're so beautiful, Darcy.
He lifted a foot and nipped at her toes. She bent her knee to let the leg fall open. His gaze zeroed in on her most private flesh. Excitement surged through her, causing her groin to tingle and ache. He worked his way up her leg, nibbling at her calf. She bent her other leg to spread her legs wider apart. He paused, his eyes riveted on her. Hot moisture seeped from her, and she groaned with need. He glanced at her with the hint of a smile. You sexy strumpet. Take me, please.
I'm getting there.
Be patient. He kissed the inside of her thigh. No! Bossy, aren't you? He released her leg and settled between her legs. When he touched her, she bucked. Whoa, this isn't the rodeo, darling. Sorry. She pressed a hand against her chest, gasping for air. I'm just so excited. I've wanted you for so long. Shh. Relax and enjoy. He gave her a long, slow lick. She screamed. He glanced toward the door, wincing. There's a CIA operative next door. Let's try to keep it down. Right. She gripped the comforter in her fists and planted her feet firmly on the bed. Okay, I'm ready. Do your worst. I mean, your best. His mouth twitched. Sure. Darcy gasped at the feel of his mouth on her again. She clutched at the comforter and closed her eyes. Good God. He was so sweet, so loving, so thorough, so damned slow. He quickened the pace, and she realized, through the sensual fog, that he'd heard her. Oh, sorry. But she was so impatient. She lifted her hips, wanting more pressure. He instantly responded by grabbing her hips. Good God, this telepathy stuff was good. A little to the right. No, the other right. Faster. Fast. She spun out of control, unable to give directions any longer. But he didn't seem to need any. She was climbing, soaring, reeling, teetering on the edge, and he kept pushing till she screamed. Her body convulsed, her legs clamped together. Ah! He wrenched his body out from between her legs. Holy moly, you're strong. With a moan, she rolled onto her side. Her body continued to rack with the sweetest spasms. He collapsed beside her and pulled her into his arms. Are you all right, sweetheart? Yes, she gasped. They both stiffened when a loud banging shook the door. Hey, Austin, Garrett shouted. What's going on? You need backup? He yelled. I invited a girlfriend over. Go away. There was a pause. You sure you don't need backup? Darcy rolled her eyes when she heard snickering on the other side of the door. Get lost, you creep, Austin shouted. When all was quiet, he rolled her onto her back. Now, where were we? She laced her hands around his neck. I had just experienced the biggest, most colossal orgasm of my life. Ah, well, it's a tall order, but we'll see if we can top it. He lowered his head to her breasts. Darcy's breath caught as all the sensations came rushing back. It wasn't long before her legs were spread and his fingers were drenched with more moisture. Do I need a condom? He whispered. No. She shook her head, her eyes closed. He was teasing her with such sweet little circles. No diseases. His hand paused. And children? Her eyes opened. Her heart stuttered at the concerned look on his face. I can't have any. A flicker of pain crossed his face. I thought not. I'm sorry. She swallowed and mentally forbade the tears that threatened to come. Austin would be such a good father. It was just one more reason why she shouldn't allow him to stay with her. No, I love you. He moved between her legs and positioned himself against her. No matter what. She cried out when he plunged inside her. She wrapped her arms and legs around him and held tight. I love you. He repeated the words in her head as he thrust into her body. They clung to each other mentally as their sensations melted together and drove them higher and higher. His body jerked, then pumped into her. His groan reverberated in her ears and inside her head. Her own body responded with a sensual shattering. She didn't know if it was bigger than the first one, but it was definitely sweeter, for they experienced it together. He collapsed beside her and pulled her into his arms.
"Are you all right, sweetheart?"
She shivered as her body heat quickly dwindled. "I'm getting cold again."
"Here, get under the covers."
He scooted off the bed and folded back the comforter. She slipped underneath as he turned off the lights. Moonlight filtered through the window, glinting off his hair with a silvery tint. He settled beside her with a smile.
"I'll heat you up again as soon as I recover from round 1.
"Is this a boxing match?" She snuggled close to him. He winced.
"Don't expect 9 rounds.
Smiling, she fondled the curls on his chest. "You're no longer in my head." The corner of his mouth quirked.
"I'm conserving my energy."
"Have you always had telepathic powers?" He closed his eyes. His breathing slowed, and she wondered if he'd fallen asleep. He looked so harmless and handsome. He opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling.
"It runs in my family, but skips every other generation. My grandfather was telepathic, my mother's father."
"The one you're named after?"
He nodded slightly. "Papa Olaf. When I was very young, I would hear people say something, but their lips weren't moving. And when I answered them, they looked at me like I'd grown 2 heads. I was afraid something was wrong with me."
"That must have been very confusing."
"Yeah. Papa Olaf understood, though, and he told me what was happening. At first I was scared, but he made it fun, like we were in a special, secret club, just for us."
Austin smiled.
We would spend hours fishing on his favorite lake in Minnesota, having long conversations, without either of us saying a word.
Darcy suppressed a twinge of sorrow. She still missed having long talks with her sisters. "You were lucky to have him."
"Yes, he warned me to be careful with the gift. But as I grew older, I became bolder and conceited, I guess. I considered myself the grand protector of my 3 younger sisters. When their friends came over, I would read their minds and chase them off if I didn't like what I heard."
Darcy snorted. "I bet your sisters loved that." He grinned.
I wondered at the time why they weren't properly appreciative. Now I realize I was acting like a know-it-all bully.
His smile faded.
My powers took a big leap forward when I was about 15, and I started bragging about what I could do. It upset my father. He'd always been envious of the close relationship I had with my grandfather. He became convinced that Papa Olaf was an evil influence in my life. He even thought my grandfather was training me in the occult.
"Oh, no." Darcy propped her head up on her hand. "What did your father do?"
He forbade me to ever see my grandfather again. I reacted angrily, claiming he could never stop us from talking to each other, because we could enter each other's minds at will. That freaked him out enough that he packed up the family and moved us to Wisconsin. He told me my powers were evil and I should never use them again.
"Oh, I'm so sorry." Darcy stroked Austin's brow. "It must have been terrible for you."
He shrugged. That's when I realized I wasn't nearly as powerful as I'd thought. I couldn't reach my grandfather over a long distance. I was in a new high school, and I didn't want to be seen as a freak. My sisters were mad at me because the move had separated them from their friends. I gave in. I wanted everyone to be happy with me, so I tried to be normal. I tried to make my father proud. I was on the football and swim teams, the perfect student all through high school and college.
Darcy sighed. She knew too well what it was like to feel trapped in a world where you couldn't be yourself. "What happened to your grandfather?"
I was in college when he called and asked me to come see him.
Austin closed his eyes briefly. His lips thinned as a pained expression pinched his face.
I hardly recognized him. His health had deteriorated so badly. I hadn't realized how much he needed me. He begged me to stop denying who I really was, to embrace my gifts, and use them for the power of good. He told me to never be ashamed, that there was a reason God had made me the way I was, and that it was up to me to discover that reason.
"He was a good man," Darcy whispered.
His philosophy reminded her of Maggie's, though she would never understand what good could come from being a vampire. Austin sighed.
I felt like I had betrayed him, and betrayed myself, so I promised him on his deathbed that I would do as he asked. I joined the CIA, and developed my skills so I could fight evil.
"Like me?" she asked dryly. He gave her an irritated look.
Don't insult the woman I love.
With a smile, she rested her head on his shoulder. Now she understood why Austin was driven to use his powers to protect the innocent and defeat evil. She couldn't expect him to give it up. His gift was too rare and special to be squandered away. "I bet you used to dress up like a superhero for Halloween."
He chuckled. Yes, I especially liked the capes.
"And you had Superman underwear?"
He nodded. And Spider-Man pajamas. My lunchbox was the Incredible Hulk.
She smoothed a hand over his muscular chest and defined abs.
"Oh, yeah, you're incredible, all right."
He rolled onto his side, smiling.
"I bet you had a Malibu Beach Barbie."
Darcy laughed. "And the beach house, too."
"An all-American sweetheart."
He rubbed a hand up and down her back.
"Tell me, what happened to you?"
Her smile faded. "I'd rather not."
"I want to know."
"I died. End of story."
"You were a television reporter. I've seen the tapes. You were entertaining and clever."
He brushed her hair back.
"I've been trying to figure out what happened. I went to see your old cameraman, Jack."
Darcy's breath hitched. "How is he?"
"Not good. Something scared the hell out of him. He thinks you were abducted by blood-sucking aliens."
She winced. "Poor Jack."
"Tell me what happened. It was 4 years ago on Halloween."
"I was doing a story on kids who pretend to be vampires." She gave him a doubtful look. "Do you really want to hear this?"
"Yes. Tell me."
Darcy shuddered as she allowed the memories to escape from the mental file where she kept them locked away. "We went to a club in Greenwich Village, not far from Washington Square. It was called Fangs of Fortune. Jack had his old video camera. We were going to interview a few kids and leave." She closed her eyes briefly. "A couple from NYU came to our table, Draco and Taylor. Draco had dental implants that looked like fangs. Taylor was a sweet girl just wanting to be noticed. They posed for the camera, then left. Then I spotted a pair of odd-looking men, and I went to their table."
"Who were they?"
Austin asked. "Grigori dressed in a tuxedo as usual. The other was a Scotsman, dressed in a red and green kilt."
Austin stiffened. "He sounds like the vampire who kidnapped Shanna when I was guarding her. Tall, red hair pulled back into a ponytail, and he talks like a cross between Shrek and Billy Connolly."
Darcy smiled sadly. "Yes, that would be Connor." She thought his accent was so cute at first. "I thought they might be police officers. They did admit they were there because they'd heard bad things were happening at the club. I just thought they meant drugs." She sighed. "I told them they looked too old to be playing pretend like the kids. Connor said they had no need to pretend, and that I had no idea how old he really was." Austin frowned.
"It sounds like he was toying with you."
"I thought they were joking, especially when Connor claimed he was actually a vampire." Austin sat up.
"He admitted it to you?"
"He and Grigori were joking back and forth. I didn't believe a word of it, and they knew it. I even asked Connor if the Loch Ness Monster had been the one to transform him, and he said I shouldn't make fun of his dear Nessie. We were laughing and having a good time, until I asked Jack to come over and record them. Then they got very nervous.
Jack's camera wasn't digital?
No. All of a sudden I felt this icy cold in my head that said I would not record them. The voice told Jack and me to leave. The next thing I knew, Gregory and Connor were no longer at the table. They were at the bar drinking something red that looked like blood. I was so disgusted and confused. I grabbed my purse and headed for the nearest exit.
To the back alley? Austin whispered.
Darcy covered her face, but the horrid memories flooded her mind. It was too awful. Austin wrapped his arms around her.
Not if you share it with me. Tell me.
She lowered her hands. I'll try. Chapter 22. I slipped into the alley with Jack, Darcy began. My nerves were on edge, and I remembered jumping when the metal door banged shut. A nearby dumpster stank. When I heard scuffling noises, I was afraid it might be rats. She snorted. I wish.
What happened?
Austin asked. I heard a woman scream, so I ran around the dumpster. It was Taylor, the girl I'd met in the club. A man had shoved her against the wall, and his face was pressed against her neck. I thought it was her boyfriend Draco. His clothing looked similar, but the embrace wasn't consensual. Taylor was clearly terrified. I grabbed the guy's shoulder and yelled at him to stop.
But he didn't, Austin guessed.
Darcy grimaced. He made this awful, animal-like growl deep in his throat. It scared me, but he was hurting Taylor, so I tried to pull him back. That's when Jack turned on his camera lights, and I realized the attacker wasn't Draco, and he was biting Taylor on the neck. I was so furious then. I pounded on his back. Jack yelled at me to stop, but it was too late.
He attacked you?
He shoved me back with so much force, I was airborne. I crashed into Jack, and we fell onto the cement. I was okay, but Jack was just laying there with this shocked look on his face. I grabbed the cell phone from my purse and called 911. I told them a woman was being murdered in the back alley. Darcy covered her face. A woman was murdered. I didn't know it would be me.
Shh, sweetheart. Austin held her close. You're all right now.
She lowered her hands and took a shaky breath. I looked around for some kind of weapon, and then Jack whispered,
Vampire.
I thought he was in shock, but he shoved the camera at me and told me to look for myself. While I was getting to my feet, Jack jumped up and ran away.
You're kidding.
Austin's eyes glittered with anger.
That bastard. I should go back and kick his ass.
No. Darcy touched Austin's face. He was terrified. He already knew the truth. I picked up the camera and looked through it. I couldn't see the assailant, and Taylor was dangling against the wall like a rag doll with 2 punctures on the side of her neck. I was so stunned. He was right in front of me, a real vampire.
What did you do?
Darcy snorted. I reacted like a journalist. I pressed the record button, and then he turned and looked at me. Blood was dripping from his fangs. I knew I had to do something, or he would kill Taylor and me both. Darcy's eyes filled with tears. I told him I had proof of his existence, and I would broadcast it all over the news. He would be hunted down like an animal. He dropped Taylor, and she collapsed onto the ground. I asked her if she could move. I told her to run, but she just sat there and cried. Austin kissed Darcy's brow.
My brave sweetheart.
I threw the camera at him, but he knocked it aside, and then he moved so fast, all I saw was a blur. He caught me from behind and pulled me back against him. He stank of blood. I could feel his breath on my neck and the scrape of his teeth. Austin tightened his hold on her.
The monster bit you?
No. The back door banged shut, and Connor came toward us, yelling at the vampire to let me go. He called the vampire a malcontent, and demanded that they stop preying on the innocent. The vampire replied that he liked his meals fresh.
Then it's true, Austin said. There are two factions, the vamps and the malcontents.
Yes. The malcontents enjoy terrorizing mortals, and they hate the vamps for trying to stop them. Darcy sighed. Grigori said he would take Taylor home and erase her memory. He took the tape from the camera with him.
And what happened to you?
Austin asked. Darcy shivered. The malcontent backed away from Connor, dragging me with him. Connor told him I was going to slow him down, that he should let me go. Connor kept moving toward us, and the malcontent was scared. I could feel him breathing hard on my neck. And then he said he needed a distraction. She touched Austin's face and looked into his eyes. In that tiny moment of time, I knew real terror. Everything seemed to slow down. I opened my mouth to scream, but the vampire was faster. He pulled out a knife and thrust it into my chest.
Austin gathered her into his lap. I'll kill him. I'll track him down and kill him.
It's all a blur after that, Darcy whispered. I remember Connor shouting with rage. I remember so much pain and shock. I realized I was going to die. The malcontent disappeared, and Connor knelt beside me. He kept saying he was sorry, that he should have stopped it. I remember his eyes were blue. I was staring at him. I didn't want to die alone. Then Connor said I was not to worry. He would take care of me. Darcy slipped out of Austin's lap and curled up on the bed. Shivers coursed through her body.
Darcy.
Austin lay beside her and wrapped his arms around her. Still the shaking wouldn't stop.
Darcy.
He flooded her mind with his strong, warm presence.
You're safe. You're with me now.
She exhaled a long breath. She'd made it through the story. She could shove the horrid memories back into a dark corner of her brain. I didn't want to become a vampire.
Of course not.
I was barely conscious when they transformed me.
Who did it?
Austin whispered.
Who bit you?
She swallowed hard. Connor. Austin's breath hissed between clenched teeth.
That bastard. I should hate him, but he saved your life.
She snorted. He could have teleported me to Romatech or to a hospital, but he was more worried about keeping the big secret than keeping me alive. I lost my family, my home, my job, my savings, my ability to have children. I lost the daylight and any hope of a normal life.
But you're here now. That's a hell of a lot better than being dead.
I'm dead during the day, she whispered.
But alive at night. Let's say the cup is half full instead of half empty, and I'm willing to share that cup with you.
She turned toward him with sad eyes. You'll lose your job if they find out you're involved with a vampire.
He shrugged. Maybe. We'll just take it one day. Rather, one night at a time. We'll make it work.
I hope so. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. A scent tickled her nose. It smelled rich and delicious. Austin.
If Shanna and Roman can make it work, so can we.
Yes, but they still have problems. Darcy felt an odd throbbing, as if her heartbeat was amplified throughout her body. She struggled to concentrate on the conversation. Shanna wants to have children, but it may never be possible.
No, I wouldn't think that could work.
The throbbing grew louder. Darcy wondered if there was something wrong with her heart. Roman wanted to become mortal again, but that didn't work either.
What?
Austin propped himself up on an elbow. Darcy gasped when she noticed the vein in Austin's neck. It wasn't her heartbeat she was hearing. It was his. It was his blood, pounding through his arteries, calling to her.
Darcy?
He touched her shoulder. She jumped. Yes?
I asked you a question. Are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. God help me. I'm hungry.
Is there a way to turn a vampire back into a mortal?
Roman thought there was, but they experimented on a pig and it died. There's no way Shanna's going to let Roman try it on himself. Darcy's gaze wandered back to the vein in Austin's neck. Good God, she could actually see it pulsing. She could smell the blood. This was terrible. This had never happened to her before. But then, she'd not been around any mortals for the last 4 years. And now she was acting just like a vampire.
How does the experiment work? Austin asked.
It doesn't work. Darcy gritted her teeth with frustration. A curious ache pinched at her gums.
Why not?
Aren't you wearing your anklet? She glanced down, but the comforter was covering his legs.
I took it off when I showered. Darcy, why doesn't the experiment work?
Something about our DNA. It's mutated. Roman thinks it will only work with the original human DNA. The smell of Austin's blood flooded her brain. His heartbeat thrummed through her body. Good God. What if Austin was right? She had no control over her eyes or her strength. What if her fangs sprang out? She jumped from the bed and scrambled for her clothes on the floor. She couldn't find her underwear, so she just grabbed her shorts and pulled them on. Austin sat up.
What's wrong?
Nothing. She located her top and pulled it on. The tingling in her gums was growing stronger. Oh, God. What if she bit him? What if she killed him? He climbed out of bed.
Don't go. We still have round 2.
She donned her bathrobe. I don't want to fall asleep here. The sun will shine through your windows. She stuffed her feet into her slides. I'll be more comfortable in the pool house. He grabbed a pair of underwear from his suitcase and started putting them on.
I'm coming with you.
No! He glanced sharply at her.
Don't push me off. You made the decision to come here tonight. And it was beautiful. You can't back out of this now.
A sharp pain lanced her gums. I have to go! She wrenched open the door.
Damn it, Darcy!
He strode toward her.
You will tell me what's wrong.
It was beautiful. Her eyes blurred with tears. But it can't happen again. I'm sorry. She rushed down the hallway.
We have to talk,
he yelled.
I'll be at your place in 5 minutes. Hey!
Garrett's voice rang out. What's going on? Darcy speeded up so the second CIA man wouldn't see that Austin's girlfriend was a vampire. It was bad enough that she was breaking Austin's heart. She didn't want him to lose his job, too. With her super-sensitive hearing, she could still detect their voices.
Problem with the girlfriend?
Garrett asked.
I'll fix it,
Austin grumbled.
This is only temporary.
Tears welled in Darcy's eyes as she climbed the stairs to the roof. The problem wasn't temporary. She was stuck being a vampire forever. 5 minutes later, Austin knocked on the pool house door. No answer.
I know you're in there, Darcy.
He'd watched her on the surveillance camera while he'd thrown on his clothes. She'd grabbed a bottle of chocolate and a box of tissues and gone straight to her bedroom. He knocked louder.
We need to talk.
The door cracked open, Her eyes were red from crying. Damn, he hated to see her suffering. He hated even worse not knowing why.
What the hell happened?
"I'm really sorry," she whispered.
We were talking about that experiment, then all of a sudden... Wait, is that it? You're upset because the experiment failed?
He tried to pry the door open, but she was holding it steady with her super strength.
Don't shut me out, Darcy. You know I love you.
A tear rolled down her cheek. "I can't ask you to give up everything for me."
You don't have to ask. It's my choice.
She shook her head. "No, I won't have anyone sacrificing themselves for me. I won't allow it."
Why not? Don't you know you're worth it?
She sniffed as another tear tumbled down. "I don't believe in sacrificing oneself."
Of course you do. You did it yourself when you saved Taylor.
Her face crumbled. "And look what happened. I lost everything. I won't let that happen to you. You would grow to hate me. After you lost your job and your friends and your family, you would hate me."
No.
He rested a hand on each side of the door and leaned forward.
Darcy, you were Taylor's hero. Let me be yours.
Her breath caught in a sob. "I'm sorry." She shoved the door shut. He stared at it in disbelief. God damn it. He was willing to give up everything for her, and she'd slam the door in his face? He curled his hands into fists.
No.
He punched a fist against the door, then stalked back to his room. Damn, damn, damn. Each step increased his rage. How could she do this? He'd come such a long way. All the way from being a vampire hater to her lover. She couldn't just toss him aside. She wouldn't, damn it. He'd show her. He wasn't that easy to dismiss. 30 minutes later, Darcy jerked to a sitting position at the sound of loud banging on her door. "Oh, go away!" she moaned, falling back onto her tear-soaked pillow. There was a silent pause, and she imagined Austin pacing outside with indignation. Or maybe he had left and accepted the inevitable. Fresh tears ran down her face. She was doing the right thing. She was probably saving his life, but there was still a secret hope, deep in her heart, that he would burst through the door and refuse to ever give her up. The banging started again. "Oh, please, don't make me have to reject you again." She rolled over and pulled a pillow over her ears to muffle the noise. The banging continued. She tossed the pillow aside since the damp pillow slip chilled her ears. "Darcy, if you don't come here, I'm breaking the door down." "Vonda?" Darcy stumbled from the bedroom to the front door of the pool house. "I'm coming." She didn't have to yell too loud since Vonda's hearing was as good as her own. "Well, thank God. I was beginning to think you were sick or something," Vonda muttered. Darcy opened the door. "I'm fine." Vonda's eyes widened. "The hell you are? You look awful." "Thanks." Darcy peered through her swollen eyes at the figure huddled behind Vonda. "Oh no, Maggie. What happened?" "Yeah, she looks awful too." Vonda dragged Maggie into the pool house. "I thought you'd be able to cheer her up, but..." Darcy took one look at Maggie's red-rimmed eyes and tear-stained face and burst into tears. "Great," Vonda muttered. "This is going to be fun." "Oh, Darcy, it was terrible," Maggie wailed, with a fresh supply of tears. Darcy wrapped her arms around her. "Poor Maggie." With a sigh, Vonda shut the door. "Looks like I brought the right stuff." She lifted an unlabeled bottle. "Now we can all get hammered." Darcy sniffled. "What is it?" Vonda strode into the kitchen. "Grigori gave it to me. It's Roman's latest venture into vampire fusion cuisine. Still in the experimental stage, though. Not for sale yet." Darcy and Maggie wandered toward the kitchen, their arms still looped around each other. Vonda shook her head.
You two look pathetic.
She slammed 3 glasses onto the counter and opened the bottle.
Wow.
Her eyes watered as the fumes from the bottle engulfed her face.
What is that stuff? Darcy asked.
Blisky. Half synthetic blood, half pure Scots whiskey.
Vonda poured some into the 3 glasses.
Here you go.
Darcy added some ice to hers, then joined her friends in the sitting area. She settled into a wicker rocking chair.
Bottoms up.
Vonda raised her glass in salute. After they'd finished gasping and coughing, Vonda refilled their glasses. She set the bottle down on the glass-topped wicker coffee table.
Okay, who's first?
Maggie tossed back her glass, then croaked,
Me.
She leaned back against the floral-printed cushions of the love seat.
I went to DVN for my interview with Mr. Bacchus.
Oh, no, Darcy groaned. That was tonight?
Yes.
Maggie wiped the moisture off her face. I'm so sorry, Maggie. I meant to warn you about him. But she'd gotten too immersed in her own problems with Austin. Maggie's lips trembled.
You knew he was a lecherous creep?
What happened? Vonda demanded. Did he make a move on you?
Maggie shuddered.
It was more like he wanted me to make moves on him. I was so shocked. I just stood there gaping at him. Then he said, as long as my mouth was open, I might as well put it to good use.
That's sly,
Darcy muttered. Always a smooth talker.
Vonda snorted. I hope you told him to go to hell.
Maggie winced.
I should have, but I was so horrified I just ran from the room.
She slumped against the cushions.
Now I'll never get an acting job. I'll never be with Don Orlando.
Darcy drank her shot of Blisky to bolster her courage.
About Don Orlando,
you should know the rumors are true.
No.
Maggie's face crumbled. Vonda refilled her glass. He's had an affair with Corky Corrant and Tiffany, Darcy said. And there could be others.
Scumbag,
Vonda growled. New tears tumbled down Maggie's face.
I was so sure he was perfect for me.
She grabbed her glass and drank. Darcy sniffed. I'm really sorry.
Men.
Vonda gulped down some Blisky.
Even dead, you can't live with them.
She refilled their glasses.
Your turn, Darcy. Why are you upset?
She sighed. A man.
Of course.
Vonda lifted her glass and announced,
Men suck.
Especially vampire men.
Maggie grumbled, then looked stunned by the truth of her statement. The women burst into laughter and downed another shot of Blisky.
Oh my God!
Maggie wiped her eyes.
I can't believe it. I'm actually getting drunk.
You've never been drunk before?
Vonda asked.
No, I was raised in a very strict Catholic family. Drinking was evil. Sweet Mary, everything was evil.
Maggie lounged back with a dreamy look.
I thought, with enough love and religion, I could change the world. So in 1884, I joined the Salvation Army. I had the smartest little uniform, and we marched around Manhattan with our brass band, preaching about the evils of rumdom, slumdom, and bumdom.
Really? Darcy asked. You never told me this. Maggie shrugged.
I didn't last for very long. I was only 19, and so naive. After a few weeks, I joined the Slum Brigade, and we went into the seedy area close to the docks. We had baskets of fresh bread, and we were going to feed the poor. But then I got separated from the others, and by the time the sun set, I was hopelessly lost.
Frowning, she touched the scars on her neck.
I ended up feeding the poor, all right.
Darcy blinked. You mean literally? The ladies looked at each other, then burst into giggles.
To Maggie and feeding the poor.
Vonda raised a full glass. They clinked their glasses together and drank. Vonda turned to Darcy.
So, who's the bastard in your life?
Austin, but he's not a bastard.
Maggie frowned.
I don't think we know him.
Oh. Darcy propped her feet against the edge of the coffee table to make her rocking chair move. You know him as Adam.
Adam's giving you trouble?
Vonda asked, her expression confused.
But he told me in the hot tub that he's in love with you.
You were talking about me in the hot tub?
Sure.
Vonda frowned.
I warned him never to hurt you.
He's not hurting me. I'm hurting him.
Hooray!
Maggie slouched on the love seat, grinning.
Kick his ass!
Vonda gave her an annoyed look.
Darcy isn't enjoying this.
Oh, sorry. Maggie leaned forward and plummeted onto the floor.
What did you say his name was?
Vonda asked.
Austin?
Maggie rolled onto her back and hiccuped.
I thought his name was Adam, or Apollo, the sun god.
Adam is his stage name, Darcy clarified.
Adam, Austin, Apollo.
Vonda shrugged.
A dick by any other name would smell as sweet.
A burst of giggles came from the floor where Maggie was sprawled. With a snort of laughter, Darcy pushed too hard against the coffee table. Her chair rocked back, then teetered on the edge. Ah! She crashed onto the floor. Vonda lurched to her feet and stood swaying over her.
Are you all right?
I'm fine, Darcy giggled as she rolled onto the floor. I'm in love! She burst into tears.
Oh, great.
Vonda helped her up.
We'd better get to a safe place before the sun rises.
The bedroom. Darcy lurched toward the room, followed by Vonda and Maggie. They collapsed onto the king-sized bed. The sun must be breaking the horizon, Darcy thought. She could feel the heavy pull of the death sleep.
You know, there's one good thing about being a vampire,
Vonda whispered on Darcy's right.
What's that?
Maggie asked from Darcy's left.
No matter how screwed up we are, we'll never lose a minute's sleep over it.
True. Darcy reached for their hands. Thank you for being here. With good friends, maybe she could survive this. She slipped into oblivion. Chapter 23. Darcy woke with a monstrous headache. Vonda and Maggie looked equally as miserable as they stumbled back to their rooms on the servants' floor. As Darcy showered and dressed, she realized she couldn't face Austin. If she saw him, she might beg him to take her back. So she stopped by the cameramen's room and asked them to proceed without her. Maria Consuela was judging the contest tonight. Grigori escorted her to the penthouse library. The rest of the ex-harem, including Darcy, watched from the servants' parlor. Coralie squealed, pointing at the television where the library could now be seen.
There they are!
Not so loud,
Vonda muttered. Maggie groaned. Darcy rubbed her throbbing temples. Grigori smiled at a camera.
Welcome to the sexiest man on Earth. There are only 4 contestants left, and 2 will be eliminated tonight as we test each man's strength. Our judge tonight is the lovely Maria Consuela of Spain.
Maria Consuela inclined her head toward the camera in a calm, regal manner. Only her tight grip on her rosary hinted at her nervousness.
Our first contestant tonight is Roberto from Buenos Aires.
Grigori opened the library door, and Roberto entered the room. He looked suave, his black hair slicked back from a high forehead. He bowed to Maria Consuela.
At your service, señora. Gracias.
Maria Consuela stood by the fireplace and motioned to a nearby wingback chair.
I believe this chair would look much better in front of the desk.
Claro.
Roberto lifted the chair high over his head. He walked to the desk and set the chair down.
Is this better? Why, yes.
Maria Consuela's dark eyes gleamed with approval.
And that little settee in the corner, I believe it should be here by the fireplace.
Of course.
Roberto easily lifted the antique love seat and placed it by the hearth. He straightened, adjusting his cufflinks. He hadn't even wrinkled his suit. Maria Consuela beamed.
Gracias, señor. You may go now.
Roberto bowed.
My pleasure, señora.
He left the room. Lady Pamela sighed.
He's most definitely a vamp.
Princess Joanna agreed.
We should keep him.
The ladies turned back to the television when Grigori brought in the next contestant. Garth of Colorado smiled.
Good evening.
Darcy held her breath.
Garth Manley, a.k.a. Garrett, the CIA man, needed to be eliminated tonight.
Maria Consuela inclined her head to him.
If you would be so kind, would you please move this settee to the corner?
No problem.
Garrett tried to lift the settee, but it proved too long and unwieldy for him. Finally, he lifted one end and pushed it. The legs scraped across the wooden floor. Maria Consuela huffed.
You're scratching the floor.
Sorry. Garrett gave the settee one final shove. Maria Consuela narrowed her eyes.
Can you lift the desk?
Garrett frowned at the huge mahogany desk.
Not by myself. You need at least 2 people. Maybe more.
Maria Consuela pursed her lips.
I see. You may go.
Darcy sighed with relief. Garrett had been found out. Maria Consuela leaned toward a camera.
I suspect that man is a mortal.
Hooray! Coralie clapped. We found another mortal.
Quiet,
Vonda grumbled, rubbing her forehead. Lady Pamela sniffed.
You are certainly in a foul mood.
Shh! Darcy hushed them when the next contestant entered the room. Austin.
Oh, look, it's Adam! Coralie exclaimed. I like him.
Darcy wanted to growl, but it would hurt her head too much.
Hi, how are you?
Austin looked tired, drawn, and tense. Maria Consuela tapped her chin with her finger.
I believe that chair should go here, by the fireplace.
Okay.
Austin strode to the desk, lifted the wingback chair, and set it down close to Maria Consuela. Darcy sat up, her heart stammering. He'd made it look so easy, but then, it was only a chair. Mortal men could probably move chairs all day without straining themselves. Maria Consuela's brows lifted.
And the settee in the corner. Could you put it in front of the desk?
Sure.
Austin circled behind the settee. He glanced at the camera, his expression harsh with emotion. Darcy felt alarm bells clanging in her aching head. Austin leaned over, then straightened with the settee balanced on one hand in the air. The ladies gasped. Darcy's jaw dropped. Vonda and Maggie shot her confused looks. They knew as well as she did that he was mortal.
It must be some kind of trick,
Darcy whispered, as she watched him walk across the room with the settee in the air.
I knew it!
Princess Joanna nodded with satisfaction.
That man is a vampire!
Darcy sank into her chair. What was Austin doing? He was supposed to get eliminated. He had told her he would. The truth dawned on her with a startled gasp. He intended to stay. He wanted another night with her. Austin lowered the settee to the floor.
Anything else?
No.
Maria Consuela smiled.
That was marvelous. Gracias.
Austin left the room. Damn it. Darcy gritted her teeth. How on earth had he managed such a trick?
The last contestant,
Grigori announced.
Otto of Dusseldorf.
Thank God. Darcy sat up, hoping He-Man Otto would twirl the desk on his finger like a basketball. If anyone could beat Austin, it would be him.
Yeah, the Otto is here.
He marched in and posed for one of the cameras. The material on his jacket strained over his back muscles.
The Otto must take off his coat before it is ripped into tiny pieces by his big bulges.
He made googly eyes at the camera, while he removed his jacket.
Yeah, all the ladies love the big bulges.
Oh my.
Maria Consuela collapsed into the wingback chair.
You're so strong.
Yeah, you want to see how strong?
He circled to the back of her chair.
The auto will lift you high in the air.
Santa Maria.
Maria Consuela clutched the arms of the chair.
Are you sure?
Yeah, do not fear, you are light as the feather.
Otto grasped the chair under its arms. He straightened suddenly, causing Maria Consuela to squeal as she rose in the air.
You see, it is easy.
Otto started to lower the chair when he yelled, "Ah!" The chair tipped, spilling Maria Consuela onto the floor with a splat. Her scream was cut off when the chair landed on her head.
Oh!
Otto doubled over.
I broke a nail. The fingernail bent backward.
Grigori rushed forward and pulled the chair off Maria Consuela.
Are you all right?
No!
She scrambled to her feet, glaring at Otto.
You clumsy fool! I haven't been so abused since the Spanish Inquisition.
But the auto is hurt.
Otto stuck his sore finger into his mouth and sucked. Darcy's eye twitched. The unbelievable had happened. Otto of Dusseldorf had failed the strength test. Coward. She was avoiding him. Austin stood on the staircase landing, watching the ladies file into the foyer. Darcy was nowhere in sight. Grigori strode toward the center of the foyer.
Welcome to another orchid ceremony on the sexiest man on earth. Tonight, 2 men will leave and 2 will remain. Those last 2 men will compete for the title and a whopping $5 million.
The cameraman scurried to catch all the excited reactions. Maria Consuela joined Grigori under the chandelier with 2 black orchids in her hands.
Are you ready?
Grigori asked. When she nodded, he continued.
Who will be eliminated? We'll know real soon, but first, a word from our sponsor, Romatex Fusion Cuisine.
He paused, then started again with a smile.
We're back, and Maria Consuela is ready to give out her orchids.
She nodded.
The first one goes to Garth from Colorado.
That figures, Garrett mumbled. He descended the stairs to receive his orchid. Then he climbed back to the landing to stand near Austin.
I guess you're next,
he whispered. Austin held his breath.
The second orchid goes to Otto of Dusseldorf.
Maria Consuela glared at the German vampire as he lumbered down the stairs. Otto trudged back up the stairs. He examined Roberto and Austin, and his massive shoulders slumped.
This is terrible. The auto has been crushed by 2 girly men.
Let's go. Austin walked back to the east wing with Garrett. While Garrett retrieved his bags, Austin went to his room to watch the surveillance camera in the portrait room. The ladies sighed when the black light revealed Otto as a vampire. Then they cheered when they learned Garrett was mortal.
We've done it!
One of the ladies exclaimed.
We've rid ourselves of the last mortal.
Austin winced. Darcy was probably furious. He'd have to convince her that no harm was done. He could still lose to Roberto in the final round. He accompanied Garrett downstairs and helped him load his luggage into the Hummer limo. Otto was already inside, grumbling to himself. The limo drove away, and Austin went straight to the roof and the pool house. He knocked. No answer. He tried the door. It wasn't locked, so he let himself in.
Darcy? Are you here?
The main room was empty, bedroom too. He headed back to the kitchen and filled a glass with ice water. Then he wandered to the sitting area and set his glass on the coffee table. There were 3 empty glasses there and an almost empty bottle. He lifted the bottle and sniffed. Whoa! He eyed the rocking chair knocked over on its back. So Darcy had gotten soused after rejecting him. He slowly smiled. The front door creaked open, and he turned. Darcy's mouth fell open.
Hi, sweetheart.
He lifted the bottle in his hand.
Did you want to get drunk again?
Her gaze flicked to the bottle. I had enough last night.
Strange.
He clunked the bottle down.
I didn't.
She winced, then quietly shut the door. He sat on the wicker love seat.
Did it work?
She approached him warily. Did what work?
Did getting soused make you forget that you love me?
Her eyes reflected pain as she sat on the end of the wicker chaise lounge.
Nothing could make me forget that.
Her expression hardened. I also remember that you agreed to get yourself eliminated from the show.
I couldn't leave. Not without talking to you.
Then send me a telegram. Her eyes flashed with anger. Are you trying to get me fired? That's what'll happen if you win.
I won't win. I'll be obnoxious and rude tomorrow night.
There's no taping for the next 2 days. The second show airs tomorrow night. You won't see me again till Friday. That's the final night of taping, and you had better lose.
I will. Trust me.
Trust? Don't make me laugh, Adam.
I have never lied to you about how I feel.
Her eyes narrowed. How did you do it? How did you lift a settee with one hand? He focused on the overturned rocker. Slowly it rose in the air, then landed in an upright position. Darcy gaped at it, then at Austin, then back at the chair. How?
Telekinesis.
Good God, how powerful are you? He shrugged.
I feel pretty damned helpless where you're concerned. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and you're brushing me off like it's nothing.
You think it's easy for me? She rubbed her forehead. I have a monster headache.
Looks like you have 2 choices. You can either marry me or spend eternity in a drunken stupor.
She glared at him as she massaged her temples. Oh, thanks. That's about the loveliest proposal a girl could hope for. He perched on the end of the chaise beside her.
Allow me.
He pressed his fingers into her scalp and rubbed small circles. She closed her eyes. I shouldn't let you touch me.
Why not?
Because my resistance melts away.
Good.
He moved his hands to her neck and massaged her there.
You hate being cold, sweetheart. Stop fighting this and melt with me.
She moaned, her eyes still closed. I want you to be happy, Austin. How can you be happy with me?
I love you. Of course I'll be happy with you.
He focused on his glass of water. It slid across the table to within his reach. He fished out an ice cube, then drew a line with it down Darcy's neck. She stiffened, her eyes flying open. That's so cold.
Yes, but I'm here to heat you up.
He nuzzled her neck, licking away the cold trail of water left behind by the ice. She shuddered. Do you realize what you're doing?
Seducing you?
He skimmed the ice cube along her collarbone, then down between her breasts. Her skin pebbled with goosebumps. I can't leave the vampire world. I'm stuck here. You would be forced to share it with me.
I know.
With the ice, he drew 2 circles on her t-shirt, outlining her breasts.
I just have one question for you.
She shivered. What is it? He rubbed the ice over her nipples, soaking her t-shirt and bra.
Will you still love me when I'm old and gray? Or bald?
Of course.
Then it's settled.
He tossed the ice cube onto the table. You make it sound so easy. She shuddered. Shame on you. You know how I hate the cold.
But you love it when I warm you up.
He pulled her shirt over her head. Then he reached behind her to unhook her bra. God help me. I love you. She wrapped her arms around his neck.
Yes.
A surge of victory swept through him as he pushed her down onto the chaise lounge. She did love him. She did want him. He made love to her breasts, then unzipped her jeans and tugged them down her legs. They snagged on her sneakers, so he jerked off her shoes and jeans all at once. She lounged on the floral cushions, wearing nothing but red lace underwear.
You look incredible.
He perched on the lounge next to her. Thank you. She reached for him.
Just a minute.
He plucked another piece of ice from his glass and steadied her panties. Her eyes widened. Don't you dare!
But I promised to warm you up.
She scrambled off the chaise, but he caught the waistband and popped the ice cube onto her bottom. Ah! She wiggled out of the underwear.
Wow. He rose to his feet, grinning. I've never seen a lady drop her pants so fast.
You rascal! She planted her hands on her hips and looked him over. We have a serious problem.
What?
Her eyes twinkled with mischief. I'm completely naked, but here you are, still in a suit and tie.
Oh, no problem.
He started to take off his coat, but she stopped him. I think I like this. She circled him slowly, skimming a hand across his chest, over his arm and across his back. It makes me feel wild and wanton. He inhaled sharply when her breasts brushed against his arm. His groin tightened.
I have to admit, I like the view.
So do I. She lifted the end of his tie and ran the tip down her neck and between her breasts. He grabbed her hips and pulled her against his erection.
Are you ready to be warmed up?
Is that a heating iron, or are you just happy to see me? She wiggled out of his arms. Come. She tugged on his tie, leading him like a dog on a leash. And he went, gladly. Hell, he felt like howling. After all, the woman he loved was leading him to the bedroom, and watching her swaying rump from behind was an added bonus. She stopped when she reached the bed. She turned slowly. Let me undress you. But he already had his coat and shoes off. Her eyes widened. You're certainly in a hurry.
Sweetheart, I'm about to explode.
Really? She hooked a leg around him and rubbed her inner thigh against his pants. Are you suffering?
Vixen,
he muttered as he loosened his tie and pulled it over his head. She began to unbutton his shirt with irritatingly slow patience. With a growl, he unhooked his belt, unzipped his pants, dropped them, and kicked them aside. His underwear followed suit, and she was still unbuttoning his shirt.
Enough.
He yanked his shirt and undershirt over his head at the same time. He focused on the door, and it swung shut. Wow, she breathed. With his mind, he pulled the comforter down the bed. Clean, white sheets and pillows were revealed.
Climb in, sweetheart.
She snorted. Well, that's a neat trick. But if you really want to impress me, you'll know how to make the bed, too. He grabbed her around the waist and plopped her on the mattress. And do the laundry, not to mention the dirty dishes.
I just love it when you talk dirty.
He pushed her down and gave his full attention to her breasts. With a moan, she splayed her hands into his hair. I tried to stay away from you. I knew I couldn't resist you. He shoved her knees apart and settled between her thighs.
I'm here to stay.
She jolted when he tickled her between the legs. She was hot and wet. He spread the moisture around while she trembled and gasped. The scent of her desire lured him in closer. He planted his mouth on her and quickly convinced her that they could indeed find domestic bliss together. She cried out. He nuzzled close to feel the throbbing spasms. Holy moly, he needed to be inside her fast. I love you, she gasped. He glanced up and saw her red, glowing eyes. He hesitated only a few seconds, but she used that time to push him down and roll on top of him. I love you, she repeated as she trailed kisses down his chest. She teased his nipples with her tongue. His erection wedged against her bottom, and he almost lost it.
Darcy, I can't wait.
She straddled his hips and lowered herself onto him. Each time she wiggled to accommodate his size, he groaned.
Now!
He grabbed her hips and forced her down.
Faster, he told her with his mind. I can't wait much longer.
She sat up and tossed her hair behind her shoulders. She began to rock slowly, her eyes closed, her mouth slightly open. He'd never seen her so beautiful, so sexy. He cupped her breasts and gently squeezed. With a moan, she fell forward onto his chest. He grabbed her hips to increase the pace. Her breathing grew ragged, her fingers dug into him. He was pushing up, grinding their hips together. Not much longer. He gritted his teeth, fighting for more time. He'd make her come with him somehow. He reached between them and tweaked at her slick, hot nubbin. She cried out. He wrapped his arms around her and they shattered together. Suddenly, she stiffened and jerked free from his embrace. She sat up, her whole body shaking.
Darcy, what's wrong?
No! She slapped both hands over her mouth, her blue eyes filled with horror.
Darcy?
She scrambled off of him. Her eyes turned red, and she doubled over, crying out in pain. He couldn't leave her like this.
What can I do?
Go! Run away! He jumped back when he saw the white flash of fangs.
Holy crap! Her fangs had come out.
He tumbled out of bed. A cry ripped from her throat. A cry so replete with pain and terror he hesitated. She needed help, but what could he do? Run! She grabbed a pillow and sank her fangs into it. He shuddered at the sound of ripping fabric. That could have been his neck. Feathers floated around her head. He ran to the kitchen, grabbed a bottle of chocolate, and dashed back to the bedroom. He unscrewed the top.
Here.
She remained curled in a ball, crying.
Darcy.
He nudged her arm with the cold bottle. She sat up with an angry hiss. He jumped back. With her eyes bright red and her fangs distended, she crawled across the bed toward him. Holy shit. He felt like he was trying to feed a wild animal. He gingerly offered her the bottle. She seized it and upended it. She guzzled it down so fast. Drops of blood escaped and ran down her neck and chest. Austin gulped. How could he live with this? He turned away to get dressed. He could hear the gulping sounds behind him. Finally, when he was buttoning his shirt, it became quiet. He turned. She set the empty bottle down on the bedside table. Then she used the sheet to wipe the blood off her chest.
Are you all right?
She shook her head, unable to look at him.
Have your fangs ever come out before?
Only once. After I was transformed. It's an automatic reaction then. But that was 4 years ago. I've never wanted to bite anyone. I thought I was safe.
You were just hungry. We'll make sure—
No! She looked at him, her eyes glistening with tears. I've already eaten tonight. I'm not that hungry. It was— I don't know. I lost control.
From the sex?
A tear rolled down her face. We can't do this again. I could have killed you.
But you didn't. You attacked a pillow.
The slashed pillow made him wince. I had to bite something. More tears slid down her cheeks. I can't let you live with me. I'm too dangerous. His heart plummeted.
We'll figure out something.
This couldn't be happening. He couldn't lose her now. No. She turned her head away. I want you to leave. Now. It felt like his heart had fallen into a vat of acid, and he was left with nothing but shriveling, gnawing pain. He considered arguing with her, begging her, anything to keep her. But she wouldn't even look at him. One last feather floated down onto the bed, landing next to the blood-stained sheet. He glanced at the slashed pillow. She was right. She could have killed him. He stumbled toward the door and left. Chapter 24. Austin couldn't stay at the penthouse. His bedroom there reminded him too much of Darcy. The scent of her shampoo lingered on the pillows, making it impossible to sleep. He took the subway back to his apartment in Greenwich Village. Even then, he couldn't escape the pain or the memories. The next day he went to the office. He wasn't there 5 minutes before he realized how difficult it would be to continue working for the CIA. He could no longer fight every vampire with the conviction they were all evil. He needed to convince Sean that it was only the malcontents who were attacking people. If he could steer the stakeout team's focus toward the malcontents and away from law-abiding vamps, then it would be worth keeping his job. Emma stopped by his desk and looked him over. "You look tired. It must be hard being the sexiest man on earth."
"Exhausting,"
she snorted. "Well, wake yourself up, lover boy. Sean wants you and Garrett in the conference room in 5 minutes. Austin groaned. Sean probably wanted a report on the reality show and DVN. None of those vampires were a threat to humanity. Even humongous Otto was all bark and no bite. He wandered over to Garrett's desk. "How's it going?" Garrett glanced up. "I'm going over my list of vampire contestants. Where was Reginald from?" Austin frowned. "Reginald? Was he a vampire?" "Yeah, I think so." Austin sighed. "I'm having trouble remembering. I think the vampires must have messed with my memory." "Really?" Garrett's eyes widened. "When did that happen?" "I don't know. If they erased my memory, how can I remember it?" "Oh." Garrett shifted his gaze back to his paper. "I remembered these names." "Can I see your list? Maybe it'll help jog my memory." "Sure." Garrett handed him the paper. Austin scanned the list of names. Garrett hadn't been very industrious, if this was all he had discovered while working undercover. "You don't have their last names. It'll be hard to track them down." Garrett shrugged. "We never knew their last names." "Are you sure?" Austin lifted an eyebrow. "Or did they erase your memory too?" Garrett looked confused. "I don't know." "Did you find out where Shanna is?" "No." Garrett stood slowly. "Or maybe I did, and they erased it." "Damn." Austin crushed the paper in his fist. "Sean expects us to give detailed reports, but we can't remember much." "But I do remember. I remember the penthouse, and the 5 lady judges, and—" Austin listened, while Garrett rambled on and on, then slipped into his head without the guy noticing it. Austin couldn't erase memories like a vampire, but he could certainly muddle someone's memory by projecting contradictory images. Garrett stopped talking and closed his eyes, as his mind overflowed with the mental pictures Austin sent. "Hey, are you all right?" Garrett rubbed his forehead. "It's hot in here." "Maybe you're coming down with something. Or maybe it's just an after effect from those vampires messing with our heads." "Yeah," Garrett nodded. "That could be it." He wandered toward the conference room. "I'll be right there." Austin's heart raced as he headed for the shredding machine. Garrett had been pathetically easy to confuse, but still, messing with a fellow agent's head was too much like treason. But what could Austin do? He couldn't let Sean terminate the good vamps. Austin fed Garrett's list into the shredder and punched the button. Damn it to hell. He'd just become a double agent. He rushed to the men's restroom and splashed cold water on his face. He breathed deeply until he was calm. Then he marched toward the conference room. Garrett had been easy to manipulate. Sean Whalen would not. He entered the conference room and gave Garrett and Sean a nod. "Good morning." He shut the door. "You're late." Sean sat at the head of the table. Garrett sat on the right, his shoulders slumped. Sean tapped the end of his pen on the table. "We have a problem." "Yes?" Austin approached the table. "I want your reports, but Garrett doesn't have one. He says you don't either. He says the vampires messed with your heads." Austin took a seat.
Yes, I believe they did.
How could you let that happen?
Sean glared at him.
I can understand Garrett having trouble repelling their mind control, but you, Austin, your power is rated off the charts. You should have been able to stop them.
Austin narrowed his eyes as if in deep concentration. I do remember some things, but nothing of any value. We don't know where your daughter is. I'm sorry. Sean's jaw clenched.
What do you remember?
Austin shrugged. I can't recall their names, but there were several vampires there. They were harmless. Sean snorted.
Now that's an oxymoron, a harmless vampire.
They would have never harmed us. Sean slammed his pen onto the table.
They've been messing with your head. That is harming you.
I remember some names, Garrett offered. Roberto. No, maybe it was Alberto. And there was a beach house. Austin shook his head. No, it was Penthouse.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Garrett grimaced.
Why am I remembering a beach house?
Austin slipped into Garrett's mind and fed him more pictures.
I remember the contest, and there were 5 judges. Poodles,
Garrett said.
What?
Sean shot him a confused look.
The judges were fluffy pink poodles.
Garrett frowned and rubbed his glistening forehead.
That can't be right. Those bastards!
Sean banged a fist on the table.
They're toying with us.
He stood and paced about the room.
This has been a waste of time. We're no closer to finding my daughter.
Austin took a deep breath. I think we should concentrate our efforts on the vampires who are actually attacking people. The vamps at DVN just want to entertain each other with dorky soap operas and sell a few bottles of chocolate. They may be guilty of bad taste, but they're basically harmless. Sean stopped his pacing to stare at Austin.
If the vampires messed with your head, everything you say is suspect. There is no such thing as a harmless vampire.
I remember enough from the reality show to know that those vampires would never harm humans. Sean scoffed.
Is that what you remember, Garrett? A bunch of sweet, harmless vampires?
Garrett's face flushed with heat.
There was never any biting. The poodles were nice.
Sweat beaded on his brow.
I mean, the ladies.
Sean frowned at him.
You look ill. Have you checked your neck for tooth marks?
Garrett paled.
Oh my God.
He unbuttoned his collar and ran his fingers over his neck.
I'm all right. No, you're not.
Sean ground his teeth.
You've been brainwashed. Get an appointment with the company shrink.
Yes, sir. Garrett wiped his moist forehead.
I do feel strange, like I'm running a fever.
Sean narrowed his eyes.
You may go,
he ordered quietly.
Thank you, sir.
Garrett weaved toward the door and left. Austin stood to make his leave.
Sit.
He sat back down. A swoosh of hot air surrounded his mind, powerful and suffocating. Austin knew who it was, and he also knew his mind was full of memories he couldn't allow anyone to see. Memories he had claimed were forgotten, and memories about Darcy. Sean's mental forces tightened like a vice. Austin instantly erected a firewall and began gathering his power.
Not bad,
Sean whispered.
You do realize, don't you, that when a human invades your mind, you feel heat? How interesting that Garrett was feeling hot.
Austin's power had reached critical mass. He dropped the firewall and unleashed his power, shattering the vice that had surrounded him. Sean stiffened with a gasp. Austin stood.
Don't try that again. And you expect me to believe the vampires messed with your mind?
Sean's face was pinched with anger.
As strong as you are, they couldn't do anything to you, unless you wanted it.
Austin gritted his teeth. He had hoped to steer Sean's focus onto the malcontents and away from Darcy and her friends. But it would never work. Sean no longer trusted him. Sean gave him a scathing look.
What happened to you, Austin? Did you let one of those vampire bitches seduce you?"
He balled his hands into fists.
"I assure you, I am in complete control of myself."
"Then prove it. Go back to the penthouse and stake them all while they sleep."
Austin swallowed hard.
"No."
Sean planted his palms on the table and leaned forward.
"Think twice before you answer, Erickson.
"Are you disobeying a direct order?"
His heart raced, causing a thundering sound in his ears.
"Yes, I am. I'll turn in my resignation today."
"You stupid fool."
Austin shook his head.
"You are the one who refuses to learn the truth. There are two kinds of vampires. You should leave the harmless vamps alone and concentrate your efforts on the malcontents. They are the dangerous ones."
"They're all dangerous."
"No, they're not. For God's sake, Sean, talk to your daughter. Shanna will tell you the truth."
"Don't talk to me about her.
"She turned against me, and now you betrayed me too? Get out of here!"
Austin strode to the door.
"I'm going to continue the fight against evil. We will still be on the same side."
"You are evil, you traitor! Get out of here!"
Sean yelled. Austin closed the door behind him. Alyssa and Emma were hovering outside, their faces worried. He removed his ID card and handed it to Emma.
"You mustn't leave," she whispered. "You're the strongest one amongst us."
"I'll still be fighting the bad guys."
Austin smiled sadly.
"Be careful out there."
He walked out and took the elevator to the ground floor. He'd screwed up everything. Sean knew where the reality show was being filmed, and he was furious enough to wreak revenge on the vamps who were there. Austin would have to go back to the penthouse to make sure Darcy and her friends were protected. There was only one night of recording left. Once it was over, Darcy and her friends would be safe. And what would he do then? He'd lost his job. He'd lost the girl. He'd tried to do everything right, but it had all fallen apart.
"You can either marry me or spend eternity in a drunken stupor."
Austin's unfortunate choice of words continued to haunt Darcy. She couldn't marry him. How could she subject him to a life of darkness and a wife who could turn into a monster at any given moment? She still shuddered every time she remembered the pain of her fangs elongating, the powerful urge to use them, and the overwhelming lust for blood. Fortunately, her reaction of horror and disgust had been just as strong as her need for blood. That alone had helped her maintain enough control to keep from biting Austin. But what if it happened again and again? What if she slowly grew accustomed to it, and the horror faded away? Then there would be nothing to keep her from biting Austin, or transforming him against his will. And then he would hate her, just like she hated Connor. Tears blurred her eyes. As far as she knew, she and Grigori were the only vamps in the world who were completely bottle-fed. She knew the rest of her friends must have bitten people in the past, but she'd always had trouble imagining it. Sweet little Maggie sinking fangs into someone? But now, she knew how it could happen. When her fangs had shot out, she desperately craved blood, and if it happened night after night, it would eventually lose its aura of terror. It would become normal. In time, it would even become pleasurable. She couldn't drag Austin into that trap, and spending eternity in a drunken stupor was pathetic. The only recourse she could think of was overwork. She could at least be productive, and it would keep her mind from dwelling on Austin. Wednesday, she arrived at DVN soon after dusk, and went straight to work, editing the third show, which would air that Saturday. After a few hours, Sly peeked in her office. Darcy was tempted to throw a stapler at him for being so creepy to Maggie.
"Wow, Newhart, did you find out who the babe was in the hot tub?"
No. She concentrated harder on her work, so he'd know he was interrupting her.
I'm afraid it will always be a mystery.
He scratched his beard, oblivious to her hints that he was bothering her.
Most of the phone calls and emails indicate that people think it was Coralie or Lady Pamela.
Darcy sighed and kept working.
We're still getting emails about how dowdy the ladies are dressed,
Sly continued.
Did you get that taken care of?
Yes, they're all thoroughly modernized. It won't show up for a few episodes, but I think you'll be very pleased.
Good.
Sly propped himself against the door jamb, like he intended to stay another 5 minutes. Darcy stifled a groan.
Are you still on schedule?
He asked.
You're recording the last show this Friday.
Yes, sir. We'll have the winner Friday night. And it had better be Roberto or her goose was cooked.
Great. I'm planning to be there for the final ceremony, so I can give away the check. I'm having a great big one made up.
Sounds good.
And I told Corky Corrant to be there, so she can do some post-ceremony interviews.
Sounds exciting, Darcy mumbled.
It is exciting.
Sly turned his head, his attention drawn by something in the hallway.
Hey, Tiffany, you're late.
He glanced back at Darcy.
I've got a meeting to go to. See you later.
He closed the door. Darcy shuddered. Right. He and Tiffany had something important to discuss. Darcy worked until midnight, then took a break to watch The Sexiest Man on Earth as it aired its second show on international vampire television. It was the one where Lady Pamela took the contestants for a walk through the greenhouse. Watching Austin made her heart twist with pain. When he poked his finger on a rose thorn, the cameraman did an excellent job of showing Pamela's desire to taste his blood. Darcy's eye twitched. She massaged the jumpy nerve at her temple. She'd made the right decision. Austin could never be safe living with her in the vampire world. It was like dangling a bottle of wine in front of a group of recovering alcoholics. When the show ended, her phone rang. "Darcy!" Maggie sounded happy. "We all loved the show." "That's good." She could hear excited voices in the background. "What's going on?" "We're partying. Bart, Bernie, and Grigori came down to the servants' parlor to watch the show with us. We're all having bubbly blood to celebrate. Oh, and Roberto wanted to come. He said he was lonely all by himself in the penthouse, but Grigori told him he couldn't, that it wasn't fair for the contest." "I see." "Vonda's trying to talk Grigori into taking us to another male dancer club. Bart says there's a really hot one close by, though I don't know how he knows." Darcy raised her eyebrows. Bart liked male dancers? "I see. Can you come with us? Grigori could teleport you here in a second." "No, thanks. I've got a lot of work to do." "Oh, okay," Maggie sighed. "I just don't want you to be sad because... Oh, that reminds me. I guess I should tell you." Darcy frowned at the hesitancy in her friend's voice. "What's wrong?" "Grigori heard something outside in the hall, and he went to check it out. It was Adam. Or Austin. Whatever." Darcy's heart skipped. "What was he doing?" "Grigori said he was walking around the penthouse, worried about security. He said we needed more guards night and day." Darcy caught her breath. Did Austin know something? He was, after all, a CIA operative. He might have good reason to be concerned for their safety. "Maggie, let me talk to Grigori." "Okay." There was a pause.
"What's up, sweet cakes?"
Grigori spoke. "I think you should take the ladies out. Keep Bart and Bernie with you and call Connor. Ask him if he can spare a few guards for the penthouse."
"What's going on? You sound as worried as that guy Adam."
"I'll explain later, but believe me, if Adam is worried, then there's a good reason for it. Be careful." Darcy hung up and went back to work. She worked long hours again on Thursday night and had 2 more shows ready to air. When Friday arrived, the ladies dressed in their finest new evening gowns. This would be the night they finally acquired their new master. And it would be the last night Darcy would ever see Austin. Chapter 25. Darcy met Maggie and the 5 judges in the portrait room. Tonight, You'll be judging the men according to the last qualification on your list, intelligence. I've prepared a question for you. She handed the paper to Lady Pamela. The ladies sat on the couches that faced the two remaining portraits on the wall, Austin and Roberto. Loud voices reverberated in the foyer. The door swung open.
I'm here,
Sly announced. He strode inside, carrying a 4-foot-long poster board check. He propped it against the wall, then turned to greet the ladies.
Wowza, you look hot.
Princess Joanna and Maria Consuela blushed and lowered their gazes to their hands in their lap. Lady Pamela and Coralie giggled. Vonda raised an eyebrow and glared back at Sly. Maggie slipped behind Darcy, her face pale. Darcy realized how uncomfortable Maggie was in Sly's presence. Could you see if the men are ready? Sure. She rushed from the room. Sly watched her leave.
She looks familiar.
He turned back to the ladies and focused on the two blondes.
So, I hear one of you is fond of the hot tub.
Darcy cleared her throat. Has Corky Corinth arrived yet?
No, she's finishing up her show at DVN.
Sly answered.
She'll be here soon.
The door opened. The cameramen swooshed in. Maggie and Grigori walked in, followed by the last two contestants. Darcy eased over to a dark corner of the room. It was going to be miserably hard to be in the same room with Austin. But tonight would be the last time. Maggie joined her in the corner with a sheepish smile. They were both hiding out and knew it. The cameramen turned on their lights and began doing close-ups. Darcy blinked when she noticed how Austin was dressed. Roberto looked slick as usual in an expensive suit, but Austin was wearing faded jeans and a wrinkled t-shirt. His shaggy hair stood up in spikes. Whiskers lined his jaw. Darcy realized he was trying to look messy and disrespectful, but his strategy was backfiring. He looked sexier than ever. With a sinking heart, she also realized there was no need for her to hide in the corner. Austin wasn't looking at her. He was glowering at his scruffy brown boots. Meanwhile, Roberto was casting languorous looks toward the female judges.
Welcome to the final episode of The Sexiest Man on Earth, Grigori began. Tonight, the ladies will make their final choice. Either Roberto of Buenos Aires or Adam of Wisconsin will win the title and become the sexiest man on Earth. Bart zeroed in on the two men. Roberto flashed a dazzling smile. Austin ignored the camera and scowled at his boots. Tonight, all 5 ladies will be judging. Grigori introduced them while Bernie focused his camera on them. We also have a special guest, Grigori continued. Sylvester Bacchus, the producer of this show, will present the winner with a check for $5 million.
Sly smiled for the camera.
This is the night we've all been waiting for. Since the show's debut, we received over 5,000 phone calls and emails. I'm sure you're as eager as I to see who will win.
Indeed, Grigori agreed. Tonight's winner not only receives the title of the sexiest man on Earth, but a check worth $5 million.
And that's not all.
Sly raised his hands dramatically.
The winner will be receiving even more.
But first, Grigori interrupted, a word from our sponsor. How do you celebrate those special vampire occasions? With bubbly blood, of course. Romatech's fusion of synthetic blood and champagne.
Grigori's smile froze until the cameraman stopped recording. Darcy's eye twitched. Obviously, everyone assumed both the male contestants were vampires. Grigori cued the cameraman to start again.
And we're back, just in time for Sylvester Bacchus's important announcement.
Yes.
Sly smiled when the camera switched to him.
As you know, our 5 beautiful judges were once part of Roman Dragonesti's harem. It would be a crime to leave these women without a master to take care of them. So, tonight's winner not only wins the title and the money, but he also becomes a master with all these lovely women in his brand new harem.
Austin's head snapped up. His mouth fell open. Roberto's eyes gleamed. Licking his lips, he looked the ladies over. Darcy glanced at the women. A few weeks ago, this was what they wanted more than anything. A new, wealthy master who would take care of their every need. But somehow they didn't seem very excited or relieved. Instead, they looked uncomfortable, even embarrassed. Darcy suspected they'd developed enough pride that they didn't enjoy being labeled as a contest prize. She glanced at Austin. He was looking at her now. No, glaring. No doubt he was a bit peeved at the thought of winning a harem. But it served him right. She'd warned him over and over to get himself eliminated.
Tonight's winner will be judged on how well he answers one question.
Grigori turned to the two male contestants.
Who would like to go first?
Me,
Austin grumbled.
I want to get this over with.
Grigori's brows lifted at Austin's surly tone.
Very well.
He turned to Roberto.
If you would excuse us a moment.
Maggie rushed forward to escort Roberto outside. Austin stood in front of the judges, waiting.
Grigori nodded at the ladies. You may ask your question.
Lady Pamela read the question out loud.
If you were our master, and we were your harem, and we were embroiled in a terrible disagreement, how would you resolve our conflict?
Darcy inched forward, curious how Austin would answer. So far, he was simply glowering at his boots. He lifted his chin and gave the judges an irritated look.
I would do nothing.
He turned to leave. Shock and dismay flitted across the women's faces.
Prithee,
Princess Joanna said.
Could you explain your refusal to be of assistance?
Austin hesitated.
Look, you're intelligent women. You can solve your own problems.
He strode toward the door and left. Vonda cast a furtive glance toward Darcy.
He's a jerk.
Darcy held her breath. With Vonda's help and Austin's abrupt behavior, this prickly situation might work out all right. Princess Joanna sniffed.
He has no sense of chivalry.
And that sour expression.
Maria Consuela frowned.
I knew torturers from the Inquisition with friendlier faces than that.
Coralie crossed her arms, pouting. He practically snarled at us like a rabid dog.
And his manner of dress was most disrespectful, Lady Pamela added. We cannot have such a man for a master.
Vonda smiled.
Then it's all settled. Adam is out.
Darcy heaved a huge sigh of relief. She mouthed the words, "Thank you," to Vonda. Now Austin wouldn't find himself stuck with a harem, and she could keep her job. Maggie came in with Roberto. He strode toward the ladies and bowed. Lady Pamela repeated the question. Roberto's smile was as oily as his slicked back hair.
Allow me to say, it will be a great honor to be your master.
We thank you, good sir,
Princess Joanna answered.
But how would you resolve a disagreement amongst us?
Roberto shrugged.
The question is moot. There would be no disagreement.
I beg your pardon,
Lady Pamela asked.
As the master, only my opinion will matter. Therefore, you will always agree with me, and we will live in peace and harmony.
There was a moment of silence. Roberto smiled, apparently believing the era of peace and harmony had begun. Vonda's eyes narrowed.
What if we don't agree with you?
I am the master. You will do as I say, and believe as I tell you to believe.
More silence. The women exchanged looks.
If you will step out for a moment,
Grigori motioned to the door.
The ladies must make their final decision.
Roberto bowed, then strode from the room.
Well,
Coralie sighed.
At least he was well dressed.
He is handsome,
Lady Pamela murmured,
and he bows well. And yet,
Princess Joanna said,
there is something about him that makes me want to rip his head off.
Maria Consuela nodded.
He is evil.
He's an arrogant bastard, Vonda muttered.
Aren't those good qualities for a master?
Coralie asked. Vonda snorted.
If that's true, I don't want a master.
But we must have one, Lady Pamela insisted. We cannot fend for ourselves.
We've been doing fine, Vonda replied. We don't need a man to take care of us.
The princess frowned. But we need money to survive. We must have a master in order to have money.
Coralie tilted her head. Can someone remind me what was wrong with Adam?
Darcy gulped.
No, Vonda stood. We all agreed. Adam is out.
He wasn't well dressed, Lady Pamela answered.
Fiddlesticks, Coralie huffed. We'll just teach the man how to dress.
Maria Consuela stood to face them.
He was discourteous. He refused to help us resolve our dispute.
True, Princess Joanna rose slowly. But he refused because he believed we could resolve it ourselves. He said we were intelligent.
Coralie jumped to her feet. You mean he wouldn't try to tell us what to think? Or say?
The princess nodded. I fear we have misjudged Adam. Darcy's jaw dropped. She shot Vonda a look of desperation.
Listen,
Vonda raised her hands.
We don't need either of them. We're doing fine on our own.
I vote for Adam, Princess Joanna announced.
Me too,
Coralie and Lady Pamela piped in.
I will also, Maria Consuela said. We must have Adam.
Darcy groaned inwardly. She could kiss her career goodbye.
I vote no to both of them, Vonda insisted. Look how far we've come. Don't throw it all away now.
The vote has been cast and the majority wins. Grigori motioned for the ladies to sit. He retrieved the special flashlight from the wall safe. Maggie opened the door and invited both men to return. Austin looked nervous, but Roberto's smile oozed with confidence. Sly stepped forward.
It will be my honor to announce the winner who will bear the title of sexiest man on earth.
If for any reason, Grigori interrupted, the winner is unable to fulfill his duties as the sexiest man on earth, the runner-up will be given the title and reward in his stead. Sly held the 4-foot-long check in front of his chest. His eyes twinkled with excitement.
Roberto of Buenos Aires?
Yes, Roberto stepped forward. His eyes gleamed as he reached for the check.
You lose.
Sly chuckled at his cruel joke. Roberto's smile froze.
What?
Austin's face paled. He stepped back.
The sexiest man on earth is Adam from Wisconsin,
Sly announced. Grigori pushed a stunned Austin forward.
Congratulations.
Sly grabbed Austin's hand and pumped it.
Here's your check for $5 million.
He shoved the giant poster board into Austin's arms. The ladies, except for Vonda, clapped politely. Sly motioned to the women.
And here is your brand new harem.
Austin's gulp was audible. I don't deserve this. He tried to hand the check back to Sly. Sly laughed.
Now, don't be shy. The ladies picked you.
Then they are fools, Roberto shouted.
How could they trust this ruffian over me?
Hush,
Maggie told him. Look, Austin said, I don't want a harem. The ladies gasped. You don't want us? Coralie whimpered. I'm sure you're very nice ladies, and I've actually grown fond of you all, but you don't want me. I'm not your type. Princess Joanna frowned. You prefer men? Bart's eyes lit up, literally. No, Austin gritted his teeth. I only want one woman, the one I love, Darcy. He shot her a beseeching look for help. Everyone stared at Darcy. Bart stuck his camera in her face. She winced at the bright lights in her eyes.
Well, isn't that sweet?
Coralie murmured. Yes, Lady Pamela agreed. We'll just keep Darcy in the harem too, then we can all be happy.
Wait a minute,
Austin interrupted. That's not going to happen. He gave Darcy an apologetic look.
I know this will cause trouble, but everyone should know that I'm mortal.
A series of gasps crossed the room. Vonda and Maggie exchanged worried looks with Darcy. She sighed.
Now it would really get ugly.
It's true. She walked forward and took the flashlight from Grigori.
It cannot be true,
Princess Joanna insisted.
We saw him lift the settee with one hand.
Darcy pointed the flashlight at Roberto's portrait, and his fangs appeared. She lit up Austin's picture. Nothing. More gasps.
He's immortal? Sly demanded. I just gave $5 million to a damned mortal?
I didn't intend to win.
Austin held out the check.
You can have it back.
No. Darcy shoved the check back at Austin. You earned it. You're the sexiest man on earth. His eyes flashed.
I don't want a harem. Why didn't you tell me about that?
You weren't supposed to get this far. Darcy shot back.
This is your fault.
Sly pointed a finger at Darcy.
You let a mortal win. I warned you what would happen.
Darcy's eye twitched. He won fair and square.
No, Sly shouted. No mortal could defeat a vampire. You betrayed us all.
He leaned forward and hissed.
You're fired.
Darcy flinched. She tried to turn away, but Bart had the camera in her face. Great. Fired on international television and labeled a traitor in front of the vampire world. She'd never find employment again.
You can't fire her.
Austin glared at Sly.
It was my fault. She begged me over and over to get myself eliminated. But that would have been fixing the contest, Grigori observed. By attempting to stay in, you kept it fair.
Who gives a shit about being fair?
Sly yelled. His eyes narrowed on Grigori.
You're fired.
Grigori shrugged.
You should have that phrase patented. You do it so well.
Lady Pamela raised a hand to attract everyone's attention. We still have a problem here. We cannot have a mortal master. How would he protect us?
I,
Princess Joanna agreed.
Our master must be a vampire.
Well, he's not,
Sly growled. His eyes widened suddenly, as if an idea had just popped into his head. He cast a sly look in Austin's direction.
Though, his condition could be changed.
Darcy gasped.
No!
Austin dropped the check on the floor. His face paled. The ladies exchanged looks.
Are you suggesting we transform him?
Princess Joanna asked. Sly shrugged.
If you want him, take him.
Whoa!
Austin raised his hands.
I'm not agreeing with this.
You can't transform someone against their will, Darcy insisted.
Why not?
Sly sneered.
Did anyone ask you for your permission?
Her eye twitched.
Come on, ladies.
Sly gave them an encouraging smile.
You'll get the man you wanted and $5 million. Which one of you has the guts to do the deed?
Austin grabbed the check off the floor.
Look, ladies, I'll give you the check if you leave me alone.
Their eyes widened.
You'd give us the money?
Vonda asked.
No, Roberto cried. He is disqualified. That money is mine.
Hush, Grigori muttered.
Look, Sly, Darcy's right. You can't transform this guy against his will.
Sly glared at him.
Who's listening to you? You're fired too.
He turned to the camera.
Ladies and gentlemen, this will be the most exciting moment in vampire history. A live transformation performed right before your very eyes.
You can't do it.
Darcy clenched her fists. You can't transform someone without killing him first.
Your point?
She gave an exasperated huff. It's murder. Don't you think that's a bit unethical, even for television? Sly shrugged.
But imagine the ratings.
Austin stepped in front of a camera.
I'd like to state for the record that I am thoroughly opposed to murder, especially my own.
Princess Joanna waved a hand in dismissal.
Relax, young man. We're not going to kill you.
No,
Maria Consuela clutched her rosary.
it is evil.
Lady Pamela shook her head.
We don't need a master that badly.
Yes, you do.
Roberto jumped forward.
You need me.
Hush,
Vonda muttered.
You don't need a master at all,
Austin stated.
You just need a little financial assistance to help get you on your feet.
He laid the check across the lady's laps.
Oh, ma!
Coralie gasped.
All this money! Whatever will we do with it all?
I suppose we could go into trade,
Lady Pamela suggested. Vonda grinned.
Let's open our own male dancer club with vampire men.
The ladies jumped to their feet, all jabbering at the same time. Laughing, they scurried toward the door with their giant check.
Wait!
Roberto called after them.
Come back with my money!
Adios, Roberto.
Vonda shut the door.
Come back!
Roberto stomped a foot on the floor.
You must do as I say. I am your master.
The ladies' laughter could be heard from the foyer. Maggie grabbed Austin and escorted him from the room. Darcy sighed with relief that he was safe. Sly turned to her.
You crazy bitch.
She gulped. Her nightmare wasn't over.
Hey!
Grigori grasped Sly by the arm.
Don't talk to her like that.
Sly pulled his arm free.
Look at what she's done. We don't have a winner. The women have run off with the money. The whole thing is a freaking disaster.
I disagree. Darcy lifted her chin. It's more like a miraculous transformation. Those ladies once believed they couldn't survive without a master. They were trapped in the past and frozen with fear and self-doubt. But they blossomed before our eyes. Now they're strong, independent, intelligent women who know the truth. They don't need a master. Sly snorted.
And you think that's good? Every male vampire in the world is going to hate you.
I don't hate her,
Grigori said.
You're an idiot,
Sly snarled.
How can we have a sexiest man on earth contest without a winner?
Adam was the winner, Darcy insisted.
He's immortal,
Sly hissed.
You've insulted the entire vampire world.
Darcy squared her shoulders. That's a chance I'm willing to take. When the ladies wanted to follow their dream, Adam encouraged them. That makes him the sexiest man on earth.
You're an idiot too. You're both fired.
Then let's get out of here.
Grigori held out a hand to Darcy. She lifted her chin to make a dignified exit.
You are great,
Grigori whispered as they walked down the hallway. I'm doomed. She stopped as her whole body started to shake. I've lost Austin, I've lost my career, and vampires all over the world will hate me.
Not your friends.
Grigori patted her on the back. And I think you'd be surprised by how many friends you have. She took a deep breath. I hope you're right.
Thank you for not attacking me,
Austin told the ladies in the foyer. Coralie giggled. Thank you for all this money.
Are you really opening a male stripper club?
Austin asked.
For vampires?
Yes,
Vonda laughed.
I think we should call it Horny Devils.
She looked him over.
Do you need a job, cutie?
I'm not that desperate.
But he might get there fast, especially if Sean Whalen blacklisted him. The front door burst open, and Corky Corrant entered with her crew.
Time for me to go.
Austin nodded to the ladies.
Good luck to you.
He ran up the stairs to fetch his luggage from his room. Wait up! Maggie zoomed to catch up with him. I'm not sure you should just leave. You know all about our world.
I won't tell anyone.
I could try erasing your memory, she suggested, but I'm not sure you want to forget Darcy. One vampire wouldn't have enough power to erase his memory. More the pity. It would be such a relief. No memory and no pain. But the memories were too priceless to give up, no matter the cost of the pain.
I want to remember her.
I understand. Maggie frowned as she walked beside him. I'm sorry it didn't work out for you.
So am I.
He opened the door to his room. I'm sorry I made her lose her job. Would you tell her that for me? And tell her I wish her a long and happy life.
Maggie nodded. I'm sure she wishes the same for you.
A few minutes later, Austin took his bags down the back stairs. When he reached the first floor, he could see the foyer. It was bright with lights and cameras. Corky was busy interviewing the ladies. He spotted Darcy standing to the side. She turned to look at him. He raised a hand in farewell. She did the same. So, that was it. No final kiss or embrace. With a sigh, he headed toward the service elevator in the kitchen. No final proclamations of undying love, no final rush into each other's arms, no tears spilled over a love that could never be. Just this savage pain in his chest as he slipped away into the dark night. Chapter 26. A day later, Austin realized he was going to live and still have bills to pay. He considered other jobs in law enforcement, but human criminals had somehow lost their appeal. He was only interested in the undead variety. To keep his mind off Darcy, he took a temporary job in construction. The labor wore him out, so he was able to sleep at night. He worked until the next Saturday, then took a day off. He sat on the couch, drinking a beer, and wondering what to do with his life. He'd reached some of his old contacts from his days in Eastern Europe. He was considering going back. He knew the languages. He knew there were bad vampires there. Still, he was reluctant to leave New York. Darcy was here. He wanted to be here in case she needed him. Who was he kidding? She had plenty of friends. She didn't need him. He eyed the box that now held the videotapes of her old newscasts. He should return the tapes. He should let go. He clunked the beer bottle down on the coffee table. First, he'd watch all the tapes one more time. One last tribute to Darcy. He stacked the tapes in chronological order, then inserted the first one into the VCR. For the first hour, he smiled. Into the second hour, he felt like crying. By that evening, he had reached the last tape. He was sprawled on the couch, thoroughly depressed, with the last slices of a takeout pizza congealing on the coffee table. A news anchor described Darcy's disappearance, his face plastered with false concern. No one knew where she was. "She's dying in an alley, you bastard," Austin growled. If only that damned experiment had worked. If Darcy could change back into a mortal, she'd stop rejecting him. What had gone wrong with the experiment? Something about mutated vampire DNA and the need for the person's original DNA? The next newscast started. The reporter was standing in the alley behind the vampire club. Though Darcy's body had never been found, the police had recovered a knife stained with her blood. Poor Darcy, knifed in the chest. Austin sat up with a jerk. Holy crap! The bloody knife! Her original human DNA! He slapped a hand against his forehead. Was that what Roman needed to make the experiment work? Austin threw on a suit, so he would look like he was still with the CIA. He looked up Grigori's address and phone number on the computer and scribbled down the information. He made some calls and discovered the evidence on Darcy's case had been moved to a central lockup facility in Midtown. He drove there. It was 9 p.m. on a Saturday night, so the place was dead. Only one officer on duty. Austin approached the officer and planted an image of a CIA ID card in the officer's head. "I'm with the CIA." He flashed an ID card from a video rental store. The officer nodded. "How can I help you?" "I need to check the evidence for the Darcy Newhart case. It's 4 years old." The officer pushed a clipboard toward him. "I'll need you to sign in." Austin wrote the name, Adam Cartwright. The officer thumbed through an index file, then removed a card. "Here it is. Bin number 3216. "Thanks." Austin waited for the officer to buzz him in. He strode down the narrow aisles till he located the box labeled 3216 Darcy/Newhart. He pulled it off the shelf. Inside, he found a broken video camera, Darcy's old purse, and in a plastic bag, the bloody knife. He stuffed the plastic bag inside his coat and returned the box to the shelf. Back in his car, he examined the knife through the plastic covering. This could be it. Darcy's one chance to become human again, and their one chance to be together. He set the bag on the passenger seat. His hands shook as he dialed Grigori's number on his cell phone.
Hello?
Grigori answered.
I need to speak to Darcy.
There was a pause.
This is Austin, right?
Yes.
I have something important to tell Darcy. Haven't you done enough? She lost her job because of you. I wouldn't bother her if this wasn't extremely important. I have a better idea. Don't bother her at all.
Grigori hung up.
Great. Her friends were protecting her.
Austin drove to Grigori's address and parked. He buzzed the apartment.
Yes?
A female voice came over the intercom.
Vonda, is that you? I need to talk to Darcy.
Austin?
Yes. I have something vital to show Darcy.
She's already seen it,
Vonda replied dryly.
Look, she's cried enough over you. Leave her alone.
Austin released the intercom button with a sigh.
He could break into their apartment, but then he'd have a bunch of angry vampires screaming at him.
Darcy would be too upset to listen. He needed an ally. Someone who could present Darcy's options to her without breaking and entering. Shanna Whalen. He wasn't sure where she was. She and Roman had moved out of the townhouse to get away from Sean's threats. But the townhouse was still there, and the kilted Scottish guards. Connor. He was the perfect choice. He was the one who had transformed Darcy. He should be the one to tell her the news. Austin drove to Dragonesti's townhouse on the Upper East Side. The steps leading to the front door were dark, lit only by a blinking red light on a surveillance camera equipped with a night lens. He rang the doorbell and glanced up at the camera to allow the guards inside a good look at his face. A deep voice, laced with a Scottish accent, spoke over the intercom.
Push the button and state your purpose.
He pressed the button on the intercom.
I want to speak to Connor.
No answer. Austin waited. He pivoted, surveying the quiet street, and waited. He had pushed the button on the intercom to remind them he was waiting when the door slowly opened. An unwanted shiver crept down his spine.
Come in,
Connor said. He smiled slightly.
You're just in time for dinner.
They're all bottle-fed, Austin reminded himself as he stepped into the dimly lit foyer. Connor was just trying to scare him, or maybe the bastard enjoyed playing with his food. There were 3 kilted Scotsmen in the foyer. Connor was in the middle with the youthful-looking vampire on the right. A black-haired Scotsman was on the left. Behind them, there was a large staircase and a reserve troop of 6 more kilted vampires. Connor crossed his arms and regarded him curiously.
Well, laddie, you have some bollocks coming here.
I need to talk to you, in private.
Connor tilted his head toward the black-haired Scotsman.
Dougal, search the perimeter. Make sure our wee friend from the CIA has come alone.
Aye, sir.
Dougal and 2 of the reserve guards went out the front, closing the door behind them. 2 more reserve guards zoomed out the back door.
I'm alone,
Austin said.
And I'm no longer with the CIA.
Connor arched a dubious brow.
Raise your arms, please, so Ian can check you for weapons.
Austin lifted his arms as the youthful vampire circled behind him.
I have a knife in my jacket.
In less than a second, the last 2 reserve guards were flanking him with swords pointed at his chest. Austin blinked. That was fast. Ian removed the plastic bag containing the bloody knife and handed it to Connor.
I wasn't going to use it, Austin muttered.
You wouldn't have had the chance.
Connor turned the bag over, examining the knife.
This blood is old. 4 years old. It's Darcy's.
Austin noted the automatic flinch in Connor's hands. A hint of remorse flitted over the Scotsman's face before he resumed his usual blank expression.
Any other weapons?
Ian finished patting down Austin's legs.
Nay,
he's clean.
This way.
Connor marched toward a door behind the staircase. Austin followed, still flanked by the 2 armed guards and trailed by Ian. He went through a swinging door to find himself in a kitchen.
Sit.
Connor motioned toward the table. He glanced at Ian and the guards.
You may go.
Austin approached the table, but didn't sit. Connor set the bloody knife on the table.
So, this is the knife that killed Darcy?
No, it wounded her. You're the one who killed her, you bastard.
He rammed a fist into Connor's jaw. Austin smiled grimly when the Scotsman stumbled back. The vampire's jaw had been hard as stone, but the pain had been worth it, just to see the shocked expression on Connor's face.
Why the hell did you do that?
Austin flexed his sore hand.
You deserved it.
Connor sat at the table and motioned to the chair across from him. Austin sat. Apparently, he didn't need to worry about a counterattack. Connor must have agreed he deserved the hit.
So, you've left the CIA?
Connor asked.
I resigned a week ago after a major disagreement with Sean Whalen. I wanted to concentrate only on the malcontents, but he still believes all vampires are evil.
And ye no longer believe that?
No. I got to know some vamps while I was doing the reality show. They're harmless.
Austin sighed.
Sean ordered me to stake them during the day while they're helpless. I refused. Spartan of you.
Austin was surprised by the twinkle of amusement in the Scotsman's eyes.
I thought so.
Connor lounged back in his chair.
Rumour has it that you actually won that contest and all the money, but you gave the check to the ladies.
Austin shrugged. They needed it.
Aye, but so do you, if you're unemployed.
I intend to find another job.
You worked in Eastern Europe for a while.
Austin swallowed.
How do you know about that?
Ian has grown quite adept at breaking into Langley. You're fluent in Hungarian and Czech?
Yes.
Austin suddenly felt like he was on a job interview.
I'd like to continue the fight against the malcontents, if you know of an organization that...
Later. Connor interrupted him.
Several malcontents have been murdered lately in Central Park. What do you know of that?
Austin took a deep breath, but remained silent.
The Russians have accused us of doing it, but I think it's your bloody stakeout team. Since you're no longer at the CIA, you wouldn't mind telling me if I'm right?
Austin hesitated.
The malcontents deserve to die. They attack the innocent.
Aye.
Connor crossed his arms.
Since you and Garrett were involved in the reality show, I'm betting the assassin is either Sean Whalen or one of the females on the team.
Damn. He needed to call Emma and tell her to stop.
"'Tis one of the ladies, then,"
Connor said softly.
"You wouldn't have feel the need to protect Sean."
Austin shifted in his chair. This vampire was too sharp. Connor gestured toward the knife.
"And why have you brought this here? Are you hoping to torment my guilty conscience?"
"So, you admit to your guilt? Why didn't you take her to a hospital or to Romatech? They have tons of synthetic blood there. You could have saved her."
Connor's eyes clouded with pain.
"She was such a brave lass. She did not deserve to die."
"But you killed her."
He shook his head sadly.
"A vampire can smell how much blood the mortal is carrying. We can hear the beating of their hearts. The knife had nicked the major artery. She was bleeding internally. Only a few more beats, and she would have been gone."
"You don't think there was enough time?"
"I know there was not."
Connor heaved a sigh.
"I know she hates me, but believe me, there was no other way to save her."
"I believe you."
The pain in the vampire's eyes was real. Connor touched the plastic bag.
"How did you get this?"
"I stole it from the police."
The Scotsman's eyebrows rose.
"I'm impressed."
"Darcy told me about Roman's experiment to transform a vampire back into a human. She said it didn't work because they needed the human's original DNA."
Connor lifted the knife, his eyes widening.
And this is Darcy's human blood?
With her human DNA. Austin leaned forward. I think it's possible the experiment could work on her.
Have you told her?
No. Her friends are protecting her from me.
Why?
Connor frowned.
What did you do to her?
I made her lose her job. And I fell in love with her.
Ah, and ye would prefer to love a mortal than a vampire.
I'd be happy with her any way I could get her. But it's not about me. It's about Darcy and her happiness. This needs to be her decision.
Connor set the knife back on the table.
I'll have to check with Roman to see if he believes it could work.
Then will you tell her? I think it should come from you. Connor sighed. I could not give her a choice before. Austin handed him the knife. This time, you can.
At midnight, Vonda and Maggie dragged Darcy into the living room to watch another episode of The Sexiest Man on Earth. Sly was still airing the show on Wednesdays and Saturdays. The vampire public demanded it. According to Corky Corrent, it was the most popular show since the formation of DBN. In the weeks since she'd been fired, Darcy had kept busy helping the ladies start their business and find a townhouse of their own. For now, they were all staying in Grigori's cramped apartment. The ladies were too happy to be bothered about the close quarters. They even invited Darcy to participate in their male dancer club, but she declined. Now she sat, scrunched on a couch between Vonda and Maggie. The ladies loved seeing themselves on TV, but watching the show and seeing Austin was torture for Darcy. Knowing she couldn't have him didn't lessen her love for him. It only increased the poignancy of her longing. By the end of the show, she was thoroughly depressed. The jubilant ladies filled glasses with bubbly blood. "Cheer up." Maggie handed her a glass. "At least Sly agreed to let us keep all the money."
Grigori snorted. He had no choice. Roman was the one who put up the funds, and he insisted you all keep it.
"The master did care about us after all." Coralie grinned. "You should be happy, Darcy. Your show is the biggest hit ever."
"Indeed," Princess Joanna agreed. "Sly would be a fool not to beg you to do another one." Unfortunately, Sly was a fool.
"He'll just hire someone else,"
Darcy muttered.
"I don't think so,"
Vonda countered.
"Corky Current's been playing your interview over and over. She's making you famous. Sly will have to ask you back."
Vonda's right. Grigori sipped from his glass. Corky's taken up the cause of female vamp liberation, and she's named you the hero of the movement. Sly will look like a complete scumbag if he doesn't take you back.
Unfortunately, Sly was a complete scumbag. Darcy wasn't going to hold her breath waiting for him to call. "The founder of the female vamp liberation movement." Maggie gazed at Darcy with admiring eyes. "I knew it. I knew there was a reason for you to be with us. This was all meant to be." Darcy's heart swelled with emotion. She was meant to be here. Meant to be a vampire. Her eyes misted as she regarded all her friends. At last, she was making peace with her world.
Being the marketing genius that I am, Grigori continued, his eyes twinkling, I've decided to take full advantage of your celebrity status. I convinced Roman to start a new line of female vamp products, and we want you to be our spokesperson.
Darcy's mouth fell open. "You mean I would have a job?"
"Yes," Grigori smiled. "You would make commercials, go on tours, be an inspiration to vamp women all around the world."
The ladies squealed and gathered around Darcy to congratulate her. She was too stunned to do anything but babble incoherently. In the midst of all the noise, the phone rang. Grigori answered it.
"Sure, come on over."
He glanced at the women.
"Step back, please. We have a visitor coming."
The women crowded against the far wall as a figure materialized before them. Shoulder-length auburn hair, a red and green plaid kilt. Connor. Darcy stiffened. He immediately focused on her.
"We need to talk,"
Alone.
Her heart pounded in her ears. What doom was he bringing tonight? And why? Her life was finally looking hopeful again.
Come, ladies. Grigori motioned toward the door. Let's give them some privacy.
Darcy perched on the edge of an easy chair as her friends filed from the room. Connor paced about, his kilt swishing around his knees. He was nervous, she realized, and that only served to make her pulse race faster. He cleared his throat.
I've been enjoying your show.
Thank you.
I gather you didn't tell your boss about Austin working for the CIA.
No. Sly was furious enough just to find out he's mortal. Connor folded his arms across his wide chest.
He came to see me a few hours ago.
Austin?
Aye. He had something important to tell you. And your friends here weren't letting him get through to you.
Darcy's heart stuttered. Austin had tried to reach her? While she remained speechless, she heard muffled whispers behind the door. Her friends were listening in, her nosy, overprotective friends. Austin's been trying to reach me?
Aye.
Connor glanced at the door where the whispers had grown in volume.
I suppose they were trying to protect you.
Darcy raised her voice. How silly of them! They should know I can take care of myself. The whispers cut off. Connor's mouth twitched.
Well done, lass,
he said softly. Darcy motioned to the chair next to her. What did Austin say?
He claimed he was no longer with the CIA.
Connor took the offered seat.
We checked on it, and it's true. In fact, Sean Whalen has blacklisted him from any government employment.
I see. Poor Austin. He was in worse shape than her.
You told him about the experiment to transform a vampire back into a mortal?
Yes. Darcy frowned. I told him it didn't work.
Because a vampire's original human DNA is needed.
Yes. Darcy wondered where this was going.
Austin brought me the knife from your attack 4 years ago. It was covered with your blood. Your human blood.
Darcy fell back against the chair. You mean?
Aye. I took the knife to Roman. He isolated your human DNA. He thinks you're the best candidate we'll ever find.
She pressed a hand against her chest. Her heart was thundering in her ears. I could become mortal again? The whispers resumed outside the door. Connor leaned forward, bracing his forearms on his knees.
I have to tell you, lass, there's a possibility you could perish during the procedure.
How big a possibility?
Roman estimates a 75% chance of success.
And a 25% chance she could die. The door burst open, making her jump in her chair. Don't do it! Maggie rushed into the room.
I agree.
Grigori marched in.
You shouldn't risk your life, Darcy. You have a perfectly good life here.
The other ladies murmured in agreement. Darcy's eyes filled with tears. She did have a promising future in the vampire world. But she didn't have Austin. And he still wanted her. That was why he'd brought Connor the knife. Austin wants me to do it? Connor shook his head.
He didn't say. He only said you deserve to be happy, and you deserve to have a choice.
He wants me to choose. She could have a bright future as a celebrity in the vampire world. She had wonderful friends who cared about her, and a female liberation movement she'd managed to start. On the other hand, she could have Austin, and her family, and sunshine, and a 1 in 4 chance of dying. Don't do it! Maggie knelt beside her chair. We need you.
I'm not sure we're enough.
Fonda's eyes glimmered with tears.
There's nothing more sacred than love.
But we love her, Maggie exclaimed. A tear tumbled down Darcy's cheek.
Enough of your blathering. Connor stood. This is Darcy's decision. I couldn't have given her a choice before, but now I can.
Darcy wiped her cheeks. I need to talk to Connor alone, for a moment. Her friends trudged slowly from the room and shut the door. Darcy drew a shaky breath. If I go through with this, I might not survive, so I want you to know how I feel. Connor sat heavily in the chair next to her.
I know you hate me. I do not blame you for that.
I've been telling myself I should hate you, but I realize now I was angry with myself. I was ashamed. More tears slipped down her cheeks, and she brushed them away.
Why, lass, you were very brave to rescue that young girl.
Darcy shook her head. I was a coward. I blamed you for transforming me, for not giving me a choice. But the truth was I had a choice. When you poured your blood down my throat, I could have refused. I could have turned my head and died with dignity. But I didn't. I was afraid. I didn't want to die.
No one wants to die, lass.
I drank your blood. Tears streamed down her face. I was so appalled with myself.
Connor grabbed her hand.
You did what you had to do to survive, and you made the right choice. Look at all the good you've done. Our world is a better place because you're here.
I made the right choice, she repeated to herself. A sense of peace filled her heart. Maggie was right. Her life as a vampire had been meant to be. And if she hadn't survived, she would have never met Austin. She squeezed Connor's hand. Thank you. His blue eyes glistened with tears.
Have you decided, lass?
Yes. I took the cowardly choice before. This time, I choose to be brave. Chapter 27. Monday night, the phone rang, jolting Austin from a deep sleep. The clock read only 11:30. He'd gone to bed early, after an exhausting day on a new construction site. His nerves clenched as he fumbled for the receiver. A call this late usually meant bad news.
Hello? The procedure is scheduled to begin in 20 minutes. Procedure? Who is this?
He asked, although the caller's Scottish accent made it fairly obvious.
Connor, I thought you might want to be here for Darcy.
She's doing it?
Austin's heart lurched in his chest.
She's going to be changed back? Aye.
Connor interrupted him.
They're prepping her now. All her friends are here, so where?
Austin jumped out of bed.
Romatech. You know where it is?
Yeah, White Plains. I'll be there. Tell Darcy I'm coming. 20 minutes? Damn, he'd never make it in time.
You should know there's a possibility she'll not survive.
His heart plummeted into his stomach. He could have sworn both lungs had collapsed because he couldn't breathe. He heard a clicking sound.
Wait!
Too late. Connor had hung up. He dropped the receiver back into its cradle. Holy crap. He should have never given them the knife. Darcy could die. He threw on some clothes, grabbed his wallet and keys, and charged out the door. Try to think positive. The elevator took an eternity to reach the ground floor.
Think positive. She'll be mortal.
He sprinted to the parking garage. His hands shook as he fumbled to unlock the car. He climbed in and started the engine. She could die. He sped out of the garage and zoomed north on the West Side Highway. His gaze darted to the dashboard clock every few seconds. Was she afraid? Damn it, of course she was afraid. She could die. His heart hammered when 20 minutes had passed. They were starting the procedure, and he wasn't there. He sped past a police car in the Bronx. Holy shit. He glanced in the rearview mirror. No flashing lights, thank God. He turned north onto the Bronx River Parkway. She could die. Finally, he reached the outskirts of White Plains. He swerved into the entrance of Romatech, ignoring the guard station and the kilted Scotsman who shouted at him. He screeched to a halt by the front door and ran inside. 2 Scottish guards grabbed him.
Where's Darcy?
He struggled.
I have to see her. You're Austin Erickson?
The first guard restrained him, while the second one removed Austin's wallet and checked his ID.
Yes.
Austin yanked his arm free from the vampire's grasp.
I'm here to see Darcy Newhart.
The second guard returned his wallet.
Connor told us you were coming. This way.
Austin followed the guards down a hallway, around a corner, and down another hallway. Finally, they opened a pair of swinging doors. Austin rushed inside and halted when he saw Grigori and all the ladies from the reality show. Grigori was leaning against a wall, his arms crossed. He shot Austin a hostile look. Vonda was pacing about the room. Maria Consuela and Princess Joanna were kneeling together with a priest, all of them praying in Latin. Maggie took one look at him and started crying. Lady Pamela and Coralie sat on each side of Maggie, whispering assurances. Then they looked at Austin with accusation in their eyes. He should have never recovered that knife. It would be his fault if Darcy died. He cleared his throat.
How is she?
How do you think she is?
Grigori growled.
They're draining every drop of blood out of her.
Vonda slowed to a stop in front of him.
Connor comes out about every 5 minutes to tell us what's happening.
Austin strode toward Grigori.
Tell them to stop. It's not too late to keep her a vampire, right?
Grigori snorted.
Why would you want to stop it? She wasn't good enough for you as a vampire, was she?
Austin clenched his fists.
I love her just the way she is. Now go in there and tell them to stop.
Grigori hesitated, so Austin strode toward the door.
Darcy! Don't do it!
The door was locked. He pounded on the door.
Don't risk your life for me! Damn it!
The door opened suddenly as Connor exited. Austin tried to go in, but the Scotsman shoved him back and held him against the wall with one hand. Austin strained against Connor's grip, but the Scotsman was incredibly strong.
You're making too much noise out here,
Connor growled.
You have to stop the procedure,
Austin whispered.
She's entered the vampire coma,
Connor announced softly.
'Tis too late.
Maggie burst into tears. Coralie and Lady Pamela joined her. Vonda stumbled to a chair and collapsed. Grigori slumped against the wall, his eyes closed. Austin's eyes filled with tears. What the hell had he done? He had no right to take Darcy away from these people who loved her.
You can still let her stay a vampire.
Connor shook his head.
It was her choice. She deserved to have a choice, and you know it. Listen, if things go badly, if she's dying, I want you to make her a vampire. She'll be safe that way.
Connor dropped his hand, releasing Austin.
I asked her about that, and she said no. If she dies, we have to let her go. No!
Austin paced away, refusing to accept this. He marched back to Connor.
I won't let her go. You'll change her back into a vampire.
He leaned closer.
And then, you'll change me.
Connor's eyes widened.
Are you serious?
Austin pulled on the collar of his shirt.
What are you waiting for? Go for it, you bastard!
Grigori strode toward them.
You're willing to become a vampire to save Darcy?
Yes, I'll do whatever it takes.
Connor exchanged a look with Grigori.
I was not certain she'd made the right choice, or that this man was worthy of her. But now, I see that he is.
Austin's vision blurred with tears.
Don't let her die.
We'll do our best.
Connor slipped back inside the operating room. Austin leaned forward, pressing his forehead against the door.
Live, Darcy. You have to live.
I misjudged you.
Grigori spoke behind him. Austin turned. The young vampire extended a hand and Austin shook it. They waited by the door in silence. After a few minutes, Grigori perked up. He pressed an ear against the door.
What is it?
Austin asked.
They're getting excited,
Grigori whispered.
I can hear them. She's responding. She's breathing on her own. I'm going in.
Austin wrenched open the door and marched inside. Darcy was lying on an operating table, with bright lights illuminating her pale face. Roman Dragonesti and the short chemist named Laszlo were hovering over her.
You shouldn't be here,
Connor muttered.
Buzz off,
Austin growled.
Is that any way to talk to your new boss? I don't care. What?
Austin glanced at the Scotsman before returning his gaze to Darcy.
She's coming around,
Roman announced. Austin stepped forward.
Is she all right?
Roman glanced up.
You must be Austin.
Yes, sir. He stopped beside the operating table.
Is she all right? Did it work?
Roman checked her life signs on a nearby machine.
She's doing great.
We did it.
Laszlo twisted a button on his lab coat.
This is a momentous achievement, sir.
Darcy moved her head and moaned. Austin touched her face.
Darcy?
Her eyes flickered open. Austin?
Yes.
He took her hand.
I'm here, sweetheart.
Her gaze flitted around the room. I'm alive.
How do you feel?
Roman examined her eyes with a small flashlight. Tired. Weak. Thirsty.
Thirsty for what?
Roman clicked off the flashlight. Darcy licked her lips. Water. Juice. She slowly smiled. A vanilla milkshake.
Roman smiled. That's a good sign.
The short chemist removed his latex gloves.
I could go to the cafeteria and bring her back something.
Roman nodded. Just some juice for now. Thank you, Laszlo.
My pleasure.
Laszlo plucked at the button on his lab coat.
It's been an honor to participate in such a miraculous event.
He scurried from the room.
Loud cheers erupted from the waiting room.
Laszlo had obviously spread the good news.
Austin brushed Darcy's hair back from her brow.
Do you hear that, sweetheart? All your friends are happy for you.
She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. I was so afraid.
I'm sure you were. I was terrified.
Aye, that he was.
Connor stepped forward.
The lad even offered to become a vampire if we would stop the procedure.
Darcy's eyes widened. Oh no, Austin. I would have been so angry with you.
I know, but I figured you'd get over it in a century or two, and we would have been together.
She smiled, and he was undone.
Marry me. I know this isn't the most romantic setting for a proposal, but I can't wait. Please, say you'll marry me.
A tear trailed down her cheek. I will marry you. Austin grinned. He leaned close to wipe her tear away.
Now, don't cry. I'm not much of a catch right now. I don't even have a job, and— Wait a minute, lad, Connor interrupted. I told Angus McKay about you, and he wants to hire you. We need your help in locating Casimir. He's somewhere in Eastern Europe.
Austin straightened.
Who is Angus McKay, and who is Casimir? Casimir is the leader of the malcontents, Roman explained. He's the cruelest, most vicious vampire in the world. As a mortal, you have the advantage of snooping about during the day, Connor continued. And with your psychic abilities and CIA training, you're the best man for the job.
Austin swallowed. It was just the sort of mission he'd always wanted. He glanced at Darcy. You should do it, she whispered.
I won't leave you.
I'll come with you. I was always good at research and investigation. I can help.
It could be dangerous.
Austin corrected himself.
It will be dangerous.
Darcy smiled. I always wanted to do more serious stuff. Austin turned to Connor.
Darcy and I are a team. You'll need to hire us both.
The Scotsman's mouth twitched.
Aye, we can do that. I have a villa in Tuscany you can use as your base, Roman offered. Thank you, Austin replied. That's very generous. Roman smiled. I'm in a generous mood. I just found out last night that I'm going to be a father.
Oh, that's grand.
Connor shook his hand.
But I thought you'd stop trying because of the problem.
Roman's smile faded.
Apparently, our first attempt worked.
A vampire fathering a baby? Austin gave Darcy a questioning look.
I'll explain later, she whispered.
Austin glanced at Roman and Connor. They looked more worried than happy.
Congratulations.
Austin extended a hand.
Thank you.
Roman shook it, his smile returning.
You'll enjoy working for Angus.
Who is he?
The owner of Macasa Carity, an investigation, Connor explained. And Coven Master of the United Kingdom.
Oh, Austin swallowed. He should have realized he'd be working for a vampire organization. Connor's eyes twinkled.
How soon can you start?
We need a few weeks. We need to get married. You can have the reception here, no charge, Roman offered. And I have an apartment in Paris you can use for your honeymoon, if you like. Thank you. Austin realized that even though he and his future wife were mortal, their life would still revolve around vampires. Darcy and I need to make a few trips first. Trips? She asked. One to Wisconsin to see my family, and the other... She gasped. My family! She glanced at Roman and Connor. Is that all right? Connor shrugged. As long as you have a good explanation. Don't worry, Austin assured her. I'm an old pro at cover stories. We'll just say you were in hiding from some bad guys, and now that the bad guys are dead, you're able to resume your old life. She looked skeptical. You make it sound so simple. The simpler stories are the best, Austin said. She smiled. Then I'll also tell them you were the hero who rescued me. Well, if you insist. She took a deep breath. Everything's perfect now. Austin kissed her brow. We have each other. She smiled at the men surrounding her, mortal and vampire. She squeezed Austin's hand. I have the best of both worlds. This recording of Vamps in the City by Carolyn Sparks was performed by Abby Creighton. It was produced and directed by Bob Dion. Executive producer, Karen Jakonski. Text copyright 2006 by Carolyn Sparks. Production copyright 2011 by HarperCollins Publishers. We hope you've enjoyed this program from Harper Audio. For more information about the broad range of titles from Harper Audio, Harper Children's Audio, and Cadman, please visit harperaudio.com. Thank you for listening.